Your Honor, if I can address this to the court. We had previously filed a motion limiting number 13 relating to an objection to demeanor evidence. We had heard that back in January. Your Honor has denied that motion with, in my notes, an indication that it was something we could raise again as an objection during trial. I would just like to renew our objection to what we have described as demeanor evidence, essentially evidence and argument relating to that Mr. Taylor's demeanor, his reaction to traumatic situations is evidence of guilt. It has become apparent during this trial that a part, or maybe even a significant part of the state's case, is that Mr. Taylor's reaction to this situation, the contrast of his reaction to Ms. Jackson's reaction, is going to be part of their argument as evidence of guilt. It is our position that that is complex and potentially highly unreliable, and even under a 403 analysis, highly and substantially, more substantially prejudicial and probative evidence. And we would ask that further instruction of that evidence not be allowed in this case. So we'd just like to renew that objection.
Okay. Does the state have other witnesses that you think is relevant to ask them what Mr. Taylor's reaction to things were?
Yes, Your Honor.
Who's that?
Well, it would be, for one, the next witness, Sergeant Smith, as
Do you think the jury do you think, asking this based on what Mr. Brandon's argument is, the state wants to argue at the end of the case that because of his reaction, he's guilty?
Your Honor, it's all part and parcel of the evidence in the case, a witness's observation of an individual.
Right. The observation is one thing, but then looking at the motion they filed previously, lack of remorse, here he effed up. I mean, is that getting into lay opinions about psychological issues? I mean, everybody concludes it by saying, that doesn't mean anything. Everybody acts differently. I just wondered about the relevancy versus prejudice. I'm okay with demeanor. I'm just saying, you then I can't, Mr. Grant, anticipate every question they're going to ask about that. But I guess I just tell the state you had a number of witnesses reflect that, so just don't cross into conveying to the jury what that supposedly means. Anything else?
No, thank you.
All right, let the jury step down. And who is the next witness?
Sergeant James Smith.
Just hang tight. If you need to come up and they need to take a short break. Good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Let the record reflect all of the jurors are here and present. If you'll step up, please. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
You swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Sir, would you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
James Smith, James, Smith.
And by whom are you employed?
International Police Department.
How long have you been with the Metropolitan National Police Department?
For nearly 13 years.
What are your current duties and assignments?
I'm currently a patrol sergeant over at the East Precinct.
And how long have you been assigned to the East Precinct as a patrol sergeant?
At East Precinct, patrol sergeant, I've been there since 2025.
And during your career with the police department, what positions have you held and were been assigned to?
I have started off my career as a patrol officer, was transferred to East Investigations as a detective for precinct level, and then a detective over the domestic violence division.
And how long were you a detective with the domestic violence division?
3.5 years.
In the month of February, particularly February 25th, 26th, and thereafter, of the year 2023, what was your assignment?
At domestic violence division.
What does that division do? What are its responsibilities?
Domestic violence division's primary objective is really to assist the victims through the criminal justice system or through advocacy centers with our partners in the community. As a detective, we would do preliminary investigations, any follow-up investigations to assist the victims of domestic violence incidents.
And are there other such units in the police department?
Specialized units?
Specialized units?
Yes, sir.
And does the domestic violence unit encompass dealing with homicides?
We're not the primary investigation unit that's involved in the homicides, but we do assist the homicide unit.
Now, to direct your attention to the late evening, perhaps early morning hours, February the 25th and 26th of 2023, were you assigned and were asked to respond to a call to the Vanderbilt University Emergency Department Medical Center?
Yes, I did.
You recall approximately when you were notified that your assistance was needed?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't recall the exact time I was called. I know at some point that a supervisor from domestic violence division contacted me between February 25th and 26th to respond out to an incident that occurred.
Was it at nighttime?
Yes, it was.
And where were you when you received the call?
I was at home.
And, pardon me, were you on call?
I was on call.
And so, did you get dressed and go to
Yes.
Vanderbilt?
Yeah. On call status, since we typically have an hour to respond from the time we're called to respond to the incident scene or wherever it could be.
And with respect to responding
Mhm.
and having information, did you have any general information of what the call was about?
Any general information was given to me by the patrol supervisor. Initially, when I received the phone call, very basic until making contact with the primary officer on scene.
Now, so when you arrived, you recall approximately when it was you arrived at the Vanderbilt Medical Center?
It'll be sometime after 11 p.m. or 11:30 p.m. that evening.
When you arrived, were there uniformed officers of the Metropolitan Police Department present?
There was, at least I saw one. But yes.
You recall who that first officer you saw was?
It was Officer Lindsay Fish.
And was she essentially at that time in charge of the scene?
At Vanderbilt Hospital, she was on scene. She was my primary contact throughout this.
And were there other officers there that eventually saw him?
There were at least one that I might have seen, but I never made contact with those officers.
That's what I was going to ask. Did you ever have any
No.
interaction with anyone other than Officer Fish?
No, my primary contact was with Officer Fish.
Now, upon arriving, speaking with Officer Fish, were you directed to one or more individuals who might have information about the matter?
Yes, I was.
And when you initially arrived, did you speak to or see any physician, any doctor or nurse?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you receive information from that individual?
Yes.
And either initially or at some point, did the name Jade Benning arise?
Yes, sir.
And did you initially see that individual?
I did.
And describe that to us if you could.
When I arrived, I try to make contact with the victim. At this point, the victim was on a higher level floor. She was intubated, unable to respond, unresponsive. In a room that I could observe from outside. I never actually entered the room, but I was advised by medical personnel her condition.
And by observing her, was there any reason for you to go into the room at that time or try to interview her? Was she in any condition?
No, she was not.
After doing that, what was your next step?
After that, after my observation of Miss Benning, I went back downstairs. I think my first contact or person I interviewed was actually with Miss Jade Jackson. Sorry if I mispronounced her first name, but it was Miss Jackson.
Ms. Jackson. I sometimes have that same issue. Where was Miss Jackson when you first came into contact with her?
She was in the lobby area or in the near the front entrance or such, basically on the first floor of Vanderbilt Medical Center, basically ER area.
Just want to ask, upon seeing Miss Benning, was she anyone you had ever seen before?
No, I had not.
Miss Jackson, had you ever seen her before?
No, I had
Upon initially laying eyes on her, what were your observations? Could you describe how she appeared?
Miss Jackson,
Yes, Miss Jackson.
she appeared worried, concerned, I won't say frantic or anything, but in a state where, she had a friend that was in a condition that she was worried about.
And at that time, did you know whether or not Miss Jackson had been interviewed or spoken to by any other officer?
I don't recall if anybody actually said they spoke to her, but I think she was asked Officer Fish if she could bring her to me.
Okay. And we certainly won't go into what she told you, but did you speak with her and receive information from her?
I did.
And approximately how long was that interaction?
Can't give you the exact time, probably 20 minutes.
And based upon receiving that information from her, what did you do next?
After speaking to Ms. Jackson, I asked Officer Fish where she showed me where Mr. Blaise Taylor was, and I asked if he could come back and speak with me as well.
And did you come into contact with an individual whom you learned to be Blaise Taylor?
I did.
And is that individual here in this room today?
He is.
Would you please identify or describe what he is wearing and where he is sitting?
From my point of view, he's to my right. He's in a blue suit blazer with a tie, light blue, diamond stripes across.
All right, that's reflect he is identified and indicated Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
Where was Mr. Taylor when you first saw him?
On my first arrival, I was pointing out that he was seated near the front door of the entrance to the ER area, near the lobby.
Was there anyone with him?
No.
What, if anything, did he appear to be doing? Pardon me.
He was seated. He was on his cell phone.
Did you go over and introduce yourself?
Call if I introduced myself or if I had him, an Officer Fish, bring him to me to introduce myself.
I want to ask, you're here today in a coat and tie. Is that how you would have been, or at least casual dress that night?
Typically, our response is business casual, which I would have either a blazer or a vest to cover, which by policy is to cover our badge and gun.
The reason I ask that is, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
I was not.
And is there any reason for you not having one as a detective?
Typically, my thought is that we don't wear typically a body-worn camera as a detective during this time or at that time. Because typically uniforms and body-worn cameras deter people from talking to police. In the sense, it was plain clothes, business casual, vests, identify as an officer or detective, but we usually have the audio recorder on us.
I was going to ask, do you have something though on your person to record interviews,
Yeah.
conversations?
Yes, sir. It would have been a digital audio recorder.
But no video.
No video.
So, upon your initial interaction with Mr. Taylor, what, if anything, did you do and where did you go?
There was we went to a private room, I believe it was Helford Chapel Services at Vanderbilt on the first floor. It's unlocked, but we entered there and that's where I spoke to Mr. Taylor.
Now, aside from Officer Fish and Ms. Jackson, perhaps some of the medical personnel, had you spoken to anyone else prior to interviewing Mr. Taylor?
Prior to Mr. Taylor, no.
And were you, or were you not aware that there were perhaps other individuals at the location concerned about Ms. Benning?
I did.
So,
Well, there is a time, I can't recall the timeline. There were the other individuals. I did speak to, prior to Mr. Taylor, Ms. Benning's stepmother, and as well as over the phone, her mother, birth mother, and maybe a brief interaction with some friends, but I don't think I actually spoke to them until after Mr. Taylor.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, this question, was that interview recorded
With
with Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Taylor, yes, it was.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that interview
Yes, I have.
with perhaps the volume enhanced somewhat?
Yes.
And have you also had an opportunity to review a transcript prepared from that recorded interview?
I did.
Or if I might ask
All right, show that.
that a copy of the transcript in this envelope be passed to the witness. Sergeant Smith, if you would open the envelope and see if that contains a tag on it that would indicate.
Yeah.
It just,
Says Sergeant Jane or J. Smith, USB flash drive.
and the transcript has been handed. Have you reviewed that, and is that a fair and accurate transcription of what is on the USB?
Yes.
All right, I would move those be introduced as the next number exhibit, I believe number 9 of number 8.
Yeah, A and B.
And would ask to publish the recorded interview and with course permission, I have prepared hopefully sufficient copies for everyone.
All right, go ahead and pass those out here. Okay. All right, go ahead. You wanting to play this now?
Yes, Your Honor, if it could be published and
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, like I said previously, if you hear something different from your recollection of what's being played, then you rely on that instead of the transcript. Okay.
said what happened being treated as less than kind of need to what happened, missing your own words.
Yeah, so we're gonna go out, but because of the weather, trying to coming home at 7, take to the best company, so I've got that person. Came over, she had cut the food, we're gonna do like some tanning, all that kind of stuff. This person, so Brandon came by, she made a bunch of grilled chicken Alfredo, so Brandon came by with another man, I didn't know him, so they came in. We're there for a little bit, and then, they would just come and pick up food, and, they stayed in conversation for a little bit. After that, we were just kind of hanging out, and then she started not to feel well. Things just kind of escalated very quickly. I just like, there was just like kind of that panic, like adrenaline pumping, like things were too much for the red glasses, and then I called my dad, and I just told him like, hey, I'm with Jane, I was like, I don't know what to do, she's not feeling well, and this, that. He was like, call 911, so I called 911, they got on the phone and told me exactly what to do. I did everything they asked me to do, and waited, until the paramedics came. They came, and we just like hurried over here, and it was all like, blood and everything. So quickly, dancing to, her getting really sick very quickly, and, we had to call the ambulance. So it was just really
But no, was there any argument or?
no, sir. So we really don't,
How long you guys have been dating?
so we started dating back in August, and then we took a break, and then we dated pretty much since I'd say probably around after Christmas, like January, but until now, like we see each other probably 2 to 3 times a week.
Okay.
So,
I heard she's pregnant.
yes, a girl, a daughter.
So basically, you're gonna make date night. You come over there at 7.
Yes.
She's not listeners. Remember, she said that she had a phone.
If she's got a phone, we probably can take it to give them some stuff.
So you've been dating. Okay, kind of got back together around late after Christmas, January. You guys see each other maybe between 2 to 4 times a week. You got a little girl. Obviously, no issues in that sense. Okay. All right. There was mention of
vomiting.
Yes.
Did she?
So yeah, when she threw up, that's when I called my dad.
Okay.
That's when I realized that, she said she was feeling well, like, that's not common,
Yeah.
whatever,
Where's she vomiting? On the bed? Like, was it, how many bedrooms are there?
It's just a two-bed.
Two-bed.
Another bed, we don't have a bed or anything.
Okay, so she threw up on the bed?
Yeah.
Okay.
So she wanted to let him come out obviously walking through stuff to do about
Alright, so she vomits on the bed, you're calling dad, you call 911 at that point. Obviously you guys had that chicken Alfredo. Did she have anything to drink?
No, there was no alcohol in there, so.
Well, I mean, just Charlie Devil.
Eliminating water,
Okay, so eliminate fluoride water. Would there be any reason that she would try to accuse you of anything? Have you guys had any recent arguments?
Not at all. I mean, that's the one really good thing that we really don't argue, we get very well.
Okay.
And then, we get along with the systems and work together and stuff like that. We've never, since January, we really had any of this.
Okay.
Disagreements, I would say, at all.
Okay. Do you know she called Miss Jackson?
Oh yeah, my friend, yeah, because she wanted, yeah, she called her, I was there, she called them, and I spoke to her on the phone.
Okay.
And told them that, told me my friend that she wanted to come over and work with her, she wasn't feeling well.
Okay. Any reason why she would make any accusations to Miss Jackson about you?
No, I mean, she was, that's what I was, she was just,
What kind of behavior was she when she got sick? Do you remember?
so, she wasn't feeling well, she was trying to, like, she wanted to go down, and then she was like, kind of, I don't know, like, she was just, kind of like, panic, like, I don't know, she wasn't like really looking at me, but she was talking, to me, and she was kind of talking to me myself, it was like, she just wasn't like, I don't know, she was just kind of like, I don't even know how to describe it, but she wasn't really, looking this way, talking to me, and like, I don't know, she was trying to get to her bed because she wants to lay down, so,
She taking any like medication?
not that I know of, I do know, I've been in contact with my mom, and so my mom told me that she did test positive for COVID. When she got here, I didn't know that she had COVID, we didn't know that she had COVID until today.
So you just found out that she had COVID and such?
Yeah, I just talked to her, really stressed, I'm just tired, it's been I really don't do well with it. I kind of finished, I mean,
everyone has a different, when it comes to, when it comes to like experiences like this, people have different reactions and stuff. So some people don't understand why people have certain reactions that, because they're just comparing to themselves. So they're reason. There's, you know, we go through, like, I go through enough stuff that probably for a lot of people, we have trauma in the sense of what we respond to and such. But then, you know, my reaction is because I'm used to it, we're one of these officers' reaction. You know, we're usually calm, cool, collected in that sense. So it's just, what's your phone number?
865 773 5738.
But you don't live with her.
No, sir. I do not. But I stayed at her place. She stayed at my place. But we don't live together.
Gotcha. That's what I pretty much got. But any reason you don't know any reason why she was trying to say if you were trying to harm her anyway?
I think not. So I think that Jade was kind of like trying to find. I think she was kind of in shock and like she was very distraught. We all have been. I feel like she was just kind of directed at me without the last person concerned. But I'm like, I did everything possible, you know, in this situation. I don't know how much to all of the 911 help into exactly what they're telling me to do into the professional people back there. But then when they got there, they, you know, they told me, you know, like, let them handle it because I was trying to get her to them.
Yeah. I was just double checking.
Our relationship has gotten a lot better. Like, we pretty much decided on like the name of the child and everything. We're gonna all that kind of stuff. We didn't,
Did you clean up or anything afterwards?
no.
Okay.
She, after we ate, she was kind of tightening up a little bit. That's it.
Okay.
Tightening up and then, but, you know, I think it was like, they're told me like to wipe them out.
Okay, so you're playing on her, like, nothing around the apartment itself. Okay. So when medics basically got there, you guys,
Yeah, I was not have nobody, I mean, I guess the rest been a lot, but nobody to my knowledge has been here since we left.
okay. Is it, gotcha. It's an apartment, right? Okay. Where's her drink? Her cup?
It should be, I think she put in, maybe.
Okay. What kind of cup was it?
Just glass, like it was just glass.
Just a glass. Okay. It's clear glass?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I go over to her apartment and get that glass, there's nothing going to be, and I run it through her lab, there's nothing going to be in that glass?
No.
Okay. The only reason I'm asking is because I just have to go through everything, just make sure.
Go ahead and focus on her, my daughter, everything like that happens so quick.
Yeah.
They might have done something and now it comes on the door off, and I just get like shock and like that just happened. Everything happened so fast.
Yeah.
that up there, the time that all of a sudden, oh, thank God, her mom just texted me, the little BGY was the Davis already good.
That's good. I'm glad to hear that. Well, what I'll do is, I've talked to her stepmom, and I've talked to, I briefly talked to her mom on the phone. I know, yeah, like you said, there's, or something, she's got COVID, I don't know, all that, but, yeah. Yeah, so, I'm gonna go, alright, so, that's all I need. If I have any follow-up questions, I'll give you a call. Yeah. Anything else, I mean, I'll be back in the office tomorrow as well, so I'll give you a call, but it's just really just, at this point, pray for her to recover, again, the baby's going else that's getting, from there, what's going on, medical issue, issue, I will email her apartment, try to move her out, just to make sure, that's not so much, there's basic statements made, as much as we win and we try to, take your allegations seriously, but we also, as a detective, is not so much of what just jumping in, hey, you're under arrest, let's go for this, because someone's saying this, but then it's also eliminating, actually do our due diligence, eliminating, say, there's no evidence that this man has done this. We don't know. So interview with Blaise Taylor, boyfriend of the victim here in Vanderbilt. Today's date is 2/26/23. Time is 02:40 hours.
You can pass those documents back.
Sergeant Smith, in the course of this interview, were you and Mr. Taylor standing, sitting, since we don't have the video, I was just gonna ask.
We were sitting.
And the individual who came in the room briefly,
Mhm.
you said was Ms. Benning's stepmother, would that have been Ms. Browning?
The individual that came in, that was speaking the female voice, that was actually Officer Fish.
Officer Fish, no? Now, with respect to this interview and police involvement,
Mhm.
initially you told Mr. Taylor that you're not being treated as a suspect or anything.
Yes, sir.
And was he under arrest at that time?
No, he wasn't.
Was he in custody?
No, he wasn't.
The reason I ask that is from all of the TV shows, the first thing that happens is, oh, You have the right to remain silent. Is that required,
No, it's not.
and why not?
Typically, criminal activity is involved once you're place someone in arrest. To ask any questions involving that criminal act, you have to Mirandize them.
Was that the circumstance here?
No, it was not.
And in fact, when the interview, the discussion ended, Mr. Taylor go back to?
He was left freely to leave. He was, I don't know if he remained at the hospital, but I believe I left before even he did.
Did you at any time replace him in handcuffs or have him officially detained?
No, I didn't.
I'm going to ask the jury has heard this and heard some of the questions you asked Mr. Taylor. Were those questions as a result of your having interviewed Ms. Taylor? I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson. And having information from her.
Some of the questioning to Ms. Jackson was having Mr. Taylor's second interview were towards that with hers. Yes.
Okay. In other words, questions were based on information you had
Been provided. Yeah.
Now, one of the things you said that in asking about the glass,
Mm-hmm.
the apartment, and you said, I believe, I will go to the apartment.
Yes.
Did you do that?
I did not.
And why or why not?
So to make entry into the apartment as a residential habitation, it requires a search warrant. A search warrant doesn't end at my level as a detective. I have to go through my chain of command, which involves the supervisor, which would have been the domestic violence sergeant at the time. The information that was given to me provided their statements, and I think there was additional information that we had not secured that apartment yet. Officers were not at her apartment. There was information that people had been in the apartment. And because that I relay that information to my supervisor, it has to be approved. A search warrant has to be approved by a supervisor first, which at that time, shortly after, I was told that I would not be completing a search warrant that night.
And did you go to the apartment that night? Did you ever go to the apartment yourself?
I did not.
At some point, did the homicide unit become involved?
They did.
And what is the homicide unit? Just brief overview. What do they do that's different from what you did?
They're a specialized unit that typically just deal with the criminal homicides, any forms, first any type of homicide, as well as any possible or potential where a victim may see to perish or be deceased, that they would investigate those.
How long were you at Vanderbilt Medical Center? We know at 2:40 a.m., 02:40 is when the interview with Mr. Taylor ended, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What, if anything, did you do after that other than inquiring about a search warrant?
I don't know. I can't recall how much longer I was there at Vanderbilt. After that, after required by the search warrant was denied. And then likely going back to the office. Basically, there's a procedure where we type up a narrative of what happened and what we did that night, which goes through my chain of command. So it'll be a couple hours before I even went home.
Before you left Vanderbilt Medical Center, did one or more homicide detectives arrive?
No, they did not arrive.
So when you left, was Officer Fish still there?
I believe so.
And did you speak to Mr. Taylor again before you left that morning?
I don't recall ever.
Or have any conversation with him since then until this day?
No, I did not.
Were there any one or more other individuals that you spoke to at the hospital, if you recall? Now you told us about Mr. Brown, the stepmother.
Besides Ms. Brown, there were several friends that showed up. I only recall one name being Miss Lauren Weber. I briefly spoke to them, and they were she stated that she had entered that apartment prior to police securing the scene or anything.
Did you receive any items of evidence or any personal property from anyone there at the scene?
She shared a photograph.
And did you share that ultimately with part of the case file that's been provided to the defense counsel?
When homicide took over the investigation, it was provided to their unit.
And if you can recall, what was the photograph of?
I can recall it appeared to be a table and had a couple glasses, cups on them.
Prior to your, essentially, the case being turned over to the homicide unit, or perhaps even after it was, did you do anything else with respect to Ms. Benning at the hospital?
Yes. Once I was informed that homicide would be taking over the investigation, I was asked to assist them. This was the same day, I believe it was February 26th of 23. Same day, a couple hours after the initial response. To assist them in the investigation as they would obtain a search warrant for the residence, and I was asked to type a draft for a search warrant for blood draw from Miss Benning.
And did you do that?
I did.
And was that done in reference with paperwork and?
Yeah, again, with the search warrant itself, an affidavit was provided to my supervisors, the search warrant was approved. I went down to the night court to have a magistrate who granted the search warrant. From that point, I went to Vanderbilt Hospital, where Miss Benning was a medical personnel, which either the nurse or doctor would take the vials, those 2 vials for the blood draw, provide them with the search warrant. They did the blood draws. The blood draws go into a property box that gets turned into a refrigerator in a property box for preservation.
Present to observe the blood draw.
I did.
And once the refractors to 2 tubes, is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And were those handed directly to you?
Yes, they were.
And is it packaged?
Yeah, I would package them, do a property sheet to turn into property, and then typically after, at some point, I was asked to do what is called search warrant return, which is basically stating a receipt of what actually I received from that search warrant was the 2 vials of blood, and then a judge had signed off that return, and and then a copy of that return was given to homicide.
And is that standard operating procedure?
It is.
All right, please, court, may I ask that this Sergeant Smith, been handed a collection of photographs.
Mhm.
Have you had an opportunity to review those?
I have.
And you recognize what is contained, depicted in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Or has those been introduced as Exhibit 9? That's one. And be published to the juries that I can ask Sergeant Smith about them.
You need the hard copy?
Well, we think we're ready.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, Sergeant Smith, you see on your screen, what is that a photograph of?
So it's a box that we use when we do blood draws. That's provided by usually our property or evidence room. Top, that left-hand corner is my name. The division I was in, or bureau, DVDs, domestic violence and incident.
Because I know you're
yeah,
turned away
yeah.
from me. I was gonna ask the name, we got it.
Yeah. So
Bureau, division.
name, bureau, division, complaint number, or the incident number itself. This goes to our property and evidence department because it is blood. It gets the biohazard sticker on there.
Now, I don't think we've got to the point of asking about an incident number or complaint number.
Mhm.
What is the purpose of that and how is that assigned to a matter?
Any call for service that we receive gets assigned a complaint or incident number. It's basically for a report that we can basically attach it to a report that we can reference the case to.
And is reports, items of evidence, things that come in, are they all theoretically placed under that same complaint number?
Yes, they are.
Now, what is this photograph? You referenced being a box.
So the boxes use the barcode itself. That's done by the property room. I wouldn't have done that, but the box itself is a white box that contains the 2 vials and paperwork that typically goes in with all blood draws. Majority of times you would see these. We would use these for DUI, search warrants, blood draws,
And
so the back of it is, once everything is contained inside the box, it would be sealed, those red or kind of tape, so they would seal it, and we have to notate our initials and the date that we basically had sealed it.
it is 2/27/2023. Is that correct?
Yes.
What is this document?
So this is a Form 110. It is a property sheet. As you see in the top right, there's a barcode. Any property receives a barcode that basically can be categorized with our property evidence. The middle section would have typically the owner or victim information, basically whose property it belongs to. The last section on there shows property being the box itself, the blood alcohol toxicology evidence collection kit, which would involve the 2 vials of blood. But it's one complete kit itself.
Under the same complaint number?
Yes, sir.
You
So,
referenced, I'm sorry,
Oh,
you
yeah.
referenced a few moments ago that it's the standard one that's used for commonly DUI arrests.
yes,
And so is the form also commonly used for that?
yes.
And this form,
This form is included with the blood kit itself. Basically, as you see, requesting individual information would be myself, an incident number, date, time, or offense. If there's any charges, so who the Miss Benning's name's on there as the subject that we were drawing the blood from, her information, date is collected, time collected, and by who is done by the medical staff. Since this was not a breath alcohol result or like an actual DUI, those things are not checked or NA. And then it would be signed off by me. And since I collected it and I submitted it. I signed off as submitting evidence, and then the bottom part will be done by our crime lab. Or
And this photograph,
those would be the 2 vials of blood that was drawn from Miss Benning.
ones that were handed to you and
Yes, by
placed
the
in the box by you.
I observed the blood draw, and then they were handed to me after they were placed. I believe there's a label, initial under, I think, the properties. The first barcode itself is, I believe that's the crime lab property room, and then there was a label underneath that we put on there, or sign, and so, or my name, or her information.
And just a different view of the
Yeah.
same cubes. Just one of the blank screen.
Oh,
And once that box is delivered to the property room, and was it delivered to the property room?
so for blood draws, typically it has to go to a refrigerated property box. There's one at our DCSO's booking. It was dropped off there. It goes into this, there's a refrigerator, there's a box, it's a locked box that we can't have access to. Only property and evidence have access to it, which we drop it in, and once it's in there, it's locked up until they collect it.
And again, standard procedure.
Yeah.
Okay. After you placed it in the lockbox, did you have any other contact with that
Yeah, I did.
box? And the tubes of blood or anything at all to do with it again?
No, sir.
No monitor? Those were exhibit, collected photos, is that correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. Sure that's the right number.
Roger, what number did you say?
No,
Yeah, and there's no letters attached to this, right?
Beg your
There's
pardon?
no letters, it's just 9.
She'll mark them.
Sure.
A through E or whatever they are. You have them.
But they're in that order.
You are.
That-
Okay.
I think I may work on that, but that's, all questions I have.
All right. Questions do we have of Mr. Taylor?
May we have exhibits, case exhibits 9, A through D, as well as case exhibit 1, A and B, please? Detective James Smith, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Edward Jointer. People call me Ed. I'm going to be asking you a few questions.
Yes, sir.
If at any time you don't understand, please let me know and I'll try to rephrase.
Yes, sir.
I want to try to reorientate myself to some of your investigative actions, okay?
Okay.
So, did you interview Ms. Andrea Browning before or after Mr. Taylor?
Ms. Browning, it will be before.
And I just wanted to clear that up because on the rep, I thought you said you interviewed Mr. Taylor before you interviewed Mrs. Browning.
No, I think the DA asked if I interviewed anybody before. I think initially I might have said no, but then I recalled saying I spoke to her stepmother, her mother briefly on the phone, and then Ms. Jackson prior to Mr. Taylor.
So how many people did you speak to before you spoke with Mr. Taylor?
It would have been her, Ms. Benning's stepmother, mother was on the phone, and Ms. Jackson, besides Officer Fish and medical personnel.
And do you recall when you were speaking to Mrs. Bennett's stepmother, Mrs. Browning, that you told her that it was you all's intention to go to Ms. Jade Benning's home?
I don't recall. I don't know. I don't believe I actually have a recording of that interaction. So,
Would you like a transcript of that recording? Would it aid you in your testimony today?
Yeah.
One second.
I remember you saying that before it's passed. Oh. Okay.
Okay, what is your question?
Did you have an opportunity to refresh your recollection? Or are you still looking at?
I just got time looking at it.
And if you would pay special attention to page 7, second indention from the bottom.
Okay.
And now that you had an opportunity to refresh your recollection,
Mhm.
do you recall telling Miss Benning's stepmom that you all will go to her apartment?
Based off of this transcript, yeah.
I now want to turn your attention to, did you make a report in this matter?
What do you mean?
Like a report, did you generate like an offense report, like a supplement, like a statement?
I did not generate the actual report. The only supplement that I would have done is an email that went through up to my chain of command.
And do you recall in that email, you stating that Hermitage Patrol to secure the scene of 522 Lebanon Pike?
Yes.
And that's important, correct? To secure a scene?
If there was to find any evidence.
Right. And just so the jury is clear, you talked about a search warrant.
Yes.
And you had talked about some of the protocols and procedures to secure a search warrant.
Yes.
Those same protocols and procedures does not exist to secure a scene, does it?
No.
In fact, a lot of times a patrolman will secure a scene in anticipation of a search warrant, correct?
Yes, sir.
And so in your line of work, it's not uncommon for you to request a scene be secured, is it?
No.
Because you want to preserve the evidence, correct?
Correct.
And you want to avoid contamination, correct?
Correct.
And so, on direct examination, you talked about how you interviewed a Lauren Weber.
Yes.
Did you learn that Lauren Weber was a friend of Miss Nigella Jackson and Miss Benning?
Yes.
Did you also learn that Lauren Weber had entered into the apartment?
Yes.
And do you recall in that email that you sent to the state, you described the scene as contaminated?
I did.
And that's because they went into the scene, correct?
Yes, sir.
I want to show you what's been entered into evidence as State's Exhibit 1. Now, Detective Smith, you say you've been with the department for 13 years?
Nearly. Yes.
Yeah. Do you recognize either of these individuals that are in this photo?
I do not. I do not. I can't see their faces.
And if you observe this, you see this black strip at the top of this photo?
Yes.
And then do you see the black strip at the bottom of this photo?
Yes, sir.
Does it appear to be cropped to you? The photo itself?
Possibly. I don't know how it's scanned or.
But either way, you agreed with me that the scene was contaminated because they entered into the scene and removed items.
That's how I stated to my supervisor.
And I want to show you State's Exhibit 1B. What would you describe this to be right here? If you can circle that for the jury. That blue, what would you describe that?
Believes to be a comforter or blanket.
And did you learn throughout your investigation that Miss Benning had vomited on the bed?
Yeah, statements from Mr. Taylor, yes.
And you would agree with me that if there's evidence of vomit on that comforter, that is in fact evidence.
Yes.
And it would be relevant to an investigation.
Yes, sir.
And it's definitely something you would want to preserve.
Yes, sir.
Why?
If we had done a search warrant or if I had done a search warrant for the resident itself, it's basically to collect any evidence towards the allegations that have been stated to prove if there was anything. If there's a vomit, as he said it, she vomit, is basically to collect the comforter, get the vomit, run through the crime lab to see if there's anything within the vomit itself.
I want to now show you State's Exhibit number 9A.
Mm-hmm.
And you just testified that if you would have done it, you would have did it a certain way in reference to State's Exhibit 1B, correct?
Yes.
You stated that you would have followed protocols and procedures, correct?
Yes.
And so you didn't have anything to do with the collection of any evidence from the home, did you?
No, sir.
Because that scene was contaminated and that wasn't a part of your duties, correct?
Well, yeah, it seems I advised my supervisor was contaminated and search warrant was denied on my part. And then when homicide took it over, they're the ones that completed a search warrant for the residents.
And so, to my question, you didn't do anything with the evidence at the home, correct?
No, sir.
So that doesn't have anything to do with you, does it?
No, sir.
And like you stated, if that you would have been involved, you would have followed all protocols and procedures as it related to collecting the evidence, correct?
Yes.
And so now I want to turn you to what you were involved in.
Mm-hmm.
You did collect this blood sample.
Yes, sir.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, can you circle that orange thing right there? Can you tell us what that is?
It's a biohazard sticker.
And what does that mean?
Basically, any bodily fluids, blood that could transfer anything, basically it's a safety precaution to show that this is what's in their box.
Detective James Smith, is vomit a bodily fluid?
Yes.
Now, the date of the collection on that was February 27th,
Yes, sir.
2023, correct?
Yes, sir.
Do you know why you were asked to get a blood drawn on 2/27/2023 when the medical episode happened 2 days prior?
Basically, the 25th occurred, 27th or 26th occurred, go back out. I was asked to assist homicide. During that time between coming back to the office, assisting homicide, getting a search warrant, going down to night court to get with the magistrate to obtain the blood, and once I received the blood and stuff, I would only assume by the time I got the blood and turned it in, it was at that. I don't have the time. I'll have to see the form, but show the time. But I believe it was at that time. It was February 27th when I turned it in.
And just so we're clear, what is the reason it was collected on the 27th and not the 25th?
Initially, Vanderbilt, how I initially responded, Vanderbilt collects their own blood. So they had their own sample, which I believe homicide had subpoenaed, did a search warrant on that. When homicide took over this initial investigation from me, they asked me to collect it, to write up a search warrant to collect her blood samples. I believe that was 26, but it was late evening by the time I was back in the office assisting them doing that search warrant, and then by the time getting the search warrant granted and going and collecting it, I would assume it would be the early mornings of the 27th.
Okay. And to be clear, you were not the first officer on the scene, correct?
No, it wasn't.
There was multiple officers that was there before you, correct?
Correct.
Now, I want to orientate us back to Vanderbilt. You're there and you're interviewing people.
Yes, sir.
And you recorded Miss Browning, Mrs. Benning's stepmother, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recorded Miss Najee Jackson's in your interviews with her, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you recorded Mr. Blaise Taylor in your interview with him, correct?
Correct.
You also spoke to a Lauren Weber.
Yes, sir.
Did you record your interview with Lauren Weber?
No, I did not.
Did you learn that Lauren Weber was the individual one of the individuals who went into the house after Miss Benning had a medical episode?
Yes, sir.
Would you agree with me that best practices would suggest that you recorded that interview?
It would, but there was a brief interaction, and they briefly told me that they obviously weren't witnesses to the incident or scene, or they did not go to dinner and such, and then just stated that they had been there, had collected some personal property of Miss Benning.
Did you inventory that personal property?
No, they had handed, I believe that's what the property was handed to, I believe, the stepmom.
Okay.
Some property was handed so far because they did not have that property.
Okay. You need a drink of water?
Yeah.
I'll take a moment. Good.
Mhm.
So you learned that Lauren Weber took some photographs or a photo.
Yeah.
Do you have that photo?
I do not.
What happened to it?
If any photo would have been handed to homicide, or it would have been it should have been put into our computer, or it would have been in the case file, or I don't have it personally on me.
Do you recall how that photograph was given to you?
Recall?
Yeah.
Possibly airdropped to me.
And would it have been airdropped on your personal phone or a work phone?
Should be a work phone.
Do you have that work phone?
I do not.
Detective Smith, is any case ever personal to you?
Personal?
Yes.
We are,
Or what do you mean by that? What do you mean personal?
By personal, I mean, when you're working, you're operating in a professional capacity. It's not personal, it's a professional capacity.
So what is your question?
My question is, was there anything different about this case than any other case that you have conducted that would have made it personal to you?
No, sir.
Now, at some point, you learned that this could have been the result of a possible poisoning or drug, correct?
Yes.
And as a law enforcement officer for the past 13 years, have you ever encountered any overdose cases?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And are you aware that over 3/4 of the overdose deaths in Nashville was for fentanyl in 2023?
How do we get that? Do you know any statistics on deaths in Nashville about fentanyl?
No, I don't.
He does.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, when you had the opportunity to interview Mr. Taylor, you stated that you were in plain clothes,
Yes.
but he knew you was a police officer.
Yes.
And on direct examination, you asked him to step into a private room.
Yes, sir.
Did he comply with that?
Yes, sir.
Did he answer all of your questions?
Yes, sir.
At one point, he described himself as adrenaline, and you said, I can see.
Do you have a copy of the transcript that says that?
Yes, it's the one the state handed you. Did you give it back?
Yeah. Thanks, sir. Do you happen to have the page?
Sure, let me orientate you to page 13 at the very top.
Okay.
What's your question?
Good?
Yeah.
At some point, you told Mr. Taylor that you could see that he was shocked or in shock.
All it says is I see I. So I'm not sure if it's referencing to him being shocked or what it's referencing to.
But you would agree with me that it immediately follows after he says, I just feel like I'm in shock.
It does.
And your reply is, I see.
It does follow after that and it says I see, comma, I, and then it's cut off.
I want to talk to you outside of what Ms. Nigeria Jackson told you.
Mhm.
Did you find any reason why Mr. Taylor would want to be involved in any type of crime at all?
Say that again.
Objection, relevance of opinion.
My question was specifically, Your Honor, about evidence. Did he find any evidence?
You already let the attorney step up.
Detective Smith, do you still have a copy of the transcript?
Yes, sir.
I want to orientate you to page 14, line 9.
Yes, sir.
You stated there about the importance of doing due diligence.
Mm-hmm.
That's important in every criminal case, isn't it?
Yes, sir.
And it's certainly important in this. No further questions. Can you read the record? No, Your Honor.
Thank you. There's two.
Who's the next one?
Next witness is Jennifer Barrett.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to hear is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Okay.
Good morning, Ms. Barrett. Could you please state your full name for the record?
Jennifer Barrett,
And Ms. Barrett, where are you employed?
the Department of Emergency Communications.
What is your position at the Department of Emergency Communications?
I'm the custodian of records.
And can you describe, as part of your duties, does that involve any calls to 911 or police dispatch?
Yes, both.
And can you describe, when someone places a 911 call, what type of records are generated by the Department of Emergency Communications?
Well, when the phone call is taken, the call taker will create a CAD report, is what we call it, with all the information in there.
And that information that would go into a CAD report, is that information inputted by the person who's answering the 911 call?
Yes,
And is it based off of the dispatcher's conversation on the phone with whoever's called in tonight?
yes, they get the information from the caller.
And are those calls recorded?
Yes,
And are they specific to a timestamp where that is recorded as part of the call?
yes,
And anything in the CAD report that is different than what's in the actual audio of the call, would the audio be what you would rely on
yes,
versus anything that's a typed note?
yes,
Did you specifically review the Department of Emergency Communication records for any calls placed to 911 specific to this particular case?
yes,
And specifically, did you pull and review a phone call made at 29:38 and 58 seconds on February 25th of 2023?
yes,
And I have that audio on a thumb drive. If I can ask that that be handed to this witness along with a copy of the transcript. Do you need any extra copies? Ms. Barrett, did you actually review that 911 audio?
I listened to it, yes,
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask to admit the audio on the thumb drive as well as the transcript. And I should have 7 copies and 2 stacks.
Okay, the exhibit 10. again, ladies and gentlemen, the audio will be, both exhibits, the transcripts to assist you. If there's any differences in the two, you have to rely on what you recall hearing.
May I have the actual thumb drive? For some reason, this one is not playing.
Saturday, February 25, 2023, 21:38 and 58 seconds.
911, what is the location of your emergency?
I'm not sure from Donaldson Pike. I'm at a friend's house and I think she's having an allergic reaction.
What's the address of Donaldson, sir? So we can find her.
I don't know. It's an apartment complex.
Is there a mail with her? With the address?
I'm looking around. Just give me a second. I'm looking around. I don't know what's going on. I think she just give me 1 second.
Okay, are you on Donaldson Pike or are you on Lebanon?
Lebanon? Yeah, Lebanon. It's apartment 107.
Is it 1540 Lebanon Pike?
I don't know. It's not Burger King. I do know that. Let me look. I'm going to the front of the building and get at the condo slash apartment. Yeah, I'm trying to see the name of it. I'm going to the front.
Okay, is there a Napco in the corner there, sir?
Is there a what?
The Napco in the corner?
I'm not sure. I'm running. The Ontario, 1522-1550 Lebanon Pike, the Ontario.
1522?
Yes. The Ontario, 1522-1550 Lebanon Pike.
So the Ontario 1522, she's in apartment 107, and she's having an overdose, is that correct?
I don't know. I think she's having a allergic reaction. We were getting cookies and painting, and then she said she wasn't feeling good. And I went back to the room to check on her.
No, and what's the, just in case we disconnected while you're getting up there, what's the callback number in case we disconnected?
This number right here.
Is it 875-773-5738?
Yes.
Okay, and how old is she?
23, 24.
Okay, is she awake right now?
Yes.
Okay, and you think she's having an allergic reaction to food?
I don't know. We got cookies and pasta. I don't know what she's done, if she's done anything today or anything, but everything was fine. And then I don't know what's happening. She got sick coming out of her mouth and she's shaking.
So you think it's possibly a reaction to not knowing food, is that right?
I think so. I don't know. I don't think she's allergic to anything. I don't know if she is or not.
It could be a new allergic reaction. So are you next door, next door answer?
Yeah.
Okay, does she appear to be breathing normally?
Yeah.
Okay, does she have any difficulty swallowing?
I don't know. I'm not a doctor.
Okay. Is she recovering?
No more.
Very good question.
Yeah, she's awake.
Okay, so can you just gently roll her onto her side right now?
Yeah, she's on the side.
Okay. Okay, yeah, because if she's having like vomit or anything else that's coming out right now, so you just keep her onto her side right now, and you can finger sweep
Any help? Only what you can see of your patient's mouth, okay? And you can wipe your mouth, okay? Hello, sir? Hello? Yes, I'm in the top. Oh, I'm in the top. Okay. Oh, can you ask, is she able to answer if she's having difficulty swallowing or feeling any swelling in her lips or throat or face, anything like that? No. Okay, she's one of her, I think one of her friends is on the way. Okay. I don't know what to do. No, is there anything else I should be doing? Okay, and then, does she have an EpiPen? Do you have an EpiPen? Do you have an EpiPen? I don't think so. I don't think so. She's not responding. Okay, so and one of the, so other than her just feeling kind of weak and passing out, does she have any other symptoms right now? No, no, I mean, she's pretty relaxed. She's laying on her side. Okay. Okay, does she appear to have any rash or eyes anywhere on her body that you can see? Not that I can see. And she doesn't, I don't see anything on her legs or on her arms, so she looks fine. Okay. And does their condition look to be getting worse? I don't think so. I don't really know how to tell. Okay, no, it's just like because if she's ever looks at reaction, a lot of times the rash eyes, it'll be redness, her dental test could be getting worse, or breathing out. Yeah, I don't know what's going on. Okay. All right, so we already have help on the way. So just okay. So try to stay on the line, but what do I do? So I'm going to give you the discharge, but do you need me to stay on the line with you until the paramedics arrive, sir? Well, is there anything else I have to be doing? I don't know. Just I think there's nothing else. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah, because so right now, because she's awake and we're grabbing, she's moving air freely. She's not struggling to breathe or wheezing or gumming or anything like that. No, but looks like she's throwing up some. Okay. Yeah, so you can go right for now. Okay, I did. I'm up in the mouth. Okay. And she's really moving air. And what? Does it look like she's freely moving air? Yeah, she's breathing, yeah. Okay. So we're just gonna keep her on her left side right now. We're just trying to keep her comfortable right there, okay? Okay. All right, so just for right now, nothing for any ear freak. Just keep her in that comfortable position right now. Just have her medication there for the paramedics if she has any with her. Make sure you put some. I don't know if she has any medication, to be honest. I don't know. No, it's okay, sir. And then just be at the door to let the fireman in. And if you look around and see there's speak of mail, I just want to make sure, because the building that you're describing has two separate addresses. So I want to make sure there's one. I don't think she has any. I mean, she got a mailbox, but but it's not like it's an apartment, so it's not. I think it's more of a PO box. I don't know if she keeps her mail. I've only been over here a few times. I'm not sure. Are you in the, because it looks like based on what you're describing, are you in the main large building or the smaller one? I would guess the main larger one. I mean, there's multiple floors, multiple stories. Okay, because it looks like on the map I'm looking at, it looks like 1540 is for the large building, and 1522 or 1532 is the small ones that are right next to the street. You're in the big one? Yeah, I think so, yeah. Okay. Anything else I should be doing? Okay. No, so all I want you to continue to monitor breathing and lung process for any changes. So if anything else changes, call us back. But they're on the rep at 1540, that's not mine, over in Hermitage. And she's in apartment 107. Cross Street is spent on Cliff Way, it's been playing at the Ontario, okay? Yes, okay. All right, so if anything changes before they arrive, give us a call back. Yeah, it should be arriving there as quickly as they can, okay? Okay. All right. I think I'm here, huh? Okay, that's awesome. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, you're welcome. All right.
Okay, y'all, I'm sorry. I've been in a meeting, but what the fuck? He did not offer allergic reaction. He did not try to cover this up and say allergic reaction. He sounds panicked. He don't know what to do. And again, like I've been saying, he don't know this girl.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And she was talking. So that whole shit they
Sarah,
said
is
yesterday
that
that she wasn't
the
breathing for
only
20
call
minutes.
that came into 911 from that scene?
From that scene, yes.
Were there subsequent calls that came in that were not anyone calling from that location or at that time?
This is weird.
And
They're very
were all
fucking
three of those
weird.
calls
Okay.
placed to ECC by somebody at Funeral Hospital?
Yes.
But who said OD?
Thank you very much. I don't have any other questions.
Good morning, Ms. Barrett.
Good morning.
Please correct me if I'm wrong, but that's not you on that call, right?
No.
So you're not the actual 911 operator. You work for emergency communications, right?
Yes.
So your role here is to kind of review the calls and pull the ones that are relevant to the case.
Yes.
So there's a whole kind of team of people that kind of handle the numerous calls that come in on any sort of night.
Yes.
And they're trained, and answer this if you can.
He ain't do it to
They're trained
herself.
as
I don't
how
think
to
she did it to
handle calls,
herself.
how to deal with people in emergency situations. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I don't know, maybe you can help me or
But my brain is going into
they're
conspiracy.
trained with either scripts or with very specific
I'm
training
trying
as to how to
not to.
walk people through emergency situations.
They have 6 weeks worth of class to learn the computer and how to talk to people. However, they got 3 months of on-the-job training with a trainer sitting next to them listening to their calls to help them know how to deal with things in an emergency situation.
And I've got to imagine that these calls run a very wide range of kinds of things that people call 911 for.
Yes.
And anything from medical emergencies to, shootings to everything in the middle. Is that fair?
Yes.
And so the people handling 911 calls have trainings on how to deal with all sorts of different calls. Is that right?
Yes.
They have trainings on how to deal with all kinds of, maybe the right word is temperament, or all kinds of reactions, or whatever the kind of state that the person on the other end is in.
The on-the-job trainer can help them when it comes up. Maybe they haven't experienced it yet. So if they experience it, the trainer can coach them in what they need to do and say.
Okay. Sometimes, I guess, is it fair that maybe almost no two calls are the same, that almost every call is different?
Yes.
Is that fair? So you indicated that you pulled several calls related to this incident. Is that right?
Yes.
Was this call that we just listened to the very first call that was made related to this incident?
Yes.
So in terms of the timeline, this was the earliest in time that was made related to the incident.
Yes.
And it was the only call that was made from that actual location.
Yes.
Now, I can't remember the exact address, like 1522 Lebanon Pike. Is that right? Is that right?
As far as I can remember, yes.
As far as you remember, that's fair. I appreciate that. And we just heard the call and read the transcript. During that call, the individual calling has been identified as Mr. Taylor, provides some information and is sort of walked through some kind of instructions. Is that kind of fair?
Yes.
And based on sort of your review of other cases and lots of other calls, is that conversation fairly consistent with 911 call training?
Yes.
Early in that call, so the initial report is Mr. Taylor indicates that he thinks his friend is having an allergic reaction. That's kind of right at the beginning, right?
Yes.
And at some point, the call operator says, so it's the Ontario 1522, she's in apartment 107, and she's having an overdose.
Yes,
So something like that, where a call operator says, hey, I hear what you're saying, is, but he or she changes on their own that it might be an overdose. Is that part of the training?
no,
So is there a circumstance where a call operator may listen to what's being described and say, this doesn't sound like an allergic reaction, it sounds like.
Objection, Your Honor, to speculation.
Okay, which you're asking her
I'm asking
her
about,
opinion about what the operator is.
no, I'll clarify the question. I'm asking about training. Is it part of call operator training that they might listen to symptoms as described by someone calling and say, I'm going to change either in the CAD or in the dispatch what type of call this is?
no,
Do you know why in this call? And if you don't, you don't.
She wouldn't know what.
Okay. So, based on this call, well, let me ask this question. Does emergency communications maintain a separate CAD report from the Metro Nashville Police Department?
yes,
So you have like your own CAD that generates information that's provided to dispatch?
yes,
And so those reports have to be requested from emergency communications.
I'm sorry, say again,
I'm sorry, to get those reports, those have to be requested from emergency communications.
yes,
As opposed to when police are dispatched, those are requested from the police department.
yes,
And those indicate the communications between emergency and the fire department or the EMS.
yes.
Thank you, Ms. Fairman. Is that right?
Maybe redirect. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, if you'll step down the hall, we'll take a short moment break. All right, and Mr. Joyner, do you have any, just so we fully, rather than a bench conference, but do you have any proof you want to offer on any issue you're alleging involved some constitutional violation of Mr. Taylor's rights in terms of the interview by the detective at the hospital?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, well, as I said at the bench, I hadn't heard any constitutional issue, though it wasn't brought up pre-trial. Not allow that evidence in, and who would the next state's witness be?
Dr. Olashuga?
All right, we'll take 15 minutes, enough. Okay.
Motion to 15-minute recess.
Now listen, Lex, I'm not even gonna lie. I gotta go back and get the middle part of our first testimony today because I was in my meeting. But so I'm gonna have to recap it later. But I'm confused as hell now because that opening told us that we were going to hear a 911 call of somebody that was covering up a murder, somebody that suggested that this was an allergic reaction, somebody that suggested and tried to cover up their mess by giving false information, somebody who was purposely misleading 911. And the only thing I heard is somebody, how can I say this? I think it should be taken as if something happens to a stranger on the street, low key, you know, or somebody on the street, and you see them passed out and you pick up a phone and you call 911 because somebody's hurt, something's wrong. But what do you know, really, right? Am I going to break down crying? Probably, because this is overwhelming. But am I going to cry with a connection? Probably not. You know what I mean? Like, in the situation that they were in and just now getting back together, maybe spend a couple days together, she put together this date night. Something's not right. But the fact that they were expecting a child together, I feel like the state is looking at this as if he knew her inside, so maybe he should have known her inside and out. No, he's asking her questions. So that whole thing they pulled yesterday where she could have been without oxygen 20 minutes because he didn't. Yeah, I'm gonna cry for myself, right? Like, so, like, this whole thing they implied yesterday about she could have been without oxygen for 20 minutes, and during those 20 minutes he was covering up. He's looking for things. He's asking her questions. She didn't stop responding till the EpiPen. She was still breathing. He confirmed when she actually threw up. I don't know. 911 is trying to get him off the phone. So 911 doesn't even think it's that serious. And he's saying, no, can you tell, is there something else I can do? Like, do you have to go? Is there something else I can do? They saying she okay, she's up, she's alert enough. They on their way. Like, we can't even tell you nothing else to do. He don't have more information, and they're not taking him serious. Keisha, and that was going to be my next thing. There was a confusion of co-parenting and getting to know each other. It sounds like she was trying to put a thing together, because getting to know each other for co-parenting and paint and sip, and you know he don't sip, that just goes and show that you don't know him. She didn't know him either. Because why are we doing the paint and sip and he don't sip at all? Not even in college. Something's weird. Something's missing. There's something so big missing. I think I put it on my last video yesterday. I don't know who happened to Jade. I don't know who happened to Jade. I have no clue. I have no inkling. I don't have one direction to step in. I'm not swaying anywhere. I'm not leaning anywhere. I am utterly befumbled. Confusion is what my brain is. Scrambled eggs. Okay, because it's so much missing, Laura. It's so much missing. It's not making sense. Nothing makes sense. How did y'all put together, like, and the sad part is, and y'all know I try to look at things both ways. The sad part about this is, if he actually did do this, the state has left so many things unsaid, it leaves room for doubt, and this woman would get no justice if it was him. And if it was not him, y'all have put on a straight up blinder to everything else that doesn't make sense, and you're in a tunnel. They jumping all around. It's not anything they said it was going to be. Again, we know opening arguments are not evidence, but it's not any of what was in the opening. We missing pieces of each chapter. Key, it feel like somebody ripped out the middle of the book and put it in another one. And we don't even know what the name of that book is to even find it. It's so confusing. I did not hear the baby. I heard she's sick. And ran down yonder with it. They took that friend's story, and from the time they had those police officers respond to that dang on hospital, they went with it. And now I'm looking at that because now I need the medical professional to tell me why that number, if what the defense said was true, that the integrity of the test had to have been compromised to get those levels. What happened? Because I'm not going to lie. Mr. Keontae was lying when the truth would do. He lied when the truth. He lied about stuff that wasn't even worth lying about. He gave vague answers when a straight answer would have ended the questioning. Like, he's not bright. He's not bright. He's smart as shit, but he ain't bright. I don't know if I feel like now, I will say this. At first, I kind of took this judge the same way I took Judge Cisco at the beginning, but I went and looked up Judge Cisco and I saw that she talked like that to everybody. Same thing with this judge. I looked him up. He's like this with everybody. I've also had people reach out to me. I know I get like crazy info dumps when we have cases, and a couple people have reached out to me, one in the comments, couple in the messages, saying that this particular judge talks like this to everybody, acts like this with everybody. Some people say they take it a certain way. Others didn't mention whether or not they take it a certain way, but they've either handled their case or family members' cases and said that he acts like this. I feel like he runs a tight ship. I've seen nothing wrong with the tight ship he's running just yet. I don't know. I haven't seen anything wrong with the tight ship just yet. I think he might almost have to keep a tight ship going, because if he don't, after yesterday's inaccuracy that refused to be acknowledged, that would have irritated me and the ship would have got tighter. I'm not going to lie to y'all. I'm not going to lie to you. That was ridiculous. It was a mistake. It was not an intentional mistake, but just simply saying, I fucked up. It don't add up. Something's wrong. Something is missing, and somebody needs to say the thing. Yeah, it's on the brink. You know what I mean? I do feel like that sometimes it's the delivery, but I do feel like a lot of judges don't give a damn about the delivery because it's their courtroom. So figure it out. But I do think that sometimes in your delivery, you can cause a feeling just simply because of your delivery. Now, do I think that it's the judge's responsibility to make sure everybody feels good? I don't. But I just do think sometimes you can keep that in mind and have and shut down a lot of things before some people can conjure them up in their brains. I also think that some judges doesn't want to be made a spectacle. Right there. That's exactly where I was going. I also think that some judges, especially with the growing popularity of watching trials, cameras in the courtroom, I think some judge might try to hold the reins a little tighter because they don't want people to become performative. They don't want people to become actors in the play, because at the end of the day, it's somebody's life, and somebody's life is gone, and we need to figure out what happened. And then we're in a really weird case where, while we want to figure out what happened in this courtroom, it don't matter what happened. It matters if they prove that he's guilty. It matters if they meet their burden. But what happened, which is what we're all stuck with because nothing makes sense, unfortunately, is a very human thing. But what happened is not necessarily who did it. Is not made. We may not get that answer. Who did it? Who done it is what we want to know. And we may or may not get that answer. The only answer we're going to get is whether or not these 12 people think he did it. That's the only answer we're going to get. But it's hard because we don't have an answer to a damn thing. There's usually a time where I can feel good about leaning in one direction or the other. And I don't know where to lean with this. All I know is Jade is gone. And the one thing I do feel confident in leaning towards is I do not think Jade did it to herself. I'm not getting that feeling, that vibe. I went back and looked at some preliminary stuff. I don't ever feel that Jade did it to herself. So somebody did this to Jade. But a feeling and the in me saying I can't say it was at the hands of anybody else is hard. Now, the other thing I was thinking, Hannah, what if that CPR could have changed this? That's just, I can't let that go. Doesn't mean that it would have. Okay. I'm not saying that it would have. What I'm saying is it sat with me a little bit. It sat with me a little bit last night that girl didn't get no CPR. I can't let that part go. And everything everything else I have in me, guys, is pure speculation. Pure freaking speculation. Now, if y'all want me to speculate, I can tell y'all what I think. But I also need a backstory. I want a backstory, and I'm going to tell y'all the backstory I need. The friendship between Najee and Jade 6 months prior to her moving. I would love to know the actual backstory, back and forth between Najee and Jade 6 months prior to her moving to Tennessee. My pure speculation, this has don't hold no weight. This is worth cotton candy in the middle of the ocean. So it's worth nothing. Worth a penny with a hole in it. I think Mr. Man was the rug man. I feel like they partied, and I feel like the rug man is where Bestie for the Resty got the rugs. I feel like Bestie for the Resty had a casual relationship with Mr. I'll get you a plate. I believe they possibly were partaking and while they was eating. I believe she left there. I believe they both wasn't in their right mind. He went to go finish partying, and she went on about her business. But I feel like Jade may have been changing. Okay. I feel like my pure speculation is Jade was changing. My pure speculation is anybody who is a mommy or who has to turn their life around to take care of someone or be a caregiver. You understand that at some point life is just not the same. You make a conscious decision to change. Maybe you don't go out as much. Maybe you don't stay out as late. If you do go out, maybe you don't participate in as much drinking. Maybe you just don't have time to drink. So you know that when you are with child or nurturing someone or now having to care for someone or something, you cannot be off your game. You have to be on point. You have to be on the nose. And I think that she had stopped partying with them. I don't think she was still okay with the rooms after she knew that was that baby girl inside of her, another her. I don't think she was still okay with taking stuff and partaking. And I think that maybe they might have thought it was fun, a joke to go ahead and say, we turning up tonight. And after she get finished with her little date, we going to wait and see what she going to do. And I think that thing one and thing two tried to make her participate accidentally on purpose. And it went wrong. Come on. And it went wrong. I don't even believe it was malicious enough to be meant for him. I think that she was changing. She wasn't the partier. She wasn't the bestie that hey, we gonna do this till we fall out. And they was trying to bring her back. I do. I think Bestie was trying to bring her back into the fold. And Jade was trying to figure out in real time who did it and why. And Janae, when you say friendship dynamics change, I'm at Shanquilla. Robinson. I'm at Shanquilla. And y'all know I feel a way about Shanquilla.
Please state your full name.
So I could be
Michael
biased.
Pure
speculation. Could you please spell your last name for the court reporter?
Olushoga.
And where are you currently employed?
At Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
How long have you been employed there?
I started my employment in August of 2022.
What is your position at Vanderbilt University Medical Center?
I am an assistant professor in clinical emergency medicine.
And what do your duties include as an assistant professor of emergency? Did you say medicine?
Yes, ma'am, emergency medicine. So again, a staff of the emergency department, and also we're responsible for clinical teaching of residents and medical students.
Right, Nicole. She's trying to figure it out.
And as part of those duties,
makes it even more sad because she's trying to figure out who did this to her.
Yes,
ma'am.
ma'am.
She's leaving here.
And
that's fucked up.
I guess, how long have you been in that position?
So I graduated residency in June of 2021. And then I've been practicing as a board certified emergency medicine provider since then. But I did a residency at the University of Alabama in Birmingham. So I got my MD in 2018.
And what is your educational background before you became an MD?
I went to, I have my bachelor's of science and biology from Rhodes College in Memphis, Tennessee.
And are you board certified?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you hold any other certifications?
No, just in emergency medicine.
Approximately how many patients would you say that you've treated in the emergency department?
I can't put an exact number on it, but I mean, on average shift, I'm seeing 2.3 patients an hour, and my average shift's around 9 to 12 hours. So I can't put an exact number on it, but it'll probably be in the thousands at this point.
At this time, I would offer Dr. Olusoga as an expert in emergency medicine.
No, okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, Dr. Olusoga will be allowed to give an expert opinion based on his training and experience that a lay witness would be allowed to give. You can place such weight upon his testimony as you choose. Okay.
Dr. Olusoga, could you please describe when you're working in the emergency department and a patient comes in, how does it get assigned to a doctor to treat that patient?
It depends on bed availability mostly, especially if every emergency department is different. But in our emergency department, if your very critical and need a bed, whatever's available and what's open is what you're given. Yeah, essentially.
And is it just, are you the only person there, or is there a treatment team that's in place?
There, at Vanderbilt, we have different teams. So we have a total of 4. There's Team Nash, Team Parton, Team Lawson, and Team Lewis. And 2 teams are on the A pod and B pod. The A pod, which is the pod I was working, it was Nash and Lewis. Yeah, and the B pod is the other one, Parton and Lawson.
And were you working in your position on February 25th of 2023?
Yes, I was in the Nash team on overnight shift.
And did you treat a specific patient, Miss Jade Benning?
Yes.
And in preparation for testifying in this trial, have you reviewed her medical records?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the witness be handed 2 large binders.
Okay.
Dr. Olashuga, have you been able to review the records that are in the 2 binders that were just handed to you?
Yes.
And did you verify that those are the medical records of Jade Benning from Vanderbilt University Medical Center and her admission that began the night of February 25th, 2023 until March 6th of 2023?
Yes.
And is it approximately 1,331 pages of medical records?
Yes, I'm seeing 1,327, but yes.
1,327.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that the 2 binders of medical records be made the next numbered exhibit, but I would ask that this witness be allowed to retain the exhibit for reference during his
Okay, we'll
testimony.
mark them when we're finished, as exhibit 10. 10? Okay.
Dr. Olashuga, if you need to reference a particular page of the medical record in order to answer the questions, please feel free to do so. Can you please describe Jade Benning? What was your first interaction with her? Did you see her as a patient and or did you receive information about her prior to her arrival to your emergency department?
So I did receive information prior to our arrival. We have an EMS radio that's located on the A pod and the pod I was working. And from my recollection, the EMS crew, they typically call in, especially if there's an emergency or even if they have any questions about a case. And I just remember that they said they had a young female who was in cardiac arrest, and they had tried some acute cardiovascular life-saving stuff, but weren't able to get a return to spontaneous circulation, and that they'll be here in a few minutes. So when I heard that,
I stop you right there. Can you explain what a return of spontaneous circulation is?
Yeah, so that's usually abbreviated as ROSC, but that essentially is when a patient is able to have a heartbeat, essentially, or function of something of some sort. Typically, it's a heartbeat, a pulse, a cardiac rhythm, a blood pressure, vital signs. Those are all signs of life. So return of spontaneous circulation.
And you said that you had information that EMTs were attempting to get that ROSC back.
Yes.
Were they able to prior to Ms. Benning entering your emergency department?
Not from my initial assessment of the patient. She was still clinically dead upon arrival to the ER.
I'm sorry, did you say she was clinically dead?
Yeah, like from my clinical assessment, there were no signs of life upon her arrival.
So where the hell did the fast heartbeat come
And
from?
when she arrived, can you describe kind of what was she on?
From what I remember, she went to one of our resuscitation bays, T4. She was still on the EMS stretcher receiving CPR. she was, like from my exam, unresponsive. Pupils were fixed and dilated, no spontaneous respirations. She had a supraglottic airway in place, the eye gel. So they were breathing for her and they were doing chest compressions on her.
And can you explain kind of what does that mean when someone's pupils are fixed and dilated? Medically, what does that tell you about their condition?
It's concerning that there is significant neurologic damage. Your pupils constrict on their own. That's not something that you do purposely. So when that reflex is gone, that's a concern that there's been significant neurologic damage, and also that that person is not alive.
And can you describe
Now, what the hell?
her physical temperature?
I mean, she was cool. Her skin was cool. I mean, she was also modeled, like kind of cyanotic, which means she was.
I understand they can't pronounce her dead, but the report says she was tachycardic, that she had a fast heart rate upon arrival.
All clinical signs pointing that she was dead upon arrival to the ER.
Now that's making me feel like they're trying to cover up for not doing that damn CPR.
Information as
Now
to
what the hell is
whether or
this?
not Ms. Benning was pregnant or not pregnant?
So that information did come across the radio as well, that she was pregnant, but they did not know how many weeks she was.
So they knew she was pregnant, but they didn't know how far along.
Yes.
Okay. Could you tell just by looking at her that she was pregnant?
I could tell only by palpating her stomach that she had. Essentially, you could feel the fundus of her uterus, which is the top of her uterus. And why that's important is it has to be above the umbilicus, which is her belly button, which tells me that she's roughly greater than 20 weeks. It's not an accurate measurement, but that's what we're talking about.
And kind of going back to what you said, that her pupils were fixed and dilated, and that was indicative of significant neurological damage. Do you have a full assessment of her neurological capabilities at that point on admission, or is that something that you learn more about as you're treating?
You learn more about as you're treating, because essentially when somebody comes in and dead, you do a quick assessment, because the priority is maintaining perfusion, which is chest compressions, making sure that blood's going to the brain, vital organs, and in this case, the fetus, as you continue to resuscitate.
And your assessment of the fetus at that kind of initial stage, what's being done at that point when she first presents to the ER?
So other than just confirming that she was pregnant, not much. When we did know that she possibly could be pregnant, I did call what we call OBET call. We have a OB response team at Vanderbilt, and they were at the bedside in the event that we were able to achieve ROSC. They could also intervene.
And what treatment did you provide to Ms. Benning?
So after she arrived to the emergency department, we continued high quality chest compressions. She was transitioned from the EMS stretcher to our ER stretcher. Chest compressions were continued, medications were ordered per our ACLS, which is Advanced Cardiovascular Life Support Protocol. And we were able to achieve ROSC, which returned to spontaneous circulation. She had a pulse. She was then intubated. And after intubation, we essentially got the OB team to evaluate her fetus as we were getting better access. That means better IVs and blood pressure monitoring. And then we then went to CT scan because we were able to get a pulse back. And we were able to admit it to the ICU.
Can you describe, you said that Ms. Benning was intubated. Can you describe what does that mean to intubate a patient?
So when you intubate a patient, essentially you're protecting their airway, meaning you're breathing for them, you're putting the patient on a ventilator. The reason you would do that is because the patient's not breathing for themselves. So essentially, you are creating a definitive airway so that oxygen can be delivered and carbon dioxide can be exchanged for the patient.
And can you describe typically when you intubate a patient, I guess, what's the process of how that procedure is done?
Typically, when you intubate a patient who is alive and breathing, you usually administer medications to assist with the intubation. Medications that can either basically help them become more comfortable so that you can pass this tube, because intubation is passing a pretty large tube in their airway in order to facilitate gas exchange on the vent and oxygen delivery. That's the typical process for an intubation.
And did you have administered medications when you intubated Ms. Benning?
No, I did not.
And why is that?
Again, from her neurologic exam, she appeared to be basically neurologically devastated. I mean, she didn't need anything because she had no cough, no gag. So essentially, she's not really, the likelihood of her feeling any pain or discomfort is very low. So she was intubated without any medicines.
Did you think that you would achieve a ROSC on Ms. Benning?
Honestly, no. I was very shocked that we were able to get a ROSC on this patient.
And once you were able to have that return of spontaneous circulation with Ms. Benning and she had a heart rate, were you able to see what the baby's heart rate?
Yes, but it was that was done by our OB colleagues, which were already at the bedside. They did a ultrasound and were able to give me a estimated gestational age. But one of their concerns was that the fetus, the heart rate was very low, which is called bradycardia, which is very concerning, and essentially the likelihood of this fetus, continuing to develop was very low. So after I got that clinical information, that then gave me the basically allowed me to say, hey, let's get some more CT scans. Typically, we avoid imaging in pregnant patients because it can affect the development of a fetus. But knowing that this fetus, the likelihood of this, being what we call viable, we were able to get more information, more scans on the patient.
And the treatment involving Ms. Benning, at any point, did you talk to anyone that had any additional information to explain why she came to the emergency room in the condition that she did?
I do remember.
Real quick, guys, I know it sounds crazy, but we know that Miss Ma'am with the tube yesterday, the paramedic said sometimes her numbers could be off and her times could be off because there's a lot going on in this emergency situation. And sometimes the times get mixed up with her attitude. So we can probably take most of her report with a grain of salt. My biggest issue was they had all these zeros on the report when they allegedly hooked Jade up to the machines, the cardiac machines, when she was in the back or attempting to do CPR while she was in the back of the bus or in the back of the ambulance. But on that report, as the defense pointed out yesterday, it says upon arrival to the hospital that she was tachycardic, that she had a very fast heart rate. And when they stated if she had all these zeros, where did this very fast heart rate come from? And she was like, no, that wasn't in the ambulance. That was after we transferred her over to the ER. When she got to the ER, they were able to get her heart back. And they was like, well, no, it says upon arrival on your report. So this is before you transferred. And she kept saying, no, well, it is what it is. So because the paramedic report says that upon arrival with Jade, she had a fast heartbeat, but the doctor is saying she was clinically dead when they got her, and those are all the things they had to do to get a pulse back for her. This is the same report that started with the top first line saying that this was an OD. And we haven't heard the word OD from anybody, not from 911, not from anybody. So that's where I don't think it's the doctor that has the doctor's information is probably the best information that we're going to get, that we're going to be hearing. It's just that paramedic yesterday who kept trying to swear up and down that he was in the way, that it was unsafe to do CPR on Jade. Obviously, her heart was not gone like that. They were able to get it back after all that time. Like, so it just makes me feel like if y'all would have just did CPR instead of trying to play big bank take little bank because he carried her from the room to the kitchen when y'all couldn't even pick her up. Like, it just makes me feel like, why didn't y'all do the fucking CPR? Doctor's doing great.
That during, this
doing great.
process of resuscitation, our social worker was able to reach out to family members that showed up to the emergency department. I do remember who I spoke to specifically, but there was some mention of possible poisoning by a family member, and that was mentioned, and I do remember that.
And is that something that was mentioned directly to you, or was it provided to you by a social worker or someone else in the hospital?
It was mentioned to me, and from what I can recall.
So who said that? They just went along with the friend
story.
story.
I do remember hearing it specifically from a family member.
And what, if anything, did you do based off of that information?
Again, I reviewed the records. It looks like we had already, labs are already ordered by the resident. I did go back and add some other things, but it looks like the urine drug screen was already ordered, so I didn't have to add that, but I might have added another blood gas. But yeah.
And Dr. you said that a urine drug screen was ordered.
Mm-hmm.
If you turn to page 66 of the medical record, were there other specimens that were collected? Specifically, was any of her blood collected?
Page 66. I do see, there's like a blood gas.
And I think it might actually be 65 and 66.
Yeah.
But it goes into both pages.
Yes. Yes, there's actually a slew of labs that were ordered, yes.
And what was the collection time for that blood sample?
2230 and 2231 is what I'm seeing here.
And so there's a 2231 blood, is that correct?
Yes.
I think it was, order placed at 2230 and then the collection time is 2231.
Yes.
And was there also urine that was collected?
Yes.
And is that documented with its specific time?
Yes. Urine was collected at 2258.
Is that the order and then it's 2259 for the
Yes.
specimen collection?
Yeah, and the specimen was collected at 2259.
And would that be the urine that initial drug screen was run on?
I believe so, yes.
And can you describe, what do you know about that initial drug screen in the ER? Is it testing for anything and everything, or what type of testing is that?
So the urine drug screen that we typically get in the ER is a finite amount of substances, but essentially it's testing for like metabolites in the urine. Yeah, so somebody might have ingested something or using sort of drugs to test for those metabolites. I have the list if you'd like it specifically, but I have the results here.
Did it come back positive?
No, it came back all negative.
And can you describe, you have this woman, she's 24, almost 25 years old. She presents to your emergency department in full cardiac arrest, and you said that she's clinically dead. Is that something commonly seen?
Not in that age group, not usually young pregnant women, no.
And can you describe, based off of, you said that the baby had a low heart rate. Was it a little bit low, or was it kind of extraordinarily low?
So the normal fetal heart rate, and what we've been taught from my recollection in medical school, is usually 110 to 160. I think I remember the OB team mentioned
urine came
the
back.
heart rate was somewhere in the 30s. So it was really, really low.
And have you ever treated a patient that came in under these circumstances where it's a young woman that's pregnant, healthy, full cardiac arrest, and people are saying she's been poisoned?
Not in my career, no.
I can have just one moment. Dr. Olashuga, did you continue to treat Ms. Jade Benning, or what was kind of the totality of the involvement in her treatment?
Once we were able to establish that she had a blood pressure, labs were rolling in, and we got CT scans. I quickly reviewed the CT scans, and we reached out to the intensive care unit immediately because, I mean, she was critically ill. And essentially, we did our best to get her to the ICU as soon as possible so she can get the rest of her post-Ross care.
And would you have been the person that would treat her during the time that she was in intensive care unit?
No.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that this witness be handed a single photograph.
Okay.
I want some.
Dr. Olashuga, do you recognize what is in that image?
Yeah, it's a vial of blood used for our lab draws.
And do you recognize certain identifying pieces of information on that specific blood draw tube?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, I would ask that that image be entered as an exhibit exhibit.
Yeah, so maybe it was either given so soon that it didn't come up in there, or
Okay, do you have any other questions?
I do.
she said see above. Thank you,
Go
Nicole.
ahead with that, just so that.
Judge, I don't have any objection to having it marked for ID,
Okay,
but I would have more questions in this witness.
all right, go ahead, be marked for identification.
Thank you. Dr. Olashuga, could you
Making
describe
my brain through it. I'm gonna need this verse battle tomorrow.
Your Honor, I would object to a witness testifying to something that has not been entered into evidence.
Okay, well, he viewed it, you have questions?
I have
He has
specific
personal
questions of the specific things on the label that he recognizes from Vanderbilt University Medical Center.
Okay, all right, he can show that, he can see.
May I take the witness on board, Doctor, please, Your Honor?
Sure.
You didn't voir dire.
Yeah.
You're an expert.
Dr. Olashuga, were you the individual who in fact collected that?
No, I did not collect that blood sample.
Were you the individual who labeled that blood?
No, I'm not the individual that labeled the blood.
Prior to looking at this particular photograph, had you ever seen that vial of blood before?
That specific vial of blood? No, not necessarily. No, ma'am.
And so do you have any personal knowledge whatsoever in regards to that particular vial of blood?
That particular vial of blood? No.
Again, Your Honor.
So what are you wanting to ask if he doesn't know what that valve is?
I would simply like him
Just
to
like
explain,
or common.
I would simply like for him to explain what a stat name is, because there is
Okay,
information
well,
on
you do
there
that without the photos, so go ahead.
Dr. Olashuga, you
Yeah.
viewed that photo, correct?
Yes.
Can you describe, did it look familiar to you?
Yeah, it looks familiar to me.
I would object to this witness testifying to a photo that has not been entered into evidence.
Are photos taken of blood valves?
You mean, I guess what's it specifically, I'm not sure.
Have you ever seen a photo like this before?
Not a photo, but I've seen blood vials.
Okay, what is your next question?
Cause what in the Jimmy Jack bullshit?
Ms. Benning Benning's medical record number on the file. Do
Yes.
you recognize that?
I
He
object.
can, do you know her medical record number?
It's written right here on the, yeah.
All right, let him see the photo.
And Your Honor, may I have a ruling in regards to my objection?
He can look at the photo and see if that's the same medical record. Is that what you're asking?
Yes, Your Honor.
May I have a ruling to that, Your Honor?
I said he can do that.
Is that overruled?
Go ahead, General Norman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Do you recognize Ms. Benning's medical record number from the medical records you have in front of you? Is it also printed on that vial of blood?
Yes.
And you just testified to a collection time of 2/25/23 at 22:31. Do you also recognize that very specific date and time?
Yes.
Your Honor, I object again to that line of question.
Are you gonna call a witness that lets us know who collected this?
It's in the medical records who collected it.
Oh, no.
Call another witness about this photo.
I am. I'm going to
Okay.
call Dr. Carney.
Okay.
May I have a ruling, Your Honor?
What's your question that you wanna ask the witness?
Dr. Olashoga, there is a stat name on that label. Do you recognize that?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
Have a seat.
May I have a ruling, sir?
Have a seat. Go ahead.
Can you explain what that means?
Yeah, stat names are basically John Doe or Jane Doe names we give patients who are arriving to the emergency department. It allowed, because in a medical center, errors happen, and the way we prevent those errors is allowing the same system to happen every single time. So we arrive patients under the stat name so that we can place orders. Because nothing is done in the hospital without orders being put in by a provider or by anybody taking care of the patient.
Did you give Ms. Benning a stat name?
I'm not responsible for giving the stat names, but our flow nurse gives the stat names.
So what's your next question?
Dr. Olashoga, do you know whether or not Ms. Benning was given a stat name during her ED visit?
Yeah, and it's in my note as well. If you can look at page 56, when patients are given a stat name, their whole chart reads their stat name until they're matched.
What stat name was she given?
Stat February, Mayonet, VUH.
What? I
Stat
can't hear what you say. You'll speak up.
Mayonet, VUH, Stat February.
Mayonet. What was the rest of it?
Stat February.
Okay. Any other questions?
Just a couple, Your Honor. Are all of the specimen collections from Ms. Benning, are they documented in the medical record?
Yes, from what I reviewed, they're all documented in the medical record.
Thank you. And can you turn to page 562 of the medical record? I believe it's in binder number 1.
I'm there.
And do you see that there is an entry for fentanyl on 2/25/23 at 23:27?
Yes.
It's direct.
And
It's
are
direct.
you aware whether or not that fentanyl was administered to Ms. Benning?
Looks like it was not administered. I was aware that it was wasted by the provider.
And so that was not given to her, correct?
It was not given to her.
Can you turn to page 727, which is in
What?
binder number 2?
Never mind.
I'm there.
Come on, Glaze. Come on, see Glaze.
There is an entry related to fentanyl, and
Come
it
on, really?
indicates a date and time of 2/26/23 at 0041.
Yes.
Is that when Ms. Benning was
You
first
back?
dispensed and also administered fentanyl?
Yes, according to the medical record, yes.
I just wake up because he felt like that.
Thank you, Dr. Olashoga. I don't have any other questions.
Baby. I gotta go back and listen to that first testimony on lunch because I missed it. I was listening in and out. It wasn't wasted. It was used. It was used. It was used. Well, who said they wasted it? Maybe that'll change my answer. Who said they wasted it? Real quick before she start cross, remember in the opening statements yesterday, the defense said that astronomical amount of adult sugar that was in her system was not the only thing in her system, that there was Fenty in her system. So they just asked, because we know that there's a medical grade or way or use of Fenty. So they said, hey, was Fenty administered to her? And the doctor said, no, it was not administered. They attempted, but it was wasted. So we know that the Fenty in her system was not something that was given to her by the hospital, because technically the hospital said that it was wasted or it wasn't able to be given. Now, who gave it is the right question, because depending on who they say gave it, I'm around of the mind that it wasn't wasted at all, but that depends on who they say gave it. So now we headed into cross. So basically, I saw a couple people say, I'm confused. It's nothing to be confused about. Also, yeah, that's another thing. The urine sample did not yield any results. So it could be that nothing came out. It didn't pass. It was still hemmed up in the kidneys. Remember, we heard a lot about the kidneys yesterday, that the kidneys were so bad they reached out to a medical examiner before she was even gone about her kidneys, remember? So that could have been hemmed up in her kidneys and not passed. So that's not super crazy. But basically what the doctor is saying is when she came in, she was clinically dead. They were able to, he couldn't exactly outright tell that she was pregnant, but they were made aware that she was pregnant. It wasn't anything that they could see visually, but they did not know how far along. And based on his medical training, he was able to guess that she was at least 20 weeks, which great guess, because we knew that we found out from the doctor yesterday that she was 23 weeks. He said that they had to work on her before they can get OB in there to be able to monitor the baby, but they did put the call in. Once they began to work on her, they were able to get a pulse back. After they got the pulse back, the OB team was then able to monitor the baby. They knew off rip that baby was not in a good way, and they didn't think that the baby would be viable, but they still treated the baby the way they could. They still had OB monitoring, even though the baby's heart rate was so weak. So once they were able to get her back, they knew that she wasn't responding. They knew that certain things were not happening. Her body was not trying to reject or have a gag reflex when they tried to put the tube down there. They just knew that she was just limp. So now we're in a situation where she's there. She arrives with no blood pressure, no pulse. They're able to get that pulse back. They get her into ICU. They ordered some tests as normal. Doctor hears through the grapevine. It's mentioned to him that a family member is saying she's been poisoned. He goes and adds to those tests to get additional tests based on what was already ordered. And then they continue Jade from ER on up to ICU. So that's pretty much where they are with it in regards to this particular doctor. Apparently the other doctor is going to come back. The other snafu that happened, that quick voir dire that happened out of nowhere, was because he was looking at a picture of a vial of blood and attempting to give information. But the defense pointed out, how do you go sit up here and talk about some shit you ain't never seen, you ain't do, you ain't take, you ain't collect, you ain't label, you ain't seen this shit till today. So what are you talking about? So even though the judge was a little rude with that little sit down shit, if you making a decision, give me the ruling. Okay, I ain't like that. But at the end of the day, she don't care. She's not getting intimidated, and she's doing what she has to do. Because yes, if you're making a decision, give me the ruling. If you're not going to give me a ruling, you're out here playing. Truth of the matter is, the judge wasn't really hearing it because of the fact that there is going to be a witness that comes in and is able to testify to this vial, according to the state. Hopefully it is. Otherwise, they're going to run into this brick wall again where she's going to object until that shit go away. But that vial of blood is the blood. Now, the vial of blood is a important thing because remember from the openings, they said that her kidneys were so bad. They contacted the medical examiner. The medical examiner had never seen anything like it. And then after they talked about the kidneys, the medical examiner in turn said that vial of blood, keep it. That first sample, keep it. So that vial of blood is the one that the medical examiner was already involved in before she even passed away. So that's where that's going to come in. So now we're heading into cross-examination where I believe she's going to... Something sound crazy, friend. Something is crazy, friend. This is crazy. Okay, cross-examination by Mrs. Canones Hollins. This case is crazy.
Good morning, Dr. O'Shea. I didn't introduce myself before, but I am Letitia Quinones Hollins, and I just have very few questions for you. I want to first draw your attention in regards to what you stated as it relates to the fentanyl, so that we're clear. I think you testified that it was not first administered in the hospital until when?
I testified that, according to the medical record, she did not receive fentanyl in the emergency department until February 26, 2023, at 0041. That's when it was ordered, it looks like.
That's when it was ordered?
Yeah, and it was started at February 26, 23rd, 0045.
Was that ordered by you?
It was not ordered by me. It was ordered by it looks like a provider, Paul Francois.
She did eventually get it. So where was the one that was wasted?
I want to now draw your attention to page 117. And specifically, I would like to draw your attention down to the bottom where it states recommendations. You see that?
Yes, ma'am.
And particularly, I would like to draw your attention to line 4 under recommendations. Could you read that for the jury, please?
Yes, it says recommend contacting police to conduct drug facilitated crime testing since no chain of custody testing available at UBUMC.
Do you know what that means?
Nope, I do not.
So, but you just stated that the record just says you would recommend that police to conduct drug facilitated crime testing because BUMC has no chain of custody.
This is a note by another provider, but that's what I read, yes, ma'am.
And it's a note by another provider, just like the note that you previously read in regards to the fentanyl being administered?
No, that is the MAR, that's the medical record. So that's the medicine that we're given. That's different than this. This is a provider.
Hold up.
Do you know who the provider is?
Shut the front door.
Yeah, it says here is Dr. Bucalari.
Do you know who Dr. Bucalari is?
I've spoken to her over the phone. She's one of the toxicologists in Tennessee. So if you ever have a tox case, you have to talk to the Poison Control Center. So I've spoken to her over the phone regarding another patient, another case.
Does she work for BUMC?
I'm not 100% sure on that. I just know I've called her, toxicologist. I called her.
Had you called her in this particular case?
Nope.
Did you not have any reason to call her in this particular case?
Not necessarily, because I don't know what I was dealing with, you know?
So is that a no?
No, not yet. Yeah, no, I don't have any.
Okay. I would now like to draw your attention, if I may, to page 132.
Ma'am, it's 1,000 pages of records. Where are we going with this?
And you see where it states hospital course?
Yes.
And within that paragraph under hospital course, I believe it says per EMS report, she was found in PEA arrest and CPR was initiated for approximately 30 minutes prior to arrival. She received 4 rounds of epi and ROCS was achieved in Vanderbilt. And I think you just described to the jury what ROSC means, I'm sorry. And
that lying bitch.
Can you tell us one more time exactly what is ROSC?
Again, ROS, return of spontaneous circulation, is when the patient gets a heartbeat or signs of life.
And so it says it still remains unclear if patient was found in PEA arrest or if she went into PEA arrest during transport. There have been discrepancies in multiple histories. Do you see that?
Yeah, I see that.
Do you know whether or not that issue was ever resolved?
No, and because again, this is day.
They lied. They lied. They lied. Where are my numbers from yesterday? They said they were they did not do CPR until she got into the back of the truck. When she was in the back of the truck, they started CPR. It took them 12 minutes to get over to they started the CPR in the back of the truck and they went ahead and left because it wasn't safe. And the CPR was done from the scene back to the ER. And I don't believe it was 12 minutes. I don't believe it was 12 minutes. If I'm remembering correctly, it's 12 minutes from from Jade's house to Keontae's house. What was it? They loaded her up at 10:51 and they took off at 10. They did not administer CPR for 30 minutes. They did not give her 30 minutes of CPR. They arrived there at what? What was it? They was en route at 10:00. It was en route at what? 9:40 something, 9:50 something. They didn't get her into the back of that truck until 9:51, and she was at that damn hospital before 10:10. So they're a fucking lie. They did not give that woman 30 minutes worth of CPR. I'm gonna find them fucking numbers. That's a lie.
This is after I saw her in the emergency department, so I have no bearing on what's.
And now they're saying that isn't quite right. And the I'm sorry, guys. The defense is pointing out that that might have been on the report, but a little bit further down in the report, y'all said y'all were unclear whether or not she went to cardiac arrest at the scene in the back of that bus or when it happened. And he's just admitted that they still never cleared up when she went into arrest. So all them numbers are skewed. So she went into arrest. That means she would have went into arrest while you were doing the CPR?
Written by the ICU.
Okay, so you can't answer that question.
I can't.
Thank you. I would now like to draw your attention to page 410.
Oh, Lord. Okay, at least you skipped a few hundred pages. Because, ma'am, I understand. I see what you're doing. But, Jesus.
I'm there.
He's very clear. It's going to be the best information we get all day.
Where it says comprehensive cardiac NGS panel inconclusive.
Again, I'm not familiar with that lab. This is not something I would order from the emergency department.
So you can't help us with that either?
No, ma'am. Unfortunately, I can't.
Could you tell the jury what is cardiac NGS panel?
Again, I cannot explain that. I don't order that routinely from the emergency department.
So
okay, stick to the emergency.
You don't know what a cardiac NGS
No, that's not something he ordered. He's not.
I do not know what a cardiac NGS panel
is. This is the best information we've been able to get throughout this whole trial. Let him
a little further. It says testing performed by, and it says 123 Cerner, VUMC Cerner Lab. But then the valid date range says 11/23 of 21, crew present. That would have been about a year and a half prior to this date. Do you know why that would state a date
What?
a year and a half prior?
I do not know why that would read that way.
Okay. And is that related to some lab at BUNC?
I wouldn't be able to give you any information on that. Unfortunately, it's not something I'm familiar with.
So you don't know what BUNC Cerner lab is?
Frankly, no, I don't.
Thank you. Now, you stated that the baby was not viable, is that right?
I stated that after a conversation with the OB provider, they deemed that this pregnancy will not be viable.
Do you know then, can I ask you or draw your attention to page 126?
I'm there.
And would you take a moment to read 126, starting from the first paragraph there where it says they have heard? And you don't have to read it out loud. I just want to ask you a question in regards to it. I think it's unfair if I will give you the opportunity to read it.
Thank you.
Definitely reads the church announcements. She definitely collects gum too. She collects gum. She's definitely a gum collector. She is. She's definitely one of them.
Do you see there where the OBGYN team ultimately had to contact the ethics service?
Yes.
Have you ever in your career had to contact ethics when you are performing medical services?
Yes.
And for what purpose would that be?
Typically is when there's usually difficult end-of-life conversations that need to happen. And when there's not like a delineated, when there's like not a will or a designated power of attorney, sometimes I would have to call ethics to help me delineate what's the right thing to do or what's the lawful thing to do as well.
And do you see there that there were several conversations that were had in regards to life-saving measures for the fetus?
Yes.
And do you also see that there were apparently decisions made that, given the circumstances, there was an expressed desire to not get a C-section or anything of the sort to attempt to save the fetus?
Could you repeat that?
Yes. Do you see in the document and the record here that there was a decision made by the next of kin or the representative for Ms. Benning for there not to be any life-saving measures for the fetus?
Again, what I do see here and what I'm reading is that there was a decision that was made that was consistent. It says as what they will feel Jade will make for herself based on chart and documentation and prior conversations. That's what I'm saying here.
And that's the reason why the decision made. But my question was, do you see that there was a decision made?
Yeah, I mean, it sees that what I do see is that there was a conversation here with the provider, with the family about a possible decision to do a
I wish you would
C-section,
make a decision not to do any life-saving measures and charge me with unaliving.
And then you see then that as a result of that, BUNC contacted clinical ethics services.
I couldn't say as a result of, but I do see in this documentation here that there was a discussion that was had with ethics. I can't say that that was because of that. I can't be.
No, they're talking about previous conversations that were had with next of kin or whoever was making the decisions for Jade. So they're saying that he was saying that the reason why you would contact the ethics services is to basically have a guidance on the right or lawful way to have certain conversations that are difficult conversations about end of life. And in this case, she's pointing out that there were conversations made not only about the end of life for Jade, but end of life for the baby. And since OB had kind of deemed that the pregnancy probably or may not be viable, she's saying that basically Jade's next of kin, caregiver, whoever was given the directives in regards to Jade, had said not to do anything to save the baby, not to try to do a C-section to save the baby, not to do any life-saving measures for the baby. And so that's what she's getting into now, is those conversations that they had and decisions that they made on behalf of Jade and the baby, whoever was next of kin.
That connection myself.
But you will agree with me that it's directly related in regards to this paragraph talking about the child in that decision.
Yeah, that is a possibility. Yeah.
Do you know whether or not Mr. Taylor was ever consulted in regards to the decision regarding that fetus?
And that was his baby.
I work in the emergency department. I was not privy to any of this care after the emergency department.
Do you see within, if you'll go back to page 125.
Oh shit. They didn't talk to the daddy about the baby.
Consultation.
But knew he was the daddy.
The mother's surrogate decision maker was Bridget, which is Jade's mother. Father and step parents were present for this consultation and shared decision making. Do you see Blaise Taylor's name anywhere there for the decision making?
No, ma'am, I do not read that in this chart.
Okay, thank you. You had stated.
I am going to go back and stand on my original ground that I can't remember shit. I can't recall shit. I can't tell you if it was January. I can't tell you if it was 2022, but I do know she was pregnant. Like all of that damn stepmama knew way more than we motherfucking thought. And I said there was an underlying current. And when she sat there and tried to act like she didn't know whether or not he was allowed at the hospital, but said that he wasn't welcome, but she can't remember if she was a part of the conversation that determined whether or not he was going to be allowed in. That damn stepmama knew they had that fucking conversation about not letting him in, and they made decisions about that man's child because they had already made up their minds about him. Ooh, dirty motherfucker. And at that point, y'all didn't know if that man did a damn thing.
And I'm going to mess up the name, that's why I'm trying to find it, but perhaps you can help me. Are you familiar with the specific drug named Seclium? It is a drug that is utilized to help with intubation.
Could you spell it out for me?
SUCC.
Oh, succinylcholine. Yeah.
Thank you, succinylcholine.
Yeah.
I'm always happy because names are challenging. Do you know whether or not that was utilized in order to assist in the intubation of Ms. Benning?
No, she did not get that medicine in the ear.
It is your testimony that she did
We
not
be
receive
early.
that medication.
To my knowledge, no.
Is it to your knowledge or is it your testimony that she did not?
It's my testimony that she did not.
And the reason that I asked is because you had stated earlier that there was no need, I think you stated, for.
Yes, ma'am.
And the only reason, tell us why you would utilize that medication.
Again, typically patients who are alive and breathing, they usually still have reflexes because their brain stem is intact. So even if somebody's alive and breathing and unconscious and you need to, protect their airway with an intubation, if you were to insert a blade into their mouth in order to lift up the tongue and epiglottis to look at the vocal cords to insert the tube, they'll gag, cough, there'll be vomit, and it'll obscure your airway. So typically what you do is you give an induction agent and a paralytic. Usually etomidate is an induction agent. succinylcholine is a paralytic in order to make sure that they can tolerate the procedure. But again, she did not have any signs of life, was neurologically devastated. She had no cough, no gag, no pupillary reflex. She was intubated without any medications.
Thank you. Can I now draw your attention to State's Exhibit number 5? And the witness has State's Exhibit number 5. You have it in front of you, sir?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Doctor. And Dr. Olashaga, I want to take you to the section where it says narrative. On the first page.
Yes, I see it.
Do you see that?
Yes.
Then I would like for you to go down to 1, 2, 3, 4 lines down.
Okay.
And specifically to start at the sentence, the patient's boyfriend. Do you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Could you please read that sentence for the jury?
Yeah. It says the patient's boyfriend stated the patient was 4 months pregnant. No other medical information was obtainable.
You can stop there. Thank you. And do you see that this is in fact a report from NFD, Nashville Fire Department?
Yes, ma'am.
And do you see the name of the individual who authored this report?
I see
Crew member.
Andrea Agrawal. Okay.
Bitch, you lied.
You see there where it actually states that the boyfriend, in this case, who would be.
That's Andrea Agrawal. She didn't change her name. That's Andrea Rose from yesterday that said he couldn't give no information. All he could do was tell us she was pregnant, but couldn't tell us how far along. She lied. That's her report. That's her name. She changed her name. He did say, my God.
Mr. Taylor actually did tell the fire department just how pregnant Miss Benning was, according to the statement.
He's just read it, so he doesn't know anything else.
Thank you. And then, if you would turn the page, sir. And doctor, if you could look under where it says vitals.
Yes.
And do you see the section where it says CO2?
Yes.
What is that?
So end-tidal CO2 is another, basically it's another, I wouldn't call it a vital sign, but it's an indication of the quality of your chest compressions. Basically, again, you breathe in oxygen, you breathe out carbon dioxide. So if you're doing good quality chest compressions, your end-tidal CO2 should be high because you're breathing out carbon dioxide. If you're doing terrible chest compressions, it'll be low, which means that you're not doing a good job circulating oxygen with your compression. So that's another marker of how good is your resuscitation, how good are your chest compressions. And also if you have like an airway, because if it's super high, could it be that your airway is in the stomach and it's picking up gas from the stomach? So it's just a marker of how good is your resuscitation.
Meaning how good you're breathing, how good oxygen is coming in, correct?
Not how good oxygen is coming in, it's how good are your, and in this case, if it's used appropriately, how good are you circulating oxygen? Are you picking up that CO2 with your, once you're doing your bagging? Like how good is the CO2 coming off?
Okay, you say the CO2 coming off of what?
Usually the end-tidal is connected to the BVM, or the bag that they use in the bag, the patient. So it's connected to the tube that's going into her throat.
But these are things that are measured on Miss Benning's, would you agree?
That's what it appears to be from this document. Yeah.
And if you look at those numbers, specifically the numbers 69, 70, 113, 99, 100, 93, 93, 86, and 80. Those would be good quality numbers, would you agree?
They're high, but yeah.
Okay, thank you. And then finally, I want to talk to you about someone's, specifically Ms. Benning. If she was described as the ability to say things like, you put something in my drink. Nye, Keontae. In other words, she's pronouncing words. Some of them labored, some of them not. If a person is able to talk, would you agree with me that they would have to be coherent?
Not necessarily, because drunk people can talk and they're not coherent sometimes.
Well, maybe I'm not saying that right. If a person is able to enunciate words, would you equate that to someone who is dead?
No, typically not.
Would you equate that to someone who is completely non-responsive?
No, if they're able to enunciate words, I would not equate that with that.
Would you equate that to someone who is able to breathe?
Actually, yeah, some people who are not able to speak are still able to breathe. Yeah.
But someone who is able to speak surely is able to breathe.
Yeah, typically, yeah.
And that's all I have for you. Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you.
She was up. He was up.
Dr. Olashuga, I'm going to kind of start with the last thing that she talked to you about and go backwards. Can you go to page 562?
Dr. Olashuga, you have been given the best information, the only information that made sense this whole trial.
And Ms. Collins was asking you.
Say her whole last name, don't do that.
Page 562, that's the page that we referenced with the 2327 on 22523 fentanyl that Nurse Alyssa Smith, that was dispensed, but it was not administered.
Yes, it looks like it was wasted, yes.
And can you turn to page 567?
I'm there.
And on page 567, is there an entry for the medication that Ms. Collins was asking you about?
Yeah, I see it.
And is that time the same time as when the fentanyl was not administered?
No, it says this was administered. This was ordered at 2/26/23 at 12:15 a.m. is when it was ordered, and the fentanyl looks like it was at the day before, so 2/25/23 at 11:27 p.m.
Okay, so those are two separate things, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
The
so,
question said the medicine Ms. Holland asked about.
yes,
Why don't we clear what that is?
SUCCINYLCHOLINE. And how do you pronounce that again?
Succinylcholine.
Thank you. And so that was administered at a much later time at 2/26/0015, correct?
Yes.
And also, if you look down to entries, there are entries for fentanyl, which coincide with when the fentanyl was actually administered to Ms. Benning. Is that correct?
Yes.
So you did not order those medications, correct?
No.
And so if they were administered after she went to the ICU, is that surprising to you?
No, it's not surprising.
And if you can go to page 125 and 126.
I'm here.
And can you, look at, it begins on 125 and then the consultation, number 2, it gives a description. Can you just read that silently to yourself?
Okay.
And you weren't involved in that neonatal consult, correct?
No, I was not.
At the top of page 126, there's a reference that multiple providers have advised the family that sustained a anoxic injury given the arrest impact on mother's neurological status, and they agree with that concern. The doctor says, I agree with that concern. And they say, we do know the fetus appears to have been affected by the period arrest fetal heart rate in the 40s.
Yes.
And on your direct testimony, when I was asking you questions, you said that because fetuses.
Object to the leading nature of the questions.
What is your question?
Can you explain what you know about the fetus's heart rate being as low as you described?
What I do know is that when you have
I don't care if the fetus
low heart rate, especially in the fetus,
that
is
dad had the right to be able to be there to make any
that
type.
means the chance of viability of that pregnancy.
I don't care how bad the situation
So that
was.
means
That don't make it
fetus
okay to just throw
gonna have
out
a
the
lot
fact
of
that he was
issues
the father.
It's not gonna make it.
Trying to justify
And
that.
that note indicates that multiple providers are saying that, correct?
Okay, what is your non-leading question?
And I'm gonna also object to this particular doctor opining on the fetus, when he stated before that he had.
The OB folks is the one who told him.
What is your question?
I don't have any other questions regarding this issue, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Dr. Olashuga, can you go to page 59 of the medical record?
I'm there.
And can you describe what time did Ms. Benning arrive in your emergency department?
At 22:06.
And can you describe specifically when you intubated her?
She was intubated upon arrival, so around 22:06 as well.
And so that is what time she got to the emergency department, correct?
Yes. Usually there might be a little lag just because of nursing, charting and stuff, but that's, yes, around that time.
So 22:06, 22:07.
Yeah.
He already said that where he was getting his information from. But you cannot sit up there and try to justify that just because the situation was so bad, dad didn't deserve to be in the room. That can't be what you was getting ready to get into, ma'am. He helped you because you was getting ready to sound crazy. And now you didn't sit up there and pulled that mess, and now she back for a recross. See?
Questions, Dr. Olashuga.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to take you back to page 126.
I'm there.
If you go down to the first paragraph, line 8, starting with I offered.
Yeah.
Could you read that sentence to the jury, please?
Yeah.
Is this him saying this?
It's a record that's in evidence, Your Honor.
Is this him saying this?
No, it is not. Can you please read that?
It is, you made it an exhibit, so you can have him read anything you want.
I actually wasn't allowed to.
Hi, I would say you the one put both binders in, right?
Asking about an opinion that you were objecting to?
No, it's not asking about an opinion, it's asking about a position and an offer that is a record, that is an exhibit, that is in evidence.
I get that. To read that.
Could you just read that sentence, please?
Okay, it says, I offered intervention in the form of delivery resuscitation with the goal of having an opportunity to evaluate Peanut for potential impact, and they have felt that intubation and resuscitation could cause unnecessary suffering. They feel.
Thank you. And then you stated on direct examination that substantial clothing, did I say that right?
Yes.
Oh, okay. You stated that it wasn't given to her at all on direct examination, did you not?
Yes, for intubation, I did not give that medicine.
I didn't ask if you gave it, I asked was it given, and you said no.
I said, to my knowledge, it wasn't given for my intubation.
I thought I clarified if it was to your knowledge or if it was given at all.
Do you have another question or you want to argue?
So that was in fact, that medication was given, wasn't it?
According to the medical record, it was given and it was prescribed by another provider. Again, I had nothing to do with that.
And again, can you tell us what succinylcholine is?
It's a paralytic.
And it is utilized for what?
It's utilized for multiple things, but in my prescription, I usually use it for intubations. But it's used for other things. Sometimes it can be used when patients are having trouble ventilating. So if you're on a ventilator and you're moving or jerking, sometimes it can be given for that, or it can even be given for like CT scan. Because if you need a CT scan, you need to be still. So sometimes they do that as well. But there are multiple reasons for the medication.
Can a person be still if a person is non-responsive and in a coma, aren't they still?
Not necessarily. You can also have like seizures, especially after a cardiac arrest when you have a neurologic injury. It's not uncommon that patients have a lot of seizures. So yeah, they can have seizures.
And so are you stating to this jury that that's why this medication was given at this time?
No, ma'am. I'm saying to the jury that succinylcholine has multiple uses.
Can you see there why it was given?
I do not see here why it was given specifically, no, ma'am.
So you can't say that it wasn't given for intubation?
I can say it wasn't given for intubation because I did the intubation and we did not give her any medicines for intubation.
Good.
And it's a one-time procedure. It's not something that happens again because the tube's in her throat. So it's not taken out, put it back in there.
But it is a paralytic.
Yes, succinylcholine is a paralytic.
Okay, and it is to help patients not to feel something.
Nope, it's to help the procedure, a procedure. Again, it's to paralyze the muscles. In the case of intubation, it can be used for that, but there are multiple.
Oh, and she had the involuntary shaking, remember? So that might have also been a reason.
Just one brief follow-up.
Jesus.
Dr. Alicia, can you turn to page 119?
Did somebody just laugh?
I'm here.
Midway through the page of 119, there's a blue line that says history, and underneath that it has a reason for a consult.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain, do you know what that reason for consult is?
It reads myoclonic jerks and anoxic burn injury. It was a reason for consult.
Can you describe what is the myoclonic jerk?
Yeah, so like myoclonic jerk is essentially like it's like best way I can describe it is it's just an involuntary movement of like your.
Those that's shaking. Remember the stepmom said she was shaking involuntarily.
It was an involuntary jerking motion. Yeah.
And is that one of the reasons that they might give that medication?
Yeah, Yeah, especially if the jerks are uncontrollable, sometimes you have to paralyze the patient, unfortunately. But yeah, especially when they do like an EEG, which is like encephalogram, where they check for any seizure-like activity, which is very common after a cardiac arrest. They try to do further evaluation as the quality of the brain and all that stuff.
Thank you.
One last
I thought somebody laughed.
Can you tell this jury that that is why some clothing was given to Ms. Benning?
I cannot. I don't know why I was given.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, so you can leave all of that there.
Oh, now you pulling a.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, good doctor. That's been the clearest thing we've heard in the last 2 days. Everything else has been clear as mud.
Opinion about it. We'll get back here at 1:20. So you can get down the hall.
Something else that was in her system. I imagine that it's going to come together at another time as to what else it can do because it's a paralytic. But the only thing I can think of when he said paralytic and to stop people from jerking is that when one of the one clear things Jade's stepmom said is when she gave her account of seeing Jade for the first time when she walked in, and she saw all the tubes, and she said that Jade was shaking and it seemed involuntary. And so that's the only other thing I can think of. But again, he didn't order it, so he can't say why the hell it was given. But I imagine it has something to do with that there. Now, it is time for lunch. However, I missed the middle of the first testimony, so I have to go back. If you guys would like to go back with me, we can. Yes, Jade's parents were there. Jade's actual mother, her biological mother, is who was making all those decisions.
If I may, Mr. Taylor is charged with causing the death of the fetus as well. So anything that could affect the fetus's viability and
You're
or
going to
life.
argue to this jury that the fetus may have lived if it had a C-section.
I don't know what the evidence is going to come out to be.
I'm talking about that's your purpose for asking.
That was the purpose for me asking the question.
Sometimes I give advice to lawyers, but I'm not here in this case. Sorry, really in a lunch. Going to the lunch recess.
So what the fuck was that little smart remark for? At the end of the day, if you charge me with killing the baby, but you know I'm supposed to be in the room with anything to keep the baby viable, now I'm looking at that particular drug. I probably will have to go back and get the spelling of it, but I want to know if that particular drug would do something to the viability of the baby. And again, whoever made the decision not to do any life-saving measures for that baby would be the one that I would need to go to deal with. Do y'all want to suffer through this again? If not, we can just go on lunch and come back at 1:20. That was completely uncalled for because you get ready to normally I give lawyers advice, but in this case here, I will not. Well, don't. Save the drama for your mama. Okay. Because I didn't get to see Mr. Man this morning. Well, I did get to see him, but I don't remember where it stopped. So I'm going to go back. I know it was like an hour and something total, but I did come in at the end of it, and then the 911 operator.
All right, good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Let the record reflect all of the jurors are here and present. If you'll step up, please. Raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Sir, would you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for us?
James Smith, James Smith.
And by whom are you employed?
Metro Nashville Police Department.
How long have you been with the Metropolitan Nashville Police Department?
For nearly 13 years.
What are your current duties and assignments?
I'm currently a patrol sergeant over at the East Precinct.
And how long have you been assigned to East Precinct as a patrol sergeant?
At East Precinct Patrol Sergeant, I've been there since 2025.
And during your career with the police department, what positions have you held and were been assigned to?
I have started off my career as a patrol officer. Was transferred to East Investigations as a detective for precinct level, and then a detective over the domestic violence division.
And how long were you a detective with the domestic violence division?
3.5 years.
In the month of February, particularly February 25th, 26th, and thereafter, of the year 2023, what was your assignment?
At domestic violence division.
What does that division do? What are its responsibilities?
Domestic violence division's primary objective is really to assist the victims through the criminal justice system or through advocacy centers with our partners in the community. As a detective, we would do preliminary investigations, any follow-up investigations to assist the victims of domestic violence incidents.
And are there other such units in the police department?
Specialized units?
Specialized units?
Yes, sir.
And does the domestic violence unit encompass dealing with homicides?
We're not the primary investigation unit that's involved in the homicides, but we do assist the homicide unit.
Now, to direct your attention to the late evening, perhaps early morning hours, February the 25th and 26th of 2023, were you assigned and were asked to respond to a call to the Vanderbilt University Emergency Department Medical Center?
Yes, I did.
You recall approximately when you were notified that your assistance was needed?
Yes, sir.
When was that?
I don't recall the exact time I was called. I know at some point that a supervisor from domestic violence division contacted me between February 25th and 26th to respond out to an incident that occurred.
Was it nighttime?
Yes, it was.
And where were you when you received the call?
I was at home.
And, pardon me, were you on call?
I was on call.
And so, did you get dressed and go to
Yes.
Vanderbilt?
Yeah. On call status in the sense of we typically have an hour to respond from the time we're called to respond to the incident scene or wherever it could be.
And with respect to responding
Mhm.
and having information, did you have any general information of what the call was about?
Any general information was given to me by the patrol supervisor. Initially, when I received the phone call, very basic until making contact with primary officer on scene.
And so when you arrived, you recall approximately when it was you arrived at the Vanderbilt Medical Center?
It'll be sometime after 11 p.m. or 11:30 p.m. that evening.
When you arrived, were there uniformed officers of the Metropolitan Police Department present?
There was, at least I saw one. But yes.
You recall who that first officer you saw was?
It was Officer Lindsay Fish.
And was she essentially at that time in charge of the scene?
At Vanderbilt Hospital, she was on scene. She was my primary contact throughout this incident.
And were there other officers there that eventually saw him?
There were at least one that I might have seen, but I never made contact with those officers.
That's what I was going to ask. Did you ever have any
No.
interaction with anyone other than Officer Fish?
No, my primary contact was with Officer Fish.
Now, upon arriving, speaking with Officer Fish, were you directed to one or more individuals who might have information about the matter?
Yes, I was.
And when you initially arrived, did you speak to or see any physician, any doctor or nurse?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you receive information from that individual?
Yes.
And either initially or at some point, did the name Jade Benning arise?
Yes, sir.
And did you initially see that individual?
I did.
And describe that to us if you could.
When I arrived, I try to make contact with the victim. At this point, the victim was on a higher level floor. She was intubated, unable to respond, unresponsive, in a room that I could observe from outside. I never actually entered the room, but I was advised by medical personnel her condition.
And by observing her, was there any reason for you to go into the room?
I called domestic violence police, the poisoning people.
Try to enter
Y'all.
her? Was she in any condition?
Jesus.
No, she was not.
After doing that, what was your next step?
After that, after my observation of Miss Benning, I went back downstairs. I think my first contact or person I interviewed was actually with Miss Jade Jackson.
See, why is it the first person everybody run into?
It was Miss Jackson.
Ms. Jackson. I sometimes have that same issue. Where was Miss Jackson when you first came into contact with her?
She was in the lobby area or in the near the front entrance or such, basically on the first floor of Vanderbilt Medical Center, basically ER area.
Just want to ask, upon seeing Miss Benning, was she anyone you had ever seen before?
No,
Miss Jackson, had you ever seen her before?
no.
Upon initially laying eyes on her, what were your observations? Could you describe how she appeared?
Ms. Jackson,
Yes, Ms. Jackson.
she appeared worried, concerned, I won't say frantic or anything, but in a state where, I mean, she had a friend that was in a condition that she was worried about.
Now, at that time, did you know whether or not Ms. Jackson had been interviewed or spoken to by any other officer?
I don't recall if anybody actually said they spoke to her, but I guess, I think she was asked Officer Fish if she could bring her to me.
Okay. And we certainly won't go into what she told you, but did you speak with her and receive information from her?
I did.
And approximately how long was that interaction?
Can't give you the exact time, probably 20 minutes.
And based upon receiving that information from her, what did you do next?
After speaking to Ms. Jackson, I asked Officer Fish where she showed me where Mr. Blaise Taylor was, and I asked if he could come back and speak with me as well.
And did you come into contact with an individual whom you learned to be Blaise Taylor?
I did.
And is that individual here in the room today?
He is.
Could you please identify or describe what he is wearing and where he is sitting?
From my point of view, he's to my right. He's in a blue suit blazer with a tie, light blue, diamond stripes across.
All right, that's where like he is identified and indicated, Mr. Taylor.
Okay.
Right. Where was Mr. Taylor when you first saw him?
On my first arrival, I was pointed out that he was seated near the front door of the entrance to the ER area, near the lobby.
Was there anyone with him?
No.
What, if anything, did he appear to be doing?
He was seated. He was on his cell phone.
Did you go over and introduce yourself?
I don't recall if I introduced myself or if I had him, an Officer Fish, bring him to me to introduce myself.
I want to ask, you're here today in a coat and tie. Is that how you would have been, or at least casual dress that night?
Typically, our response is business casual, which I would have either a blazer or a vest to cover, which by policy is to cover our badge and gun.
The reason I ask that is, were you wearing a body-worn camera?
I was not.
And is there any reason for you not having one as a detective?
Typically, my thought is that we don't wear typically a body-worn camera as a detective during this time or at that time. Because typically uniforms and body-worn cameras deter people from talking to police. In the sense, it was plain clothes, business casual, vests, identify as an officer or detective, but we usually have the audio recorder on us.
I was going to ask, do you have something though on your person to record interviews, conversations?
Yes, sir. It would have been a digital audio recorder.
But no video?
No video.
So, upon your initial interaction with Mr. Taylor, what, if anything, did you do and where did you go?
We went to a private room, I believe it was Helfer Chapel Services at Vanderbilt on the first floor. It's unlocked, but we entered there and that's where I spoke to Mr. Taylor.
Now, aside from Officer Fish and Ms. Jackson, perhaps some of the medical personnel, had you spoken to anyone else prior to interviewing Mr. Taylor?
Prior to Mr. Taylor, no.
And were you not aware that there were perhaps other individuals at the location concerned about Ms. Benning?
I didn't.
So,
well, there is a time, I can't recall the timeline. There were the other individuals. I did speak to, prior to Mr. Taylor, Miss Benning's stepmother, and as well as over the phone, her mother, birth mother, and maybe a brief interaction with some friends, but I don't think I actually spoke to them until after Mr. Taylor.
All right, with the court's permission, this question, was that interview recorded? With Mr. Taylor?
Mr. Taylor, yes, it was.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that interview?
Yes, I have.
With perhaps the volume enhanced somewhat?
Yes.
And have you also had an opportunity to review a transcript prepared from that recorded interview?
I did.
Or if I might ask
All right, show that.
that a copy of the transcript in this envelope be passed to the witness. Sergeant Smith, if you would open the envelope and see if that contains a tag on it that would indicate.
Yep.
It is,
Says Sergeant J. Smith, USB flash drive.
and the transcript that you've been handed, have you reviewed that, and is that a fair and accurate transcription of what is on the USB?
Yes.
All right, we'll move those be introduced as the next number exhibit, I believe number 9 of number 8.
Yeah, A and B.
And would ask to publish the recorded interview and with the court's permission, I have prepared hopefully sufficient copies for everyone.
All right, go ahead and pass those out there. Okay. All right, go ahead. You wanting to play this now?
Yes, Your Honor, if it could be
Okay.
published and
All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, like I said previously, if you hear something different from your recollection of what's being played, then you rely on that instead of the transcript. Okay.
I don't know the full tip what happened. being treated as less benefiting. Kind of need to, what happened, missing your own words.
Yeah, so, we're gonna go out, because of the weather, coming home at 7, it's been comfy, that birthday. Came over, we had cut the food, we're gonna do like maintaining, all that kind of stuff. This person, the person that came by, she made a bunch of grilled chicken Alfredo, so Frank came by with another man, I didn't know him, but we're there for a little bit, and then, they would just come and take up food, and they stayed in conversation for a little bit. After that, we were just kind of hanging out, and then she started not to feel well. Things just kind of escalated very quickly. I just like, there was like kind of like panic, like feeling something like things were too much for the rushes, and then I called my dad, and I just told him like, hey, I'm with Jade, like, I was like, I don't know what to do, she's not feeling well, and that he was like, call 911, so I called 911, they got on the phone and told me exactly what to do, did everything they asked me to do, then waited, until the paramedics came, they came, and we just like, hurried over here, and we knew all like, blood, and everything was coming. So quickly, dancing to, her getting really sick very quickly, and, we had to call the ambulance, so it was just really almost.
But no, was there any argument or?
No, sir. So we really don't,
you guys have been dating?
So we started dating back in August, and then we took a break, and then we had dated pretty much since I'd say probably around like after Christmas, like January, but something around like we see each other probably 2 to 3 times a week.
Okay.
So
I heard she was pregnant.
yes, girl, a daughter.
So basically, you're having a date night. You come over there at 7.
Yes.
She's not listeners. Remember, she said that she had a phone.
If she got a phone, we probably can take it. So this is dating. I kind of got back together around late after Christmas, January. You guys see each other maybe between 2 to 4 times a week. You had a little girl. Obviously, no issues in that sense. All right. There was mention of vomiting
that's when I realized that, she said she was feeling well, like, that's not confident, whatever,
Where's she going? On the bed? Like, is it, what kind of bedrooms are there?
It's just a two-bedroom.
Two-bedroom.
The other bedroom don't have a bed or anything.
Okay, so she threw up on the bed?
Yeah.
Okay.
So she wanted to lay down somebody to her. So that's when I called my dad. Obviously walking through stuff to do,
all right, so she vomits on the bed, you're calling dad, you call 911 at that point. Obviously you guys had that chicken Alfredo at one. Did she have anything to drink?
No, there was no alcohol.
Well, I mean, just Charlie General.
Just eliminating water, stuff.
Okay, so eliminating Kool-Aid water. Would it be a reason that she would try to accuse you of anything? Have you guys had any recent arguments?
Not at all. I mean, that's the one really good thing. We really don't argue, we get very well. Okay. And then, like, we get along with the systems and work together and stuff. We've never, since January, we were just 10 years. Okay.
Okay. Do you know she called Miss Jackson?
Oh yeah, Andre, yeah, because she wanted, yeah, she called her. I was there, she called them, but I spoke to her on the phone.
Okay.
And told her that, told her Andre that she wanted to come over. Okay. She wanted to come well.
Okay. Any reason why she would make any accusations to Miss Jackson about you?
No, I mean, she was, that's what I'm about. She was just,
what kind of behavior was she when she got sick? Do you remember?
So, she wasn't feeling well. She was trying to, like, she wanted to go down, and then she was like, kind of, I don't know, like she was just kind of like in a manic, like, I don't know, she wasn't like really looking at me, but she was talking to me, and she was kind of talking to me, not sure, but like she just wasn't like, I don't know, she was just kind of like, I don't even know how to describe it, but she wasn't really looking this way, talking to me, and like, I don't know, she was trying to get to her bed because she wants to lay down. So,
she taking any like medication?
Not that I know of. I do know I've been in contact with my mom, and so my mom told me that she did test positive for COVID. When she got here, I didn't know that she had COVID. We didn't know that she had COVID until today.
Gotcha. So you just found out that she had COVID and such?
Yeah, I just talked to her. Really stressed. I'm just tired. It's been I really don't do well with it. I kind of things.
I mean, everyone has a different, when it comes to, I mean, when it comes to like experiences like this, people have different reactions and stuff. So some people don't understand why people have certain reactions that because they're just comparing to themselves. So there could be some, there's, you know, we go through, like I go through paragraph stuff, that probably for a lot of people, we have trauma in the sense of what we respond to and such. But then, you know, my reaction was because I'm used to it, or it's one of these officers' reaction. You know, we're usually calm, cool, collected in that sense. So it's just, what's that? What's your phone number?
865 773 5738.
But you don't live with her?
No, sir. I do not. I stay at her place. Overnight, she stayed at my place. But we don't live together.
Gotcha.
That's what I pretty much got. But you,
any reason, you don't know any reason why she would try to say, if you were trying to harm her in any way?
I think my judge was kind of like, fun. I think she was kind of in shock and like she was very distraught. We all have been. I feel like she was just kind of directed at her needs without the last person with her.
Yeah.
But I'm like, I did everything possible, in this situation. I don't know how to say it. All the 911 help do exactly what they're telling me to do. Into the professional people back there. Even then, when they back there, they, they told me, let them handle it, because I was trying to get her to them.
Yeah. I was just double checking.
Our relationship has gotten a lot better. We pretty much decided on the name of the child and everything, all that kind of stuff.
Did you clean up or anything afterwards?
No. Okay. She, after we ate, she was kind of tightening up a little bit. That's it.
Okay.
Tightening up and then, but, I think they're telling me to like her now.
Okay, so you're playing her, nothing around the apartment itself. Okay. So when medics basically got there, he was.
Yeah, I was in the house, nobody, I mean, I guess the rest been online, but nobody, to my knowledge, has been here since we left.
Okay. Is it? Gotcha. It's an apartment, right? Okay. Where's her drink? Her cup?
It should be, I think she put in, maybe.
Okay. What kind of cup was it?
Just glass. I think it's just glass.
Just a glass. Okay. It's clear glass.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, if I go over to her apartment and get that glass, there's nothing going to be, and I run it through her lab, there's nothing going to be in that glass?
No.
Okay. The only reason I'm asking is because I just have to go through everything, just make sure. Yeah.
Everything happens so fast.
Yeah.
Like I said, up and down, the time that all of a sudden, thank God. Her mom just texted me a little bit. She wanted me to go in and test the baby sorry.
That's good. Glad to hear that. Well, brother is, I've talked to her stepmom, and I've talked to, I briefly talked to her mom as well. I know, yeah, like you said, there's, or something, she's got COVID, I don't know, all that, but, yeah. Yeah, so, I'm gonna go. Alright, so that's all it is. If I have any follow-up questions, I'll give you a call. Yeah. Anything else? I mean, I'll be back in the office tomorrow as well, so I'll give you a call. But it's just really just at this point, pray for her to recover, things, no one else has to get what's going on. Medical issue. I will be going to her apartment. Trying to move around. That's all stuff. Just to make sure. It's not so much. There's basic statements made that as much as we win and we try to take your allegations seriously, but we also, as a detective, is not so much of like just coming in, hey, you're under arrest, let's go for this, because someone's saying this, but then it's also eliminating, actually do our due diligence, eliminating, say, there's no evidence that this man has done this, we don't know, so. Interview with Blaise Taylor, boyfriend of the victim here at Vanderbilt. Today's date is 2/26/23. Time is 02:40 hours.
You can pass those documents back.
Sergeant Smith, in the course of this interview, were you and Mr. Taylor standing, sitting, since we don't have the video, let's just ask.
We were sitting.
And the individual who came in the room briefly, you said was Ms. Benning's stepmother, would that have been Ms. Browning?
The individual that came in, that was speaking the female voice, that was actually Officer Fish.
Officer Fish, no. Now, with respect to this interview and police involvement, initially you told Mr. Taylor that you're not being treated as a suspect or anything.
Yes, sir.
And was he under arrest at that time?
No, he wasn't.
Was he in custody?
No, he wasn't.
The reason I ask that is from all of the TV shows, the first thing that happens is, oh, you have the right to remain silent. Is that required?
No, it's not.
why not?
Typically, criminal activity is involved once you're place someone in arrest. To ask any questions involving that criminal act, you have to Mirandize them.
Was that the circumstance here?
No, it wasn't.
And in fact, when the interview, the discussion ended, Mr. Taylor go back to?
He was left freely to leave. He was, I don't know if he remained at the hospital, but I believe I left before even he did.
Did you at any time replace him in handcuffs or have him officially detained?
No, I didn't.
I'm going to ask the jury has heard this, and heard some of the questions you asked Mr. Taylor. Were those questions as a result of your having interviewed Ms. Taylor? I mean, I'm sorry, Ms. Jackson. And having information from her.
Some of the questioning to Ms. Jackson was having Mr. Taylor's second interview were towards that with hers. Yes.
Okay. In other words, questions were based on information you had
been provided. Yeah.
Now, one of the things you said that in asking about the glass, the apartment, and you said, I believe, I will go to the apartment.
Yes.
Did you do that?
I did not.
And why or why not?
So to make entry into the apartment as residential habitation, it requires a search warrant. A search warrant doesn't end at my level as a detective. I have to go through my chain of command, which involves the supervisor, which would have been the domestic violence sergeant at the time. The information that was given to me provided their statements, and I think there was additional information that we had not secured that apartment yet. Officers were not at her apartment. There was information that people had been in the apartment. And because that I relay that information to my supervisor, it has to be approved. A search warrant has to be approved by a supervisor first, which at that time, shortly after, I was told that I would not be completing a search warrant that night.
And did you go to the apartment that night? Did you ever go to the apartment yourself?
I did not.
At some point, did the homicide unit become involved?
They did.
And what is the homicide unit? Just brief overview. What do they do that's different from what you did?
They're a specialized unit that typically just deal with the criminal homicides, any forms, first any type of homicide, as well as any possible or potential where a victim may see to perish or be deceased, that they would investigate those.
How long were you at Vanderbilt Medical Center? We know at 2:40 a.m., 02:40 is when the interview with Mr. Taylor ended, correct?
Mm-hmm.
What, if anything, did you do after that other than inquiring about a search warrant?
I don't know. I can't recall how much longer I was there at Vanderbilt. After that, after required by the search warrant, it was denied. And then likely going back to the office. Basically, there's a procedure where we type up a narrative of what happened and what we did that night, which goes through my chain of command. So a couple hours before I even went home.
Before you left Vanderbilt Medical Center, did one or more homicide detectives arrive?
No, they did not arrive.
So when you left, was Officer Fish still there?
I believe so.
And did you speak to Mr. Taylor again before you left that morning?
I don't recall ever
or have any conversation with him since then until this day?
No, I did not.
Were there any one or more other individuals that you spoke to at the hospital, if you recall? Now, you told us about Ms. Brown, the stepmother.
Besides Ms. Brown, there were several friends that it showed up. I only recall one name being Miss Lauren Weber. I briefly spoke to them, and they were she stated that she had entered that apartment prior to police securing the scene or anything.
Did you receive any items of evidence or any personal property from anyone there at the scene?
She shared a photograph.
And did you share that ultimately with part of the case file that's been provided to the defense counsel?
When homicide took over the investigation, it was provided to their unit.
And if you can recall, what was the photograph of?
I can recall it appeared to be a table and had a couple glasses, cups on them.
Prior to your, essentially, the case being turned over to the homicide unit, or perhaps even after it was, did you do anything else with respect to Ms. Benning at the hospital?
Yes. Once I was informed that homicide would be taking over the investigation, I was asked to assist them. This was the same day, I believe it was February 26th of 23, same day, a couple hours after the initial response, to assist them in the investigation as they would obtain a search warrant for the residence. And I was asked to type a draft for a search warrant for blood draw from Miss Benning.
And did you do that?
I did.
And was that done in reference with paperwork and?
Yeah, again, with the search warrant itself, an affidavit was provided to my supervisors, the search warrant was approved. I went down to the night court to have a magistrate who granted the search warrant. From that point, I went to Vanderbilt Hospital, where Miss Benning was a medical personnel, which either nurse or doctor would take the vials, those 2 vials for the blood draw, provide them with the search warrant. They did the blood draws. The blood draws go into a property box that gets turned into a refrigerator in a property box for preservation.
Present to observe the blood draw.
I did.
And once the reference to 2 tubes, is that correct?
Yes.
Right. And were those handed directly to you?
Yes, they were.
And you said package?
Yeah, I would package them, do a property sheet to turn into property, and then typically after, at some point, I was asked to do what is called search warrant return, which is basically stating a receipt of what actually I received from that search warrant was the 2 vials of blood. And then a judge had signed off that return, and and then a copy of that return was given to homicide.
And is that standard operating procedure?
It is.
Please, court, may I ask that this group of photographs be passed over as the counsel is reviewed? Sergeant Smith been handed a collection of photographs.
Mhm.
Have you had an opportunity to review those?
I have.
And you recognize what is contained, depicted in those photographs?
Yes, sir.
Or has those been introduced for Exhibit 9? That's one. And be published to the juries that I can ask Sergeant Smith about them.
You need the hard copies?
Well, we could, I think we're ready.
Okay.
Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Okay, Sergeant Smith, you see on your screen, what is that a photograph of?
So it's a box that we use when we do blood draws. That's provided by usually our property or evidence room. Top, that left-hand corner is my name. The division I was in, or bureau, DVDs, domestic violence and incident.
Because I know you're
Yeah.
turned away
Yeah.
from me. I was gonna ask the name, we got it.
Yeah, so
Bureau, division.
name, bureau, division, complaint number, or the incident number itself. This goes to our property and evidence department because it is blood. It gets the biohazard sticker on there.
Now, I don't think we've got to the point of asking about an incident number or complaint number.
Mhm.
What is the purpose of that and how is that assigned to a matter?
Any call for service that we receive gets assigned a complaint or incident number. It's basically for a report that we can basically attach it to a report that we can reference the case to.
And is reports, items of evidence, things that come in, are they all theoretically placed under that same complaint number?
Yes, they are.
Now, what is this photograph? You referenced being a box.
Yeah. So the boxes use the barcode itself. That's done by the property room. I wouldn't have done that, but the box itself is a white box that contains the 2 vials and paperwork that typically goes in with all blood draws. Majority of times you would see these. We would use these for DUI, search warrants, blood draws,
And
so the back of it is once everything is contained inside the box, it would be sealed. Those red or kind of tape, so they would seal it, and we have to notate our initials and the date that we basically had sealed it.
in this 2/27/2023, is that
Yeah.
correct?
Yes.
What is this document?
So this is a Form 110. It is a property sheet. As you see in the top right, there's a barcode. Any property receives a barcode that basically can be categorized with our property and evidence division. The middle section would have typically the owner or victim information, basically whose property it belongs to. The last section on here shows property being the box itself, the blood alcohol toxicology evidence collection kit, which would involve the 2 vials of blood, but it's one complete kit itself.
Okay, under the same complaint number?
Yes, sir.
You
So,
referenced, I'm sorry,
Oh,
you
yeah.
referenced a few moments ago that it's the standard one that's used for commonly DUI arrests.
yes,
And so is the form also commonly used for that?
yes.
And this form,
This form is included with the blood kit itself. Basically, as you see, requesting individual information would be myself, an incident number, date, time, or offense. If there's any charges, so who the Miss Benning's name's on there is the subject that we were drawing the blood from, her information, date was collected, time collected, and by who is done by the medical staff. Since this was not a breath alcohol result or like an actual DUI, those things are not checked or NA. And then it would be signed off by me. And since I collected it and I submitted it, I signed off as submitting evidence. And then the bottom part will be done by our crime lab.
And this photograph.
Those would be the 2 vials of blood that was drawn from Miss Benning.
Ones that were handed to you. And
Yes, by
placed in the
medical.
box
Yes.
by you.
I observed the blood draw, and then they were handed to me after they were placed. I believe there's a label, initial under, I think the properties. The first barcode itself is, I believe that's the crime lab property room, and then there was a label underneath that I would put on there, or sign, so, or my name or her information.
And just a different view of the
Yeah.
same cues.
Exactly. That's why the defense is saying it wasn't just that in her system. It was stuff.
And once that box is delivered to the property room, and was it delivered to the property room?
So for blood draws, typically it has to go to a refrigerated property box. There's one at our DCSO's booking. It was dropped off there. It goes into this, there's a refrigerator, there's a box, it's a locked box that we can't have access to, only property and events have access to it, which we drop it in, and once it's in there, it's locked up until they collect it.
And again, standard procedure.
Yeah.
All right, guys, they're live, so I'll catch up on that later. I think I'm pretty close to where he was when I was able to hop back in, but I'll get into that in just a moment. They are
actually did meet him.
Do you remember exactly?
It's relevant to inquire with Ms. Jackson anyway. That's who you're talking about. Sure. Lauren Weber.
Yes, Your Honor.
Please proceed. All right, you'll step up and raise your right hand and be sworn.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God? Yes.
Good afternoon, Ms. Weber. Could you please give your full name for the record?
Lauren Weber,
And can
You
spell your last name for the court reporter?
Weber.
And Ms. Weber, do you live in the Nashville area?
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived here?
My whole life.
And at some point, did you meet Ms. Jade Benning?
I did.
When was it that you first met Jade Benning?
We were friends roughly a little over a year. She moved to Nashville and ended up working for my brother's restaurant, and we became fast friends.
And what restaurant was your brother's?
Ernest Barn Hideaway.
And was your brother a single owner, or did he have a co-owner?
He had a co-owner.
And who was that co-owner?
It was actually Jade's uncle, Jay, excuse me.
And when did you first start working at Ernest Hideaway?
I began working there, I want to say it was 2023, roughly. I was there for about 3.5 years. I'm not sure the exact date.
Were you there before Jade started working there?
Yes.
Okay. And
This Lauren asked y'all. This is Lauren. This one of them people went back up in that house with them gloves on. Y'all ready? This is Lauren. Lauren and Natalie, and it was two more, but they went back up in there. So she came to the hospital. She was one of the ones lingering around when Bestie for the Resty was giving her rendition to the cops. She was the one that was in the conversation with stepmom when they decided must be a candle burning. Let's go back. And then she went back and she was in that one of the one. I think she's the one that took that picture of the glasses. So she was the one taking pictures, playing CSI, taking pictures, and had the gloves on. Ready? We ready. All right, let's go. This Lauren asked. Now, if you didn't catch it, Lauren's brother was the owner of the, remember, it was the co-owners of the restaurant. One of the owners is Lauren's brother. The other owner is stepmom's brother. So her brother and stepmom's brother owned the restaurant where she was the chef at.
Did Jade start working there in 2022?
Yes.
Okay, so you would have been working there in 2022 at least?
Yes, that's correct, sorry.
And what was your position at the restaurant?
I was the assistant general manager.
How much time would you say that you spent with Jade Benning on a weekly basis?
We spent a lot of time together at work. After work, we would go get food together, so we spent a lot of time together throughout the week.
Did you guys ever actually travel together?
We did.
How many trips did you go on with Jade?
We took one trip.
And can you describe what was Jade's position at the restaurant?
She was a chef in the kitchen.
And about how many people worked at the restaurant?
I would say roughly 20 to 25 people.
And can you describe Jade's kind of demeanor within the restaurant and the other employees? Was she well liked, or what was your perception?
She was definitely well liked by everyone. She was someone that could sense if you were having a rough day. She would make you smile, and we would do the same for her. She was just a light. Everyone truly loved Jade.
Did she confide in you personal things that had nothing to do with work?
She would, sometimes also about work, but yes.
And at any point, did you learn that Jade had met Blaise Taylor?
Yes.
And do you recall, when did you first learn about that?
It was in the winter months. She had just mentioned him to me, and then eventually I did meet him.
Do you remember exactly when you met him?
Not the exact date, no.
Can you describe that encounter?
We had gone to a bar that was downtown. It was raining outside. We went up to the bar and I met him, and there was not much communication. It was just more of a nice to meet you, and then kind of didn't have much else, other conversation.
And did you see him with Jade again after that?
No.
At some point, did you learn that Jade had become pregnant?
Yes, ma'am.
And how did you learn about that?
Jade called me and she told me.
And do you know how long Jade had known she was pregnant?
She called me as soon as she found out. She hadn't known very long.
And I want to ask a couple of questions about before that day. So before the day that she found out she was pregnant, did you know Jade to drink alcohol?
Occasionally, yes.
Did you know her to ever get drunk?
Occasionally, yes.
Is she someone that you knew to drink every day excessively?
Absolutely not.
Did you know her to do any other types of substances?
Yes.
And what did you know her to do?
Smoke marijuana.
Did you know her to do cocaine ever?
No.
Are you sure about that?
100% sure.
And can you describe, after that day that she told you she was pregnant, did Jade's behavior change in any way?
It did.
Did you ever see her drink again?
I did not.
Did you ever see her or even hear about her smoking marijuana again?
No, ma'am.
And did you have any knowledge of if Jade would connect people with someone to get drugs for
Yes.
them, but not for herself?
Yes.
And was that other people in the restaurant?
Yes.
Can you describe kind of those weeks after she found out she was pregnant? Obviously, the day of might have been shocking, but can you describe her demeanor kind of in those next few weeks in November?
She just knew what was ahead of her, and she was turned over. She was positive. She was going home after work. She was getting her apartment ready. She just wanted to be a mom, and she was ready to be a mom, and was still the amazing person that she's always been. But she definitely, I'll see you later. I'm not going anywhere with you guys. Like, she didn't do anything that she shouldn't have been doing while she was pregnant.
And did you ever go to her apartment that she was living in kind of at the end of 2022?
Yes.
And did you ever go to the new apartment that you moved to in 2023?
Once, yes.
And did you talk to her about the things that she was doing to plan for the baby?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you describe, after she told you she was pregnant, did you hear her talk about Blaise Taylor or see him in that kind of November, December timeframe?
Yes, she let me know that she was going to talk with him and let him know that she was pregnant, and pretty much all that I was ever really told in regards to it, because it just kind of, nothing much else was said.
Did you know whether or not he was involved with Jade in the pregnancy?
Yes.
And what did you know about that?
I knew that they had been together, and of course Jade confided in me, so I knew that they had to have sex. So,
Which I guess I'm asking, after she found out she was pregnant, you said she went and talked to him. Did he continue to be involved with Jade after that?
yes, yes.
And what do you know about the contact that they had after kind of that beginning of November into December?
I just knew that they were in communication, but I didn't know the depth of what the communication was. I just knew that they were still contacting each other.
Okay. At some point, did you think that he was going to be there raising the baby with her, or what did you think was the plan based off of talking to her?
I knew that's what she was hoping for, but I didn't know what was to come.
And then, do you recall anything happening kind of the beginning of the year? January, February? Did everything seem to stay the same to you?
Yes.
And specifically, drawing your attention to that February 25th, 2023, do you remember that day?
I do.
And did you see Jade that day?
I did.
Can you describe that day to me?
That day I was at work. I was there in the morning, and Jade was there as well. We had a private event that night, and I was just doing what I normally do during the day at work, and Jade told me that she was leaving. She had the night off, and of course I was wondering how, because we had an event. And she told me that she had plans to go home and cook dinner and do some type of painting with Blaise, and Nigeria was there as well. And she just told me that she loved me and she'd see me later. And we went into the event.
No, object to the hearsay.
What's your objection?
Hearsay.
Is the state care to be heard?
I think her state of mind is relevant, Your Honor.
Is that 803 then existing mental state of mind? Do you care to be heard on that?
I do, Your Honor. Are we talking about the existing state of mind of Jade?
Yes. She planned it. That's what I understood your objection was. Plans to eat and paint with Blaise.
I don't know that, but you know what, you're right. Thank you. I withdraw my objection.
Go ahead.
Could you continue your answer?
Yes. So
You said that she was leaving, she told you that she
Blaise
loved you and
is
gave you
not
a, is
based
that
off
right?
of the.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, so then the night went on, and I was busy at work, so I didn't really talk to her once we got into things, but I knew what her plans were for the evening, and I just hoped that she was having fun, and I'd hope to see her the next day so she could tell me about it.
And her mood that day, was it, I guess, normal to you?
It was normal, yes. She was happy that something was planned, for them to do together. So she was a little bit happier than normal, yeah.
So happier than normal?
Yeah.
And can you describe what happened that night after Jade left and you were at the restaurant working?
Some hours went by, of course, and then I just noticed that one of the owners, Jay, it's not around anymore, so I kind of felt like something was going on.
And it's Jay, is that
Jay
Jade's
is,
uncle?
yes, that's correct. So I just kind of had that gut feeling that something had happened. So I spoke with him, and he let me know that there was an incident, and I just asked what I could do, what I needed to do, and things went from there.
And can you describe what you mean by that, if things went from there?
I was panicking, obviously. I called her mom and asked her what I needed to do, and she asked me to go by Jade's apartment because it was left unlocked. So I went there and went inside, got her keys off of the counter, blew out a candle in her room, took pictures, and left. And then went to the hospital just waiting to see what was going on because we had no idea at that point.
And when you referred to Jade's mom, were you referring to her mom, Bridget, or her stepmom, Andrea?
I spoke to Bridget, and then I gave the keys to her stepmom, Andrea.
And I guess, so you went to the apartment. When you got to the apartment, was it locked?
No, ma'am.
And when you entered, can you describe, what did you see? Did it look normal to you, or what did you think when you got there?
Things looked as they would if you were painting and cooking. There was
I was
paintings
about
on
to
the
say.
table. There was still food sitting out, but something just seemed off to me. It just didn't smell like food was freshly cooked. So it just kind of put, my brain was telling me, just get the keys. You need to leave. It just, I don't know, it just didn't make me feel right being in there.
What did it smell like if it didn't smell like food?
It just smelled like it's clean. Then normally if someone cooks, you smell the food for at least a couple of days. At least I do when I cook.
No, it ain't.
But, yeah, it just didn't smell. It smelled like it was cleaner than it should have been with food just recently being prepared.
And you said that you blew out a candle.
Yes, ma'am.
Where was that candle?
It was on her nightstand, right next to her comforter.
And did you
So he cleaned up?
touch anything other than her keys?
I did not.
And you said that you took pictures, is that correct?
Yes.
I'm gonna ask you.
And I don't know what kind of nasty ass house you come from, Heifer, but you're supposed to clean while you cooking. And you don't start cooking in no dirty kitchen. You go dirty. You're dirty. Come on, you smell it for days. Girl, is you crazy?
Ms. Weber, do you recognize these two photographs that were handed to you?
I do.
And are those the
He
two
left when they
photographs
left?
of Jade Benning's apartment?
Yes, ma'am.
And he was at the hospital. You dirty dog.
Something in my heart told me I needed to. I just took them, and I don't know why I did it. Just something in my instinct told me I needed to do that.
All right, this time I'm going to ask that those two photographs be entered as the next numbered exhibit, 13A and B, and then 5A for disposed to the jury.
Okay. This is. All right.
How you miss your legs, something in your heart. Okay.
Ms. Weber, do you recognize that photograph?
Yes,
And is that photograph one of the photographs that you took in
Yes.
Jade Benning's apartment?
yes.
And kind of this view, would you be standing with your back to the stove, kind of looking towards the front door?
That,
There's a monitor right in front of you. I don't know if you can see it better on that.
the door is more towards this side, so I was actually kind of like at an angle. So the living room would have been more towards my back, I believe. So yes.
And the next one, which is 13B, can you describe what's shown here?
That is the other side of her island, the other painting that was there.
And you said you took both of these photographs. Does this image actually have the date and time that you took the photographs?
It does.
If you can just read off for the record what
Sure.
date and time that is.
February 25th, 2023, 11:29 p.m.
And Ms. Weber, you said that you got her keys. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you get just her keys, or did you get a purse and a wallet, or what did you get?
It was just her keys. They did have like a little Louis Vuitton
What was the second?
thing on it that she
Y'all
had
had to
like
go
money
get y'all
inside, but
nephews.
it wasn't a full purse or wallet.
Would that have been where her identification was?
I believe so, yes.
And so you took that one item off the counter and did not touch anything else other than blowing out a candle?
That is correct.
Did you lock the apartment when you left?
We did.
And then where did you go?
Who is we?
We drove to the hospital.
And when you got to the hospital, who was there?
Nigea, Andrea, who is Jade's stepmom, Blaise, and my friend Natalie was with me. And that's pretty much all who I remember remotely in front of me at that time.
Did Natalie go to the apartment with you?
Yes, ma'am.
And was she there with you? Were you all together the entire time?
We were.
And did she touch anything?
She did not.
Shut up.
Can you describe, had you ever met Nigella Jackson before?
Yes.
And when you saw her at the hospital, can you describe her demeanor?
Distraught, upset, sad, confused.
And you said that you had met Blaise Taylor once before, is that
Yes.
correct? When you saw him at the hospital, can you describe his demeanor?
Facing away from us, no emotion.
Did he speak to you?
No.
And kind of going back prior to. Girl, hell, remember your coworker
that
asked?
specific day.
What the world is, what kind of
Did
mess
you
is
know
this?
any plans that Jade Benning was making related to her baby?
She was planning her baby shower. I was planning her baby shower. She was getting things together to put a nursery together. She was planning to be a mom.
And were you familiar with Jade's birthday?
Yes.
Did it have significance to you?
Yes.
And why is that?
It's 3 days after mine.
And did y'all have any plans for birthdays?
We would actually, we would celebrate them together.
Did y'all have plans to celebrate them together that year in 2023?
Yes.
And after that February 25th, 2023, did you go to the hospital multiple times between that date and March 6th of 2023?
I did.
And was Miss Jackson there when you went to the hospital?
She was, yeah.
Do you have any reason to believe that Miss Jackson would harm Jade Benning?
Not at all.
Thank you, Ms. Weber. I don't have any.
Come on, Cross. Because that's some bullshit. What did Natalie need to go in the house for?
Let's see Stacy exhibit 1. as well as exhibit
Bye.
10 Andy. Oh, I'm sorry. Ms. Weber, hi, how are you today?
Good, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. My name is Letitia Quinones Hollins. I'll be asking you a few questions. If at any time you don't understand something, please let me know, okay?
Okay.
I want to talk with you a little bit, particularly about Mr. Taylor. You stated that you did, in fact, meet him prior to, I guess, 225 in the hospital. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And how many times would you say that that was?
Once.
Okay, and where were you guys when you met?
It was, I forgot the name of it. It was a bar downtown,
Okay, you forgot the name?
and it's in the W.
Okay. And how long were you around him that night?
Probably under an hour.
Okay. And did you speak with him?
Yes.
And was there anything odd about him that you found in your interchange with him that caused you any concern?
There wasn't much conversation. It was just very high, and that's kind of all that was said between us. There wasn't any
Exactly.
getting
So
to
bitch,
know
I don't know if
each
he was
other.
emotionless or just not talking to your ass.
And would you tell us or tell the jury about when that was?
Again, I'm not sure of the exact date, but it was cold, and I remember it was pouring down rain outside.
Okay. Do you remember on that day that Jade sent you a video?
On the day that I met Blaise,
When it was raining downtown?
she did.
And in that video, it was a video of her and Blaise, was it not?
Yes,
And it was a video of them walking in the rain together.
that's correct.
And when she looked back and gave him a big kiss, do you remember that?
I don't remember that, but I do remember the video being in the rain, and they were walking to meet me.
And would that be, I guess because it was cold, I would assume that it's during the winter time.
Yes, ma'am.
So would that have been the end of 22, beginning, well, would have been the beginning of 23?
Possibly, yes.
Okay, because there's testimony that they didn't reunite until January 1st of 23 during the winter time, and that would be consistent with that, would it not?
Yes.
Then I want to draw your attention to, you stated that all that you knew that Jade was involved in was marijuana, is that right?
That's correct.
Do you ever recall her texting you about mushrooms?
Yes.
So she was involved with more than just marijuana?
Yes.
So what you lied for?
You're not testifying to this jury that you know every single thing about Jade, are you?
Yeah, that's correct.
Fair enough. Now, let's take you to 225. You stated that you were in contact with Jade that day, and she informed you about what was going on. Is that right? With the dinner night, date night?
Yes.
Now, to be clear, before I go there, when is your birthday?
March 3rd,
And when is Miss Benning's birthday?
March 6th.
And you guys were planning your birthday together?
Yes, ma'am.
So I was looking through your text messages between the two of you.
Come on.
Around that time, and I don't see anything regarding planning a party together. Did you not text about it?
We spoke in person about it.
But you guys text almost every day, right?
Yes.
About everything?
Not about everything.
Okay, you guys text about the date night, right?
That's correct.
And you pulled out a
Hanging out
tear,
together,
bitch.
right?
That's correct.
What you gonna eat for dinner? Right?
Usually lunch, but yes.
Lunch, okay. Helping Julia out.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance.
Okay, they text a lot, so what's your question?
But yet, there's nothing in these text messages.
Not a
about
fucking
you
thing.
planning your birthday
See?
together.
What? Why are we
That's
lying?
correct. We spoke about it in person.
Now, taking you to 225, she tells you about the date night, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And that she's going to cook for him.
That's correct.
And as far as you know, did you get to speak with Najee that day?
Later on that evening, yes.
Okay, that evening. And there was nothing that Ms. Jackson shared with you that would lead you to believe that Jade did not cook dinner that night. Is that right?
That's correct.
In fact, you would have learned from Ms. Jackson that she did in fact cook that night. Right?
Can you repeat the question?
Yes, ma'am.
Why? You can't hear?
You would have learned from Ms. Jackson that she being Jade, did in fact cook that night.
Yes, I knew that prior, so yes.
But you testified that it appeared or it didn't smell like food, right?
Yes.
Did you ever speak with any detectives or police officers that evening?
I did.
Okay, which ones did you speak to, if you remember?
I could not tell you their names, but I did speak with them at the hospital.
How many did you speak with?
I believe it was 2.
Okay. Did you tell either one of those detectives that when you went into that apartment, you did not smell food?
Yes.
Which one did you tell? The first one or the second one?
They were sitting next to each other, so I'm not sure which one, but I was speaking to them at the same time.
Okay, so the 2 detectives that you spoke with at the same time, you told them that when you went in that apartment, you did not smell food.
That is correct.
And did you tell them that it smelled like someone had cleaned up?
Yes, it smelled like it was clean. Yes, that's correct.
And when you say it smelled like it was clean, what does that smell like?
That it's been cleaned. Like the cleaning products, normally if you're cooking, I would smell food.
Right.
So it didn't have that smell when you first walk in that food was just previously made. It smelled like it had been cleaned.
Are you telling us that it smelled like Lysol?
It smelled like a cleaning product. I'm not sure which one, but it smelled like a cleaning product.
Something like Lysol?
A cleaning product.
And it's your testimony you did in fact share that with the detectives?
To my knowledge, yes.
To your knowledge?
Yes.
What does that mean?
From what I remember, yes, that's the conversation that we had.
Well, could it be that, are you now saying you couldn't, maybe you didn't say that?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
You stated that you went there to pick up what?
I went there to lock her apartment, so I had to get the keys off of the counter.
Where exactly did you find the keys?
They were sitting on the counter in her kitchen.
And what else did you go to pick up?
Just the keys.
Okay. Did you go to pick up anything else?
Just the keys.
And who asked you to go pick up those keys?
Jade's mom, Bridget.
And during that time, were you aware of Ms. Jackson's allegations against Blaise?
No.
So when you went to the apartment, as your testimony, you didn't know anything about the allegations Ms. Jackson was making against Blaise?
No.
And what time did you speak with Ms. Burks? That's Jade's mother, correct?
That's correct.
What time did you speak with Ms.?
It was probably 30 to 45 minutes prior to me taking those pictures.
So around, I see here.
10:45.
I'm sorry.
Roughly around 10:45.
10:45? And when you spoke with Ms. Burks, she didn't share with you the allegations that Najee had made?
The only thing, no.
She did not. When you went in, you said that you were careful not to touch anything else.
That's correct.
Why not?
I knew that
Because Jade had already
something
told
had
you it was a
happened
crime
with
scene.
Jade. Still at the point not knowing, I knew that I should do only what her mom had asked of me, which was to get her keys and lock her apartment.
But if at this time you had not heard about any allegations by Najee, why would you feel that it was important to go into one of your very best friend's house and be careful not to touch anything?
Because that's not my apartment. I would respect hers just as she would respect mine. So I went in and got what I was supposed to do out of the respect for her family and left.
If you only thought your best friend was sick and you just
And
needed to
so
lock up, then why the
why
fuck
would you
did you
feel
feel
that
the
it
need
was
to wear
odd
gloves and not touch anything?
that it was clean? Did you realize
Because you
that
were
she
already
cooked
aware it
at
was a
7
crime
o'clock
scene.
earlier that evening?
I knew that she had cooked, but I knew we went in there and it just didn't seem right to me. And our minds were on knowing something had happened to Jade. And at that point, we did not know what.
How did you know something happened to her?
And then, if you were there just to go into the kitchen counter, and can I get you, well, I could use you. Is this the kitchen counter you're referring to, found in State's Exhibit 13A?
That is the kitchen island. That is not where her keys were.
Okay, so her keys were in the kitchen, but not here.
Right, because that's the island. It was on the counter.
Okay. And did you, at that time, but it would have been in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. And would it have been adjacent to that counter?
It would have been next to her stove, which was by the door. So, yes.
About how many feet would you say that that counter was from that island?
A foot or two.
So if it was your intention to respect her apartment and not touch anything that doesn't belong to you, why would you go into her bedroom?
I could see directly into it from the kitchen, and I saw a candle burning next to a comforter. So I would wish someone would blow that out for me if I wasn't there.
And so did you not smell the candle?
No, it was in her bedroom, and it was a red candle.
And so it's 11:29 p.m. And if
So did you smell the candle?
that she would have left her apartment around 10 o'clock, it would have been burning for, at the very least, for over an hour and a half. You didn't smell the candle?
That's not what I first smelled, no.
And you went in, you blew out the candle, and then you left
That's correct.
and locked the doors
Yes, ma'am.
without touching anything else.
Yes, ma'am.
But you knew when
With
you left
Natalie
that
right next to
something
me.
wasn't right and it smelled clean, correct?
That is correct.
So when you got to the hospital and you saw the police officers, did you go up to them immediately and say, I just left that apartment and something isn't right? Did you do that?
That's not what I immediately did. I got there and I gave the keys to her stepmom, Andrea, and then we were trying to figure out what was going on.
But you had just left your very good friend's house and something in your mind was telling you something nefarious is going on. There's a police officer standing right there. Why wouldn't you go talk to them and tell them that you found something odd?
I wanted her family to be able to speak with them first and get the information. I was there until I was told something.
Okay, well, did you, then I'm surely then when you got there and spoke with her family, you told them that, right?
I told them what? I'm sorry.
That something nefarious was going on that you felt because the apartment smelled too clean.
I told them that something didn't feel right. That's what I told them.
Did you share with them that something that didn't feel right was it was too clean?
Yes.
And who did you tell that to?
I told that to, I don't remember exactly who, but I want to say it was Andrea, maybe.
Andrea Browning?
Yes.
And if you didn't tell Andrea Browning, who would you tell?
Eventually, when I spoke with the detectives, I would tell them.
You never told Ms. Burks, the one who asked you to go over there in the first place?
She was aware as well.
So you did tell her to?
Yes, ma'am.
So if you told Ms. Browning and you told Ms. Burks, certainly that's something that they would have shared with the police, right?
Yes.
When you were at the hospital, you stated that Blaise, I'm sorry, when you came in, he had his back to you guys, right?
That's correct.
And not being bothered with you. Is that what it appeared like?
He just wasn't speaking. He was sitting away from us with his back. We would come in and his back was to us.
Did you go and speak to him?
No.
And I'm curious, Ms. Weber, if he was away from you with his back to you, how could you tell what his demeanor was?
Body language, and he turned around.
Oh, so he did turn around.
He turned around and looked, but there was no communication between us.
So you're saying you were able to tell his demeanor when for the majority.
We don't know y'all, and y'all walking in and speaking to the motherfucker that's accusing them.
Kind of turned around and looked at you, and then from there you're able to ascertain what his demeanor is?
Yes.
Did you learn that out of everyone that was aware of what was going on with the medical episode, which would have been Jada, did you learn that?
Did I learn what? I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Did you learn that Ms. Jackson was aware of the medical episode as it was going on?
Once we got to the hospital and got further into speaking, I was made aware of that after the fact, but not during.
Fair enough. Were you made aware afterwards that Mr. Keontae Jones was part of that conversation with Jay?
No.
No one told you that?
I don't know that name, I'm sorry.
Would you be surprised to know that the only person who called 911 in reference to Jay's medical episode was Blaise? Did you know that?
Yes.
You didn't find that out?
I mean, there was a lot odd that evening, but no, I mean.
Your Honor, may I ask that the witness be passed State's Exhibit 13A, B, and 1A?
You can put them up if you want to ask.
Take a look at State's Exhibit 13A. That's your screenshot, or is it a screenshot or a photo?
It's a screenshot of a photo.
Okay. And where's the original photo?
You're looking at it. I had to take a screenshot so the date would show.
Oh, very good. And that's my point. Your date is showing that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Because you wanted them to know, when I say them, the police officers, this is what time this photo was taken, because I want you to know that I was there and I was there at this time, correct?
When you take a photo, the date and time automatically appear. So that wasn't my intentions at that time. I came back to that when I was asked for any information that I had from that evening.
Well, I'm only stating that because you just said that you wanted the date to show.
That's with the screenshot, yes. Yes.
And that's why you took the screenshot.
Yes, but that was way after that evening. But yes, you're correct.
Okay, very good. So take a look at State's Exhibit 1A and 1B. There is no time or date taken there, is there?
No, that's not a picture I took.
No, I know. I'm just asking. There is no date or time in this photo, is it?
There is not.
Whoever took this photo didn't feel the same way you felt in regards to being important as to what date and time this photo was taken. Neither is a date and time on that photo, is there?
Because that's multiple questions. What are you asking?
Yeah, what do you?
I'll ask again.
I'm gonna object to Ms. Collins referring to this as a photo. It's a screen capture from a video. No, that was the witness testimony, it is not a photo.
Oh, very good. The screen capture from this video doesn't show a date or time, does it?
It wouldn't.
Okay. Yours didn't either, but you took a screenshot so that it would, right?
Once I was asked for the photo, yes, that's correct.
Now, when you said that Blaise turned around and you were able to ascertain his demeanor from him turning around, what did he look like?
Just sitting there, no emotion, no happiness, sad, no, just there.
Did he make a face at you?
No, it's just normal face, just with no emotion behind it,
Just a blank face?
pretty much.
Were you aware that the entire time he was in the hospital, he had a mask on?
No,
You weren't aware of that?
no.
It would be hard for you to be able to ascertain what his face looks like or demeanor if he had a mask on, wouldn't it?
If you had a mask on, yes, that's correct.
So if you did have a mask on, you'll agree, it would be difficult for you to do that.
If you had a mask on, yes.
Thank you, I pass the witness.
You have a mask on. Would you saw?
No,
Do you know what time you saw him?
not to the very minute, but it would have been shortly after the time of me taking that photo and going to the hospital.
So within an hour?
Possibly, yes. Yes, within an hour.
So around 12:30?
Yes.
So if we have a photo of Blaise around 12:30, he shouldn't have a mask on according to your testimony.
From what I remember now.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
I don't have anything else, Your Honor.
Okay, all right, thank you. You can step, Jesse. Who's the next witness?
Stephanie Franklin.
Why are we lying about stupid stuff? They about to catch her in something with that mask.
You swear the testimony you're about to give will be the truth.
Jesus.
Now, did you please tell us your name and spell your first and last name for the report?
My name is Stephanie Franklin, Stephanie, Franklin, Franklin.
Ms. Franklin, did you know Jade Benning during her lifetime?
Yes, sir.
When did you first meet her or come to know her?
I met Jade when I learned that my daughter and she were in the same dance class when they were around 4 or 5 years old. And they clicked, and I met Jade's mother at that same time.
And where was that with respect to at least city and state?
In Little Rock, Arkansas.
And what is your daughter's name?
My daughter's name is Lindsay Jones. Well, Wallace now, she's married.
So initially, your daughter Lindsay and Jade were 4 or 5 years old, dance class.
Yes,
You
sir.
can repeat your answer.
I'm sorry. Yes, sir.
met, I believe you said, Jade's mother
Yes,
at that time. And so they're living in Little Rock.
yes, sir.
On how many
Who is that?
occasions,
Who is-
during this age group, and I'll ask as they get older, but at this time, that age, 4 or 5 years old, how often would you see little Jade Benning?
The beginning, it only took a few weeks, but for it to grow into a almost every day or every other day interaction.
And did your daughter and Jade go to preschool together?
No, sir.
Now, as they got a little older, did they maintain their friendship?
Yes. They ended up going to the same middle school and celebrating birthdays, special events. We were with each other all the time.
And did you establish and maintain a friendship or relationship with Jade's mother?
Yes, sir.
And what was that interaction like with respect to, like, how many times would you see Jade as a young child?
All the time. Special events, birthdays, weekly outings, dinner dates. There were standing dinner dates on specific nights. I mean, it was a regular. She was like a second child to me.
Occasion, do sleepovers at your house?
Sleepovers at my house or
How about your daughter?
my child over at her house or her grandparents' house even.
As they got even older, into the teenage years, what was the relationship like at that point?
All through middle school, leading up to teenage years, we all were at the same school. I actually taught at the school where they attended. So they were with me all the time before school, lunch, after school, when there was a problem. I was kind of like their school mom. And of course, my daughter was there too. And then after their middle school years, they decided to go to 2 different high schools in Little Rock due to their choices of what they were interested in. My daughter went to an arts magnet, and Jade chose to go to Central. So while they were not in the same school, we still attended games, ball games to see or cheer, competitions, dance recitals, special events. We still went out to dinner. We still hung out, all those things.
You say competitions and cheers, what sort of cheer?
My daughter and Jade were both cheerleaders
At their respective high schools?
at middle school and then continued on to at their, respective high schools.
And with respect to any other competitions, activities that you knew Jade to be involved in?
I mean, she would come support my daughter because my daughter was a dancer also and had dance recitals. And so she would come and watch and support. We had regular sleepovers still from time to time as they got older.
Now, did they both, to your knowledge, stay in dance all the way up through elementary school, middle school, and
Yes, sir.
high school?
My daughter cheered the whole time. Jade cheered the whole time. Jade was actually captain at Central High School of the cheer squad.
And don't get too deep in the weeds about this, but Little Rock High School, how big a school is that?
3,000 to 4,000 student population. It changes throughout the years, probably more when she was there than today.
So was Jade being captain of the cheer squad a big thing?
Oh, it was a huge thing, a huge responsibility. Their squad had, first it was leadership position, but was held in high regard for anyone who was selected. And it speaks to her light and how she was able to bring people together.
your daughter and Jade progressed, did there come a time when they graduated from high school?
Of course, thankfully.
And college was next.
Yes, sir.
Did they maintain that friendship and you as well with Jade Benning, her family?
Yes, sir. They chose different routes for college as well as young people. My daughter chose to decided that, college wasn't for her at a certain point, and that she wanted to be a chef, so she went that route.
Let me say that route, was there a culinary school?
Yes. It was like I guess what would you call a vocational college, and she went to a culinary school and graduated.
Did you become aware at some time that Ms. Benning, Jade Benning, relocated to Nashville, Tennessee?
Oh, I mean, yeah. Sorry. Yeah, I knew that she wanted to spread
Where
her
are we
wings
going
and
with this
venture
testimony?
out. She was tenacious in that regard and independent. And so I knew that she had her sights set and moved to Nashville, and that she was able to secure a job cooking, in her field, cooking, and an opportunity to do what she loved.
Did you have any appreciation of why she chose Nashville? Did she have any relatives here?
Well, her stepmom lives outside of Nashville, and she has a half sister in the area as well. And then,
Would it be fair to say you know?
Yes, sir. And even a relationship with the person who was in ownership of the restaurant where she was going to, where she did cook, but where the offer came from.
You recall when the last time may have been that you saw Jade Benning alive?
I think it was when we had a dinner back in Little Rock.
And when Ms. Benning would come back to Little Rock, would you normally see her?
Most of the time, yes. If my schedule allowed me to be there, I'd be there.
And so, looking back on it, do you recall that event, that family dinner?
It's hard to go back to those memories, but yes.
What was her mood, her
She was
attitude, her demeanor? What was she like at that time?
She was pure Jade, excitement, her whole life ahead of her, just happy. That's her.
Did you stay in any type of communication with Ms. Benning after that? Phone or text or?
Directly, we didn't communicate as much as Jade and I together as she got older, but Bridget and I are her mom, I'm sorry. Are, I would say, best friends. So yes, kept tabs nonstop. And I mean, Jade and I would text, Mother's Day. She always got a message from her. Birthdays, I mean, there was interaction.
And are you spending your daughter kind of in separate ways, professionally or educationally? Your knowledge, did your daughter, Jade Benning. Stay in touch.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever have the opportunity to come to Nashville and visit Miss Benning while she was alive here?
No, sir.
Did there come a time when you learned that she was expecting?
Yes, sir.
How did that come about?
Her mama confiding in me.
Just go back to the, you and her mother being such close friends.
Mm-hmm.
You recall approximately when that was?
I want to say it was sometime in December. And it may have been toward the end of November, but sometime around that holiday season.
And did you share that news with others?
No. Bridget and I have a cloak of trust as best friends do. And so she confided in me. And until I had permission, I did not. But Bridget and I talked about it regularly after she told me.
So if you're saying you kept up with the progress of the pregnancy and things that were going on, and were you planning to participate whenever the time came, baby showers, whatever you can do?
I mean, of course.
When I get to the night, about the call, did there come a time when you received a call concerning Jade Benning's health and welfare?
Yes, sir. Actually, I was notified because my husband was called by Jade's, I hate to say stepdad, I'm going to say bonus dad. They're also friends. And when the call came in, and I was told, just I was a little bit in shock. And of course, Bridget was on the other line, not able to call
No,
me
this is
herself,
her
so,
friend's mom.
you know, it was, I need to talk to Bridget.
You're still in Little Rock, right?
Yes, sir.
Bridget is the real mom.
Yes, sir.
This is Bridget's friend.
So, what, if anything, did you do upon receiving the call?
I immediately demanded to talk to Bridget. And so when I got to talk to Bridget, of course, she and Lynn were already en route to Nashville. And I told her, I said, I'm coming. I told her, I said, I got to get a couple hours of sleep because it was late. Sure. And then, of course, I just told her I would be there and I would leave in the morning and drive, and that the girls may come with me. And then when I said the girls, she knows what that means, but that's my daughter and some other close family friends. And so then I immediately called my daughter and told her, and we made plans what time to meet and what time we were going to leave.
And do you recall approximately what time you left Little Rock to come to Nashville?
Sometime in the morning, early. I mean, it's like 6, 7. Had to pick up my daughter and then also get another friend.
I don't necessarily need to ask what was said, if anything, but were you in communication and being updated on Jade's condition during the drive?
And of course.
when you arrived here in Nashville, where did you go immediately?
I went directly to the hospital.
Do you recall approximately what time it may have been when you got there?
It was early afternoon. I wouldn't say midday, it was early afternoon.
Get to the point.
And when you arrived, where did you go? Arrived by that, I mean, at the hospital.
Straight to ICU.
And were you permitted to see Jade?
I went straight to the waiting room first, and that's where I got to meet Bridget and Lynn and everybody else that was there.
Were there a number of people there? that
Family members, yes.
And when you saw, you said Ms. Benning was in the ICU. When you saw her, what did you see? Could you describe what you saw?
Jade was laying there with tubes and wires connected and machines functioning for her. And I saw her pregnant belly pooch.
How long did you stay in Nashville?
Got here on Sunday. 4 days.
And during that time, were you frequently at the hospital?
If I wasn't sleeping or driving to and from.
And any time before you arrived at the hospital, had you heard the name Blaise Taylor?
Yes. Yes.
And from
Bridget.
had you ever met anyone by that name?
No.
Did you meet anyone at the hospital during the days that you were there? Named Blaise Taylor?
No.
So have you ever seen him or spoken to him?
Not in person.
Have you spoken?
No.
Focusing back at the hospital, were you aware there was a police investigation?
I became aware.
Did you become aware? And were there officers and or detectives at the hospital on and off, or at least that you saw and spoke to there?
I never met anyone directly that I recall, but I saw people, and they would pull Bridget and Lynn and Dennis and Andrea.
Did there come a time when you went to the apartment?
I did.
Ms. Benning's apartment?
Yes, sir.
Tell us how that came about.
My best friend was falling apart, and she wasn't going to leave her child's side, which I understand. But it was driving her crazy to know answers, to just see what in the world was happening, try to make sense of something. So Bridget and I discussed it.
And was the decision made, at least between the two of you at least, that you would go to the apartment?
Yes, that'd be her eyes and ears.
Did you get keys to the apartment?
From Bridget.
Had you ever been there before?
No.
I'm not asking if you ever been to Nashville, but so,
No,
were you given directions or?
I was given the address, GPS.
Who, if anyone, went with you?
My daughter Lindsay, Jada, Summons, and Nigella.
Now, ask about Nigella. Would that be Nigella Jackson?
Yes, sir.
Did you know her prior to this incident?
When I say girls, she's included in that group.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. Going back to
Sleepovers, celebrations, cheer, all the things.
and so then was she, being Miss Jackson, also a part of growing up in
Yes, sir.
Little Rock? Prior to going to the apartment, what, if anything, did you do to prepare for going there and entering?
My son is a police officer in Little Rock, and
Let me just, without going into say, did you get some suggestions from him?
yeah, of course,
And
I called.
did you follow those suggestions?
I called him and told him what I was getting ready to do, and then I had to do it for Bridget.
And so,
And so I asked him.
well, I know, say that, so what did you do to prepare?
I called my son and I told him what I was getting ready to do and asked him how do I honor what my friend needs and do it in the best, carefulest way, not knowing all the details, but knowing what little information I had with how she got to be, how Jade got to be in the hospital. And that
What?
he told me.
And did you follow those instructions or advice?
Yes. The ones he gave me.
Did you procure any hand protection?
I did.
Tell us about that.
He told me you need to have gloved hands, you need to not touch anything, try not to touch anything you don't have to touch to gain entrance. And you need to record and take pictures or still shots of anything that you feel needs to be documented for Bridget to see. And then get out. Don't stay there.
When did you go to the apartment?
Who the fuck is your son?
It was around dusk on the day that I got there.
And would that be on the 26th?
Yes, sir.
And so who went with you, so, when you arrived, did you take pictures?
I did.
Did you also take videos?
I did.
And did you take any items from the apartment?
One.
Our court's permission.
Your son can't be nobody's. Who? Her son works for who? Because your son can't possibly be in nobody's. He can't even be in top flight security telling you to go ahead and go into a crime scene.
Ms. Franklin, being handed 2 items.
And you and Isaiah, just Craig and Day Day.
USB.
Get out of
But
here.
as far as the photographs are concerned, would you look through those and see if you recognize what is depicted?
Yes, sir.
Just
And
dumb,
open the
dumber, dummy,
envelope.
dummiest, and dumberer.
Be sure it does have. I believe it has a tag. It says S. Franklin, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I would move those to number 14. Ms. Franklin, which were
The dude
done
that's
first?
leading the charge
Photographs or the videos?
is a Gomer Pyle ass Barney and
Video,
Fife talking
photograph,
about
video,
go ahead in.
photograph, or how was the process done?
Room by room, area by area, video and photographs together in the same areas.
And what did you use to capture both the video and the photographs?
My personal phone.
Cell phone. All right. If we could. Now, Ms. Franklin, you've had an opportunity to review these, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And we have muted each of the videos because what was said is really not between you and Jade and Jaya is not relevant. So, as we play these one by one, since there will be no audio, can you narrate, tell us what we're seeing?
Yes.
Video number 1.
This is,
And we can't stop, obviously.
as soon as you walk in the apartment and open the door, you're in the kitchen. And so this is immediately entering the door, panning the kitchen area. This is the countertop. I knew that, I knew Jade had a at-home date set, and I knew that because she loves to cook, you see food over on the stove area and the counter, and then the result of their kind of paint at home.
So it'd be fair to say that there were things, some things you expected to see, is that correct?
Correct. And then that's Jada and Najee.
And again, it's muted, but were you having conversations?
Of course.
And were you apprised of the fact that Najee had been there before?
No,
Okay, so you didn't know whether she had.
Najee is Jade's best friend,
Yes.
so I'm sure.
Now we're moving to video number 2. Where are we now?
Standing in the living room, facing the second bedroom and panning from the other direction.
Was that kitchen counter that clean?
Looking back towards the kitchen.
Look
Yes,
out.
and she
Look out.
was surprised because I'm telling her to get out of the way. That's my daughter that you saw a glimpse.
Now, video number 3. What are we?
The image of where Jade's camera usually sits. or should, is expected to be sitting.
I believe if you touch the screen on the thing that's down there, but you can make a circle. So kind of where the camera usually sits, could you circle that area? So no camera there, correct?
Correct. Correct. Would you like me to clear that?
I can. And now, number 4. Where are we now?
Jade's bedroom.
And what, if anything, are we seeing there?
You're seeing a scan of her bedroom, but there's also the camera right there.
Now, if we, again, pause it right there and do the same, could you circle? And last, talk about a trash bag. And
That's it.
back up.
That's, yes, sir.
So. You're there, you looked around, did you check out anything else as far as whether the windows were locked or anything to do with touching the apartment or touching anything in the apartment?
No, other than, there was discussion on whether to leave the blinds up in the bedroom and the camera location being weird, because, Jade, we talked about that and whether or not we should close the blinds.
And you recall whether or not you did or didn't close the blinds?
They were closed when we left.
And how about the camera? Was it left in the same location or moved back to the kitchen?
No, Nigella was adamant about moving it back to the kitchen where it's supposed to be.
And other than that, was anything else manipulated that is being moved, anything added or taken away?
No, we talked about private property of Jade's, but didn't touch anything else, didn't take anything else.
And when you arrived there, was the door locked?
Yes.
And when you left, did you relock the door?
Of course.
Yes, the question is, why did you take it upon yourself to essentially do police work?
Because Bridget was hurting and Bridget wanted answers, and Bridget and I were both pissed. Excuse my French.
And what did they
We
take?
were angry. Didn't seem like anybody was doing anything.
The cut.
It didn't seem like things were moving.
The pace was too slow.
No answers. Why do you have a child on life support? No answers.
Was this any attempt on your part to interfere with the investigation?
No, I would never.
As far as packaging the item that we see here in the trunk of this first vehicle, what did you do with it when you left the apartment?
Called till I was headed back. What I had, meet me at the car, because we can give it directly to Jade's parents.
Did you get them keys back to you?
Yes. They met me at the car.
Now, as far as the exterior of the apartment complex, did you do anything with respect to looking around there?
Yeah, tried to see if there was any trash or anything that was obviously in the dumpster, but not even in dumpsters. They were huge. There were Then there was a neighbor out walking their dog, and
Did I miss it? Did she say what they put in the trunk?
I asked her if she knew Jay,
Excuse me.
and she explained, and our conversation led to the fact of ambulances there the night before. She didn't know her. I gave her my number.
So you get back to the hospital, essentially, as far as the evidence is concerned, it's still in the bag, last time you saw it, correct?
Correct.
And as the days went on, you find that there was a police investigation going on, and detectives who were working.
Yes, I knew that finally there were people talking to Bridget and Lynn and listening.
Y'all, what did they put in the trunk?
By the time you packaged the comforter in the trash bag.
The comforter.
There in the trunk of the vehicle, did you open it at any time during the transport?
No.
Add anything to it?
No.
Or touch it with your bare?
No, sir.
And what was the point of getting the damn comforter if that substance was already in it?
I know testified that you had on gloves.
Out here like Kate the Vendors, like a fucking PJ Masks, and ain't bought nothing back but pajamas.
I'm a medical professional, but yeah,
I was gonna say,
blue gloves from the hospital.
From the hospital. And when you packaged up the comforter, could you feel through the things any moisture or whether the area that we've seen highlighted?
No, but I mean, that's one of the things I noticed when it looked like vomit, because there seemed to be a moisture ring several inches outside where the vomit was. And I'm a mom, seen lots of vomit, cleaned up vomit. And I'm an educator, so seen it there too. And that looks like there was moisture added at some point or an attempt to wipe it or something.
Or maybe it started drying from the outside in, and the most concentrated part was in the middle where she threw it up at. You cried your way through the crime you was getting ready to commit so people wouldn't look at you like you was a criminal. But you should have been arrested before Blaise.
Question?
Dry your tears to prepare for impact.
Good afternoon.
Father, fuck you.
I can't imagine what you've been through.
Nothing.
Appreciate you being here today, answering these questions. I want to start by talking kind
kind of going back to the beginning of your testimony and talking a little bit about kind of your background relationship with Jade and Bridget, okay? So, obviously, you've testified, you've known Jade almost her whole life, right? Is that right?
A long time.
And it sounds like you were a really big part of Jade's life when she was young, when she was growing up. Is that right?
Yes.
And you mentioned Bridget is probably one of your best friends now.
Correct.
And she has been for a long time.
Yes.
And you all are from Arkansas, right?
Yes, sir.
And you still live there now.
Yes, sir.
You still live in the same area as Bridget, is that right?
I mean, we live in central Arkansas now. I don't live in Little Rock anymore.
I got you. Okay. About how many years has it been since Jade has kind of lived in the same area that you and your daughter do?
From today?
Well, I guess it's been a few years since this incident, but since she passed away. So when, at the time that she passed away, how long had it been since you guys all had lived in the same area?
Probably 3 to 4.
So kind of like the college time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Which makes sense with what you were describing, that your kids both went away to college and you stayed in contact, but as naturally happens, you know, you're not as in daily touch, right?
Correct.
And at the time, in 2022, 2023, when Jade was living in Nashville, this is kind of, is it fair to say this is the time in your life, in her life, that you were describing where you're talking to her at Mother's Day or her birthday or maybe a big holiday? Is that right?
Correct.
But not necessarily like every week or even every couple weeks.
Correct.
So you're still keeping up with what's going on because your families are close, but you and Jade are not in daily contact. Is that right?
Correct.
So you're not, you yourself at least, are not sort of, you don't have personal knowledge of what's going on in Jade's day-to-day life. Is that fair?
I have snippets because of Bridget.
Sure. I get that. But you and Jade are, she's not filling you in personally of what's going on in her day-to-day life. Right?
No, she's not.
So she's not calling you saying, oh, I went on this date, it was great, and that sort of thing.
No.
And you don't have personal knowledge of, you know, some of these lifestyle kind of things, like is she drinking or doing drugs, or how well she's doing, or she's totally clean. Like, you don't know personally how she's doing, right?
I know she's well.
I got you.
Happy.
Yeah, because when you talk to her,
But you don't know what the fuck she's doing.
Right?
When I talk to Bridget on a daily basis, yes.
When you're talking to Bridget, and Bridget's
And Bridget ain't talking to her damn daughter on a daily basis.
second, third hand, right?
Yes, sir.
Go ahead and warm her up before you go in there with, she should have been
in her daily social life, right?
I'm not in Nashville, no.
And similarly, with the relationship with Blaise, how things are going, you don't have any sort of first-hand observation experience as to her relationship with Blaise.
No.
In terms of this situation, February 25th, 2023, you found out pretty quickly, is that right?
Yes, sir.
I think Bridget found out and she called you as one of her best friends almost immediately.
No, her husband called.
Her husband called. Okay, I'm sorry. So her husband called almost immediately.
I'm assuming as quickly as they found out.
And they were already on their way to Nashville.
Correct.
The information that you received very quickly from her husband, were you, and I don't need to know the exact details, but were you kind of filled in on what people were saying about what happened, what Nigel Jackson was saying about what happened? Were you told all that information?
I was told that there was a phone call. I was told that something happened to Jade. And there was a phone call that Bridget received from Nigel, hysterical. And Nigel shared that.
I don't need to know what Nigel said exactly, but just that she was making some allegations about Mr. Taylor.
Nigel was reporting what she said, what she saw,
Bridget
what occurred.
was telling you that Nigel was telling her some things about it, right?
Yes,
Right from the get-go.
Nigel shared.
Okay, you don't want her to get into it, or you do?
This is, I'm sorry, let me clarify that. I'll ask the question again. In that very initial phone call, was it your understanding that somebody was saying Mr. Taylor was the reason that Jay was in the hospital?
That's a trick question.
I didn't mean it to be a trick question. I'm not trying to trick you, I promise. I just want to know kind of.
His name was mentioned, yes.
Okay. So you hop in a car and you start, the next morning, you hop in the car.
Correct.
You indicate to Bridget that you'll be there for her as soon as you can. Is that fair?
Correct.
I want to get it right. I want to make sure that I'm accurate about what I'm understanding.
What's your question?
I'm sorry.
He did, so that was a trick
I'm
question.
trying to be.
What is your question?
Approximately how long is it from Little Rock to Nashville?
5 to 7 hours, depending on traffic.
So you arrived about midday on the 26th?
I arrived a little bit after lunch, kind of early afternoon.
Okay. And tell me again who you drove with. I know your daughter, and who is the other person?
Jada Summons,
Jada Summons. And how old is Jada Summons?
same age as Jade and my daughter. Jade's 1 year behind them, but same age group.
During that car ride, did you discuss with your daughter and Jada Summons the things that you had learned the night before?
Of course.
When you got here, you went immediately to the hospital.
Correct.
You met with Bridget and the other people who were there. Is that
Correct.
At the time that you went to the hospital, and I think you indicated this, I just want to make sure I'm understanding the scene, there were already police officers there?
No, sir.
Not at the time you went to the hospital?
No, sir.
How long were you at the hospital with Bridget or other people before you saw police officers there?
I don't even recall seeing them when I got back.
What do you mean when you got back?
When I left to go to Jade's apartment and came back from Jade's apartment.
Okay, let me clarify. When
Did you see police when you first got to the hospital?
No, sir.
Go ahead. Okay. So when you first got to the hospital, you didn't see police?
That's what I just asked.
No.
I understand.
You don't have to repeat everything. These smart people right over here heard it all, what she's testified to.
Well, I heard the first time she said she saw police officers, so I'm trying to clarify and make sure I heard it right.
Well, you can't be testifying either.
Okay. When did you first see police officers at the hospital?
Did you ever see police officers at the hospital?
I saw, I'm assuming it was a detective. He was not in police clothing, but there was a badge. So it was the second or the third day of me being in Nashville.
So you never saw law enforcement until the second or third day you were in Nashville?
That is what I recall.
During your discussions with Ms. Burke, was it your impression that law enforcement was involved on the first day that you were in Nashville?
Ms. Burks?
Ms. Burke.
So Bridget?
Bridget.
Can you ask the question again, please? I was focused on you saying her name wrong. Sorry.
My apologies.
Bitch.
During the first day you arrived in Nashville, during your discussion with Ms. Bridget Burks, is that right?
Yes.
When did you first become aware from Ms. Burks that law enforcement was in fact involved with the case?
One more time, fluidly, please.
Sure.
Bitch.
No problem.
I want to make sure I give you the correct answer, so.
Absolutely. After your arrival in Nashville on the first day of February 26th, during your discussions with Ms. Bridget Burks, when did you first become aware that law enforcement was involved in the case?
Second or third day? Second day, I would say.
So at no time prior to the third day was there ever a discussion that there have been detectives talking to us, there were police here last night, that never came up at all?
Second day, I saw. Second day we talked.
That's when you saw police?
Second or third day is when I saw police.
But when did y'all talk about it, bitch?
Bridget shared that
y'all already
she
had
had
made
a
it in your mind that
conversation,
he did.
More of the detectives have been in touch. I saw what I thought was a detective.
Now y'all
speak
messing
to
with
them at the
evidence.
hospital. They would pull them in a room.
Now, you were in pretty regular contact with Ms. Burks between the time that she or her husband notified you and you arrived at the hospital on the 26th, is that correct?
As much as can be.
Sure, texting, calling, all that stuff, right? And at no time during those conversations did she inform you that there were in fact police officers at the hospital the night before, is that right?
Yes, she shared there were police officers.
So you did know?
So you were aware that law enforcement was involved in the case?
Well, I was told that
they wasn't doing what you wanted them to do when you wanted to do it. So you went and called your
police officer. I don't know if it was
and went and committed a crime. Please charge her.
somebody that came in special or it was a police officer that's assigned to the hospital. I don't know, but talk to Najee.
Whatever it was more than what the fuck you were.
And you were aware of that, maybe before you got to Nashville?
I don't think I knew that before I got to Nashville. I don't think we talked about that before I got to Nashville.
When did you have that conversation?
I don't recall the exact time that I had that conversation.
That wasn't on your drive?
On my drive, I'm talking about my daughter's best friend being on life support.
Well, let's talk about then, let's move on, I guess. Let's talk about the decision to go to Jade's apartment.
Sure.
So you get in town, you meet with Miss Burks. And how long from the time when you arrived in town, shortly after lunch, was it before you and Miss Burks discussed you going to Jade's apartment?
There wasn't an isolated discussion.
With several discussions?
Comments about how bad Bridget wanted to know.
Okay. Was that like immediately that you got in town?
No, immediately we were focused on Jay.
Immediately focused on Jade.
Bitch, how long?
When did you actually go to the apartment?
The night that I got there.
So.
The evening that I got there.
6 o'clock, 7 o'clock, do you have about approximate time?
No, I don't recall the exact time. I know that by the time we got to our apartment, it was dark.
It was dark, and this is February, right?
Correct.
Do you know if it was 11 o'clock at night?
No, sir.
So before 11, sometime after 4, maybe?
It was closer probably to the 4, 5, 6, 7 time range.
Did you eat dinner that day?
I don't remember what I ate or if I ate. I don't even remember how much I slept.
You think it was after dinner time?
I don't know what time. I mean, dinner's variable for people and variable for me.
And I'm not trying to be argumentative, but I'm trying to figure out.
It was dusk when I headed that way. It was dark when we got there.
Okay, so maybe on the earlier side of the evening when you actually went to the apartment. Is that fair?
Earlier being what time, sir?
The 5, 6.
The fucking hospital was only 10 minutes away. So
I wasn't looking at a clock, so I don't know.
You were.
It was dusk
You were
when
looking
I
at the
left
time,
hospital.
timestamps, taking pictures. You
It was
were.
dark when we got to the apartment. I don't even remember how far the hospital was from the apartment. I cannot give you an exact time and feel like I am being honest with you on an exact time.
Okay. So you and Bridget are discussing that she doesn't feel like things are moving fast enough and she wants someone to go. At no point during those conversations about you going to the apartment, is it ever mentioned that, let me rephrase this question, maybe I can say. When Bridget asks you to go to the apartment, is there ever a discussion about, should we talk to police here before you go?
It wasn't Bridget asking me to go to the apartment. It was a discussion between friends, best friends, about what can I do to help?
Okay.
What can I do to help?
That's fair. So during this discussion between friends about what you could do to help, did you ever offer to contact police about going to the apartment?
No.
Did you ever call the Metro Nashville Police Department and say, hey, we think someone needs to go to the apartment? Has that been done yet? Has that been done yet?
No.
Did you ever reach out to Metro Nashville Police Department and say, hey, we're thinking about going to the
She
apartment?
said she never reached out to them at all. No matter what you want.
Sir.
Ask her if she said it. She didn't reach out to them.
So what's your fucking
You're
problem?
asking the same question.
In different ways. I want to make sure that everybody understands it.
Did you ever call the police and say,
after I eat dinner, I'm gonna go to the apartment?
No, sir.
did you ever call the police and say,
If I don't eat dinner, can I go to the apartment?
No, sir.
no? Just go ask your question and let's get to what question you want instead of repeating them.
The fuck is your problem? How you gonna commandeer his motherfucking cross?
And your next question is?
I'm sorry, I lost my place. I'm working on trying to find out where I was. I apologize
You
for.
asked her, did she ever contact the police in any way before she went to the apartment? And her answer was no.
Did you ever discuss contacting the police with Ms. Burks or with any of the people that were going to the apartment?
Not that I recall.
Did you ever consider contacting the police?
Not that I recall.
And at that point, you didn't think that the police were involved in this case? Is that what you indicated?
I didn't see anybody doing anything.
Was it your impression that there was a criminal investigation going on?
No.
Did you think a crime had been committed?
I knew so.
That's relevant to whether she thinks a crime was committed.
It's your state of mind, and if she thought a crime had been.
Her state of mind had everything to do with it. So go ahead.
Why are you arguing with the defense?
So in preparing for this venture to the apartment, you contacted your son, who is a police officer, is that correct?
Yes.
And during your conversation with him, did you ask him if you should contact the police here before going to the apartment?
No.
And at no point during that conversation did he advise you to contact the police department, did he?
No.
I heard you indicate the things that he advised you to do when you went to the apartment. It included wear gloves, take pictures, don't stay long. I did not note that you said your son advised you to collect evidence. Is that correct?
Could you ask the question directly?
Did your son ask you to collect anything
No.
while you were there?
No.
So your son did not advise you to collect evidence while you were
He did not say those words.
there. Okay.
Sir, do you need to go home or something? You need your diaper changed? Because what is the fucking problem? Her state of mind does absolutely go this because she already had it made up in her fucking brain that he had committed a crime and who was guilty of it.
Did she specifically ask you to collect any evidence?
No,
Did she specifically ask you to move anything?
no.
There will be a motion to recuse by the morning.
Ms. Franklin,
Mrs. Franklin.
Mrs. Franklin. I want to show you this. Do you recognize this image?
Yes, sir.
If I represent to you that it's a screenshot from the first video that you put in, does that look accurate?
I mean, without having them side by side, yes.
Sure. Do you recognize this area that it shows?
The counter?
Yes, but that look like Jade's apartment?
It looks like her kitchen.
Her kitchen in her apartment. Okay, and that's from your video, so that's about what it looked like when you went there, right?
What I recall, yes.
Do you recognize this right here?
Can you move your finger for a second? Okay, what directly, could you give me color, because there's two objects?
This pink item right here?
No, I don't recall that specifically.
That doesn't look familiar to you from when you were in the apartment?
I don't recall that specifically.
That cup didn't look familiar to you?
I don't recall that specifically.
How about over by the sink right here?
What exactly? Can you point again?
Over in the sink?
Okay.
That there.
The pan?
Yeah, the pan, the pot, whatever that is.
Okay.
Did you note any dirty dishes when you were in the apartment?
I cannot recall specifically dirty dishes.
Does that appear to be a clean dish?
I mean, I don't know. It's upside down.
Did you note any unusual smells when you were in the apartment?
Reasonable and
Not that I remember.
Yeah, this is crazy. Purposefully being obtuse. Because she know the judge is going to save her. The way the judge has been jumping in and acting like there's nothing to what he's asking her.
I'm able to see if I can hook my connector up.
Lord, I hope she busts her toe on a dang solid wood bed frame today.
These exhibits, I don't know the exact numbers, but these were pictures that you took, right? That you've already identified?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to flip through and just ask you a couple questions. Okay. This picture, which, can you just describe what's in this picture?
The inside of Jade's refrigerator compartment.
Is there a reason why you took this picture?
I mean,
there's
I
the
took
pink
pictures of
juice.
what I thought was concerning or needed to be documented.
What was notable or concerning about the refrigerator?
I was looking for anything pink,
Anything pink?
liquid.
So there's a pink lemonade in there?
Yes, sir.
And this you've already described as the camera, right?
Correct.
And here is and the windowsill, or the window shade is up in this picture. Is that correct?
Correct.
And the camera is in the bedroom on this windowsill, correct?
Yes.
We noted in the other picture that I just showed, the screenshot, the camera's not in the kitchen, right?
Correct.
Baby, hold the fuck up.
Did you note a gun in the apartment?
I'm sorry?
Did you see a gun in the apartment?
I don't remember seeing the weapon, but I think I saw a holster.
A holster, but you didn't see the gun.
I mean,
Okay. I noticed in those videos that we watched, there was not a
Need
video
phone
of
down.
you moving the blink camera, was there?
I'm sorry, can you repeat?
There was not a video of you moving the blink camera, was there?
No, a video?
Yes.
No,
And there was not a video of you packaging up the comforter, was there?
no,
And there was not a video of you taking the comforter out of the apartment, was there?
no,
And there was not a picture of a washcloth?
no,
Did you also package up a washcloth?
not that I recall.
You did not remove a washcloth?
Not that I recall.
You didn't take any pictures of a washcloth?
Not that I recall.
Were you the only person who touched the comforter?
I
No.
think so, yes.
Nobody else helped you fold it up and put it in the garbage?
I mean, I can't testify to remembering if anyone touched the comforter.
And that's not part of the videos that you took while you were in there, right?
No,
Did you bring the garbage bag with you?
yes,
Did you have to go to the store to buy the garbage bag?
no,
You had it.
You had them.
no.
Where did the garbage bag come from?
I don't know because I didn't leave the bedroom. I said, get a garbage bag.
So you didn't bring it
So
with
it's
you.
possible that came from Jade's apartment?
Yeah, I mean, we didn't bring one with us. That I'm aware, no one had a garbage bag with them when we arrived.
Oh, I'm sorry, I misheard you. You didn't bring a garbage bag with you?
No,
Okay.
Well, you said you did, dummy.
So just so I understand, so far as you were aware, there was no police officer that gave you permission to go to that apartment?
I did not speak to the police officer.
And not everything that happened in the apartment is on video, right?
No, I didn't record nonstop.
Thank you.
You need to redirect.
I need the phone dump. We need the phone
Mr. Franklin, you were asked many questions about the time you were out there.
What's your question?
Did you happen to notice that there was a clock that was captured in the video with the time on it?
Yes,
Howard asked the public that it's the first video, it's still shot.
Okay.
You need to go home.
Do we see the time? What is the time?
6:39.
Council asked you a number of questions about your relationship. You testified about Ms. Burks, Bridget, and you learned that Jade was pregnant. Was she supposed to tell you that?
Bridget or Jane?
Ms. Burks, Bridget.
Bridget telling me about
Yes.
Jane being pregnant?
You find out later that it was supposed to not be told?
Oh, I mean, no, I found that out when she told me.
Okay.
that she was pregnant.
So that's how close you are.
Yes.
Nothing.
Any other questions?
Ms. Franklin, do you know if that clock in that video is accurate?
Hang on, let him.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. No. Have a seat, General Moore. What are your questions?
Ms. Franklin, can we get back up? Do you know if that clock is accurate in that video?
I'm assuming so.
Had you ever been to Ms. Benning's apartment before?
No,
So you don't know if it's accurate, do you?
no.
Did you have other questions?
With respect to the questions about comfort, did you shake it out or fold it up?
No, I folded it up within itself.
So if there was something else in there, it would have been folded up in it.
I did not spread it out. I didn't move it. I folded it up within itself and put it in the bag.
Whatever was in the bag, stayed in the bag.
Yes.
That's all.
Is that how you were directed to package up evidence by your son?
No one directed me the way to package.
Now, nothing else.
Okay. Thank you. You can step down and have a seat.
Lord, Lord, Lord.
All right, please do the jury, if you'll step down the hallway, we'll take a short break.
Who told you to look for something pink? Are you trying to act like y'all weren't having certain conversations and y'all were? Y'all were definitely having certain conversations. Definitely having certain conversations. Are you trying to hide? You don't remember what that conversation about and what we was really talking about? No, y'all spent that whole 5, 6, 7 hours coming in. Listen, we gonna have to. If y'all want to say something while we on break, y'all can hop up.
No.
Y'all already had it in y'all's mind that something happened to her. He did it. The second that Najee opened her mouth. Y'all were in tunnel vision the whole ride there. And then on top of this, even better than your son telling you to go up there, even worse. I'll mute it because that's crazy. Even worse than your son telling you that it's okay to go run up in these people's house in a crime scene. Even worse than that, you took Najee to the crime scene. Confirmation bias like a motherfucker. And on top of all of this, I'm sorry, y'all. I'm trying to sneak in some lunch. On top of all of this, right? Not one of you motherfuckers fact check anything Najee said. Because if we all besties for the rest of you and we didn't know each other for 5 years and I find out that you was on the phone while our bestie was going up out of here and bitch, you wasn't on your way with 911 on the phone, Like, you don't merge. Well, it don't let you merge people in with 911. Don't ask me how I know. But you didn't try to merge 911 and figure out you can't do it and got to call Keontae. You didn't get up and call 911 and get them and send them over to their house immediately. You didn't call 911 or call Keontae, tell him to call 911 while you on your way over there because you don't want to hang up with her. Why is nobody starting me at the beginning? At the beginning, bitch, where was your antennas when she was going up out of here? And then y'all didn't went up in there with the gloves on and moving stuff. Now, this is what I'm saying. We know that there was activity on Jade's phone while she was out. The days after she was out, while she was in the hospital on life support, there was activity on her phone. And who had the phone? Najee. Where them Blink videos? Where the Blink videos? Where are the Blink videos? And I'm going to tell you why I think there's a video. Excuse me. When I first got my mom and pop cameras for their house, my grandmother was hell-bent on putting her camera in the window because she felt like somebody was going to walk by and steal her camera. Problem with that is, you can, oh, my facial expressions. Hold on, I'll put my food down. Hold on. I'll put it down. Problem with that is, okay, is when your camera, a screen, the camera is facing a window, few things happen that we learned the hard way. One, that window acts like a mirror for Wi-Fi, so it was effing with the Wi-Fi. That's first of all. Second of all, when her camera was trying to pick up images, sometimes them images was shadow from her ass behind it. So she was thinking somebody was walking past the window and it was her ass. Then, boom, the sun. It would heat up in the window and cause a heat signature. And it would say that was what? A person, somebody, a motion, it's movement. So her ass was finna shit a brick, called the police and mess, thinking somebody or the neighbor upstairs grandson was trying to break into the house, and it wasn't nobody but her ass setting off the camera. Okay? So that camera at night facing out a window where it can't get a movement, but it has light behind it and nothing but a shadow is being caused by the fucking window. You can't tell me at least her falling onto that bed did not cause some sort of movement, motion, activation, period. Then we should be able to hear her last words too, right? But if that Blink app was accessed at all while that woman had a tube down her throat, I don't give if she see, and I don't know exactly how Blink works, but I know with my Ring cameras, if I delete something, it's gone. It's gone. Now the event will still be there, but it won't have a video attached. So if the event is still there, it still says that something happened on that date at that time. If she did anything in that phone, I don't want to hear it. And we know she did something in that phone because they was able to see the activity on that phone while Jade was on life support. That man didn't touch her phone. That man didn't even lock her door. That man didn't grab her keys, didn't grab her phone, didn't grab her wallet. He didn't grab nothing. He went straight to the hospital and sat there while y'all done told one cop, two cop, red cop, blue cop, domestic violence cop, social worker, doctor, staff member. Y'all telling everybody that this man didn't kill her. He just sitting there. Like he got to sit there. Like his daddy ain't able to call folk. Like, and the story is in most cases, not in most cases, I will say the story is the same. The only time, the second time, I think he told the story, period, point blank, the first time. The second time he told that same story and added the part where 911 told him it must be an allergic reaction and they asked him some questions. The third time he put in there the questions that were asked. No, I didn't know if she had any allergies. They was asking me all these medical questions. They had me running everywhere. No, we weren't into it. Were we rocky? No, we just got back together. We've been fine. Each time that he added stuff, he never changed the stuff before. It was just elaborating on, are y'all, we're good. Have y'all had any arguments? No, we haven't been arguing. Second time. No, we haven't been arguing. We actually been cool. I just got back in from out of town. In the last 3 days, I've been with her. Yesterday and the day before that, I've been with her. Third cop. No, nothing was rocky. She was having a baby. We were having a girl. She was 4 months pregnant. We did have a time where we broke up, but nothing since we got back together. We've been good. He's just elaborating on the same thing he said before. He never changes the girlfriend. They said he didn't say that was his girlfriend. He did. They said he was the one that was trying to cover up his tracks by saying this was a allergic reaction. He never said that. He said, I don't know. I don't know. This is what's happening. This is what she's doing. Oh God, she's throwing up. Every movement will record for 60 to 90 seconds. Come on now. Tell us how it worked. Tell us how it worked. So no. And then he said, listen, this judge needs to go home. Because obviously either he didn't have the night he thought he was supposed to have with his wife last night or his diaper soggy. Because there is no way in the world why you get mad at every lawyer for asking questions. There is no way you getting mad at lawyers for asking questions because you ready to go. But what he better watch doing is he's looking like he's belittling or making light of what the questions are that they need to ask for that defense. And there was nothing wrong with what he was asking. And he needed to ask it every which way because you was up here playing the fuck out of crazy. You're up there asking for a trash bag to put that comforter in. Put it in them bags up under your eyes, hag. Y'all sat up there and stewed in that car, probably with the windows up, no good air coming in, no oxygen circulating, just sitting there. Blaze, 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 blaze. All the way from Little Rock to damn Nashville. Then got there and said, this isn't moving fast enough. You don't move fast. I can tell them thick ass ankles. You don't move fast. They weren't moving fast enough. Did you call them? No. Called Gomer Pyle's ass back in Arkansas. They did give the dang on police the dang on comforter, I believe, but it was more than it wasn't until the mom, Bridget, told the police that they had it. No, they told, come on downstairs. Come on, we about to pull up. Come downstairs. You got some throw up. They got her. It's all in her body. She ain't throw it all up. Like, how you go in there with you, Scooby-Doo, and all y'all piled up in the mystery machine? Y'all take y'all ass in the house, gloved up with a camera and missed a gun. I like this version of you. It's better than after TikTok, I get a chance to absorb this and kind of let y'all know what happened in court. I try to keep my opinion out of it because I don't want nobody to be like, oh, she just want him to get off. I don't know. I ain't gonna say what. I know what happened. I don't know who happened to Jade. And I don't feel no more confident today than I did yesterday. I don't feel nothing. I do feel something, but I don't feel good about who happened to Jade. Because if it was Blaise Goof Troop and her crew, then F with the evidence. And if it wasn't Blaise, Goof Troop and her crew didn't ask for the evidence. Only thing I really feel truly in my heart is that she did not do that to herself. I do not feel in no way, shape, or form that Jade did that to herself. I don't care if they come up with a text message that says she thought about it before in the past. I feel like that baby girl had gave her a new lease on life, and she was making some changes. Now, do I think every change happened immediately? Probably not a sharp left. She didn't do a quick pivot, but I do think that she was making other changes. But I also feel like them other changes was taking her away from them friends. And I feel like something happened there that's very explainable. Very explainable, but telling the lies and the lies and the lies have turned it into something else so sinister and so effed up that it has completely confirmed two things. I feel about this the way I felt about what was the boy's name? What was the second M in YSL? The one where the brake lights. We were looking at the brake lights. I feel about this like I felt about his unaliving. I do. And that's because in that particular unaliving, I feel like the state being so drinks. Yes. I feel like in drinks unaliving that the state was going so dang on hard trying to make them be responsible for the unaliving of drinks that they was messing it up because that case was still open. So now they didn't charge this person and that person and that person and this person, and they keep charging them. And so any piece of a lawyer that didn't even pass the bar yet. So, any piece of a lawyer would be able to look at you and say, oh, so now my client did it? Because last time you said this person did it, and then you said this person did it, and now you're saying this person did it, and now both of them been found not guilty, so now they did it, so now my client did it. Like, you see what I'm saying? So they messing this up so bad because if they do figure out what the hell happened or who happened to Jade, the first thing I would say as their defense attorney, oh, it's his turn? Oh, it's her. It's okay. Because I thought he did it. So now y'all just want anybody. You see what I'm saying? Like, that fucks it up for Jade and that baby. Like, you messing this up. Thinking you doing something. There's no way you put more thought and energy into going into that dang on apartment with some gloves on, but you ain't take them same gloved hands and put a perm in your head. There's no reason why your head should be sitting up there matted like that, like a Raggedy Ann doll, and you up here worried about what the hell Blaise is doing. There is absolutely no way in the world you and your raggedy crew went in there and missed everything that'll kill you. But you got throw up though. You got to throw up. But missed the damn gun. If the ghost with the most was in there, it would have popped you. That's the dumbest shit in captivity. I have never in my life heard of somebody doing something so damn stupid and looking dumber when they do it. Like you dumb, dumberer, dummy, dummiss, dumb E that sent you over there, and Barney and Fife that sent y'all up in there looking at y'all sitting there with gloves on. Doing what? Hollering they taking too long, and I'm sure if she had steps, them hoes took you out. Ass about to end up on life support your damn self taking too many steps at one damn time. And you'll get up off that stand looking like a sack of potatoes in a burlap bag, leaning on the everlasting arm of them thick ass ankles, and they gonna think you did something up there, sit up there trying to be funny. Get on my nerves. And I love me some designing women. She was designing something, but them bags under her eyes ain't designer. Got me over here shaking. I need another Pepsi. Ain't no way in the world. Y'all got Jade out here like this. Ain't no way in the world they got Jade out here like this. Damn, Jade, they ain't finna get you no justice. You're gonna have to come back and haunt them like the motherfucker. Listen, I'm just saying, start pulling stuff from up under their legs or something. Jade, you're gonna have to come back and fix this. You had to come back and fix this. Come on. What Pop said, something in the wash ain't clean. Mm-mm. No, they ain't done for the day. They on Central Time. So what is this? 1:50 here. So it's only, what, 3:50 there? No, they ain't done. And then that damn Lauren. What was her problem? I hope they pull up some text messages between Lauren and Najee that say the same thing. You already had it in your mind. You already had it in your mind. When you went there to go blow that candle out, you already had it in your mind to go grab her stuff. Because how'd you know it was there? How'd you know it was there? And I know a Jack Jaw Jenkins, when I see something, she about to have the Bobby Brown jaw. She thinks she's slick. Oh, poor little meth mouth. We know exactly, allegedly, what you up to. So everything that your girl was on, that's what y'all was texting about. They're going to get up there and lie about a birthday. Like, why are we lying about a birthday? Why are we lying about a birthday? Up there 2 seconds from jaw jacking. They did something. Somebody did something to that girl. I don't believe she did it to herself, but who happened to her? I have no clue. And I don't know what kind of, and I've been thinking about the same way that we did for YSL when I went through and actually put the events in order. Like, and everybody was all mad. Why you do that? You helping the prosecution. But it was like, so we can understand what happened. I don't think. Uh-oh.
Okay, well, let me ask you further, because who is Jim Willis? Who are you?
I'm the investigator working with the defense.
So did he want her subpoenaed or not?
He subpoenaed, he went through Colbert, who is a licensed investigator.
Did he want Miss Rose back to court?
We did.
So you did want her subpoenaed?
But now that we have the documents, we don't need her, so we can release her.
Did you tell Miss Rose any court officer about being her boss?
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
What?
Did you indicate to any court staff that you were somehow Miss Rose's boss?
No, sir.
Or that she was going to be fired?
No, sir.
What?
Did you tell anybody that if she came back tomorrow, she'd probably be fired?
No, sir. I have the email exchange between she and I.
I'm talking about to this gentleman.
We talked on the phone this afternoon. I told him she was on call.
No. You told him to resubpoena. That's why I'm trying to inquire who wants her.
No, sir. Initially, we wanted her to come
Was
back.
there any comment made to this gentleman about someone being fired?
No, sir. None.
What?
So you don't need her?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Can you get Ms. Skidmore to call Ms. Rose and say she's not needed at 9 a.m.? All right, who's the next witness?
Officer Jack Pfeiffer.
All right, let the jury step down. And you're wanting to recall him?
Yes, Your Honor. Just briefly.
somebody need a chill pill so we can figure out who happened to Jade because what is going on in this courtroom?
I did.
Good God Almighty.
Officer Pfeiffer, have you reviewed your body worn camera footage in preparation for testifying in the trial in this matter?
I did.
And specifically, did you speak to Ms. Lauren Weber that night of February 25th of 2023?
I did.
And when you spoke with her, did she specifically tell you that she had been at the apartment and that it had been cleaned?
She did.
Thank you.
I don't give a flaming hot sack of shit if it
So
was
you
clean.
reviewed it
He wasn't there.
Today or last night, or how recently did you review it?
I've reviewed it today and yesterday as well.
So Ms. Weber told you on the body cam that the apartment had been cleaned.
Yes.
She didn't indicate anything about the smell,
She stated that he had cleaned the apartment.
that he had cleaned the apartment.
Correct.
That's what she stated to you.
Correct.
Okay?
Any other questions?
All right.
All right, thank you, sir. Right, who's the next witness?
The next witness is Ms. Nigella Jackson.
Come on.
Do you swear the testimony you're about to give is the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
That's what you wear to court, fool. Just show your
Ms.
granny's
Jackson,
earrings.
Could you please state your full name for the record?
Najee Deshae Jackson.
And could you spell your first name and your middle name for the court reporter?
Najaiha, middle name Deshae, Deshay.
And where are you originally from, Ms. Jackson?
Little Rock, Arkansas.
And when you lived in Little Rock, Arkansas, at some point in your life, did you meet Miss Jade Benning?
I did.
And how old were you when you met Jade Benning?
I was about 6 years old.
Can you describe your friendship with Jade Benning?
My friendship with Jade Benning was a friendship that I pray everyone gets to experience. Jade was my sister. She was a very loyal person, a very dependable person, and a friend that I never imagined to not
I
have.
said that.
How long did you, I mean, you knew her since you were 6, but did you guys go to school together?
Yes, we went to middle school, high school, and a little bit of college.
And during that time, did you stay very close best friends?
Yes.
At some point, did y'all not live in the same place in Arkansas?
Yes, we did not. There was a point when I lived in Fayetteville and she lived in Conway, Arkansas.
Did you maintain that close friendship even when you didn't live in the same town?
Yes.
And can you describe Jade kind of growing up? What type of person was she?
Jade was a very outgoing, charismatic, go with the flow type of girl, a girl that like never met a stranger. She didn't care your socioeconomic background. She didn't care your gender, your race.
Socioeconomic, maybe if you don't answer this
would meet anyone and become their friend the same day.
And growing up with her, Did you guys have a type of friendship where you shared even kind of like secrets, stuff that you would tell other people?
Yes.
And in college, or I guess high school, did she play any sports?
She was a cheerleader.
Did you play any sports?
I was a cheerleader.
Was it a competition cheerleader squad?
Yes, we did both competitive cheer and high school cheer.
And when y'all were graduating from high school, what happened after that? What happened with you?
I moved to Fayetteville to go to the University of Arkansas, and Jade went to University of Central Arkansas in Conway.
And did she stay at that school?
She did not.
What did Jade end up doing before completing her degree that she started?
She went to Brightwater Culinary School.
And where is that culinary school at?
In Bentonville, Arkansas.
And was that something that she had talked to you about wanting to do?
Yes, she did. It was we were trying to figure out what we wanted to do, and ultimately she was like, I think I want to go to culinary school. I was like, okay.
And
Why are we so
after
damn animated?
she was in culinary school, when did you finish?
There'll be a very different look on my face when I'm sitting across from the motherfucker I
What
know
did you do after
killed my
you
best friend.
graduated?
I moved back to Little Rock, and I was a dental assistant.
And what was your degree in?
Biology.
And after that time, I guess you worked as a dental assistant. Did you decide to go back to school?
I did.
When was that?
In 2022.
And where did you decide to go to school?
Meharry Medical College.
Can you describe what was going on with Jade kind of around that same time?
Jade was a chef at Ernest. She was like head chef and just chefing it up, doing all the things, running Ernest.
And was she living here in Nashville?
Yes.
Can you describe what were your feelings about when you realized that you were going to be moving to Nashville?
I was really excited because I knew I had a friend here and I wasn't alone anymore. And we would be able to reconnect since our departure when she moved to Nashville and I was still in Little Rock.
And when did you relocate to Nashville, Tennessee?
In August of 2022.
And at that time, was Jade already living here?
Yes.
And once you moved here, did you talk to her kind of even more?
A complete one, Laura.
Yes, I did.
Look at what I did.
Did you characterize it as almost daily?
Vice camera action.
And at some point, after you moved here, how did you first hear about her dating Blaise Taylor?
She told me she kind of met him a couple months prior to, and it was kind of just, small little
I ain't slowing that
conversations.
shit, little
And then
bitch.
when I moved here, she was telling me
I'm looking
about
at him. He gonna
guys
see me
she
the whole
hadn't
time.
seen.
And do you know how they met?
On Hinge.
And what is Hinge?
Hinge is a dating app.
And if she saw him
Oh, little bitch, put the phone down.
for a date or went over to his house, would she tell you about it?
Yes.
And did she tell you about it often in the beginning?
Yes.
Can you describe what was her kind of attitude and outlook towards him?
She described him as somebody that was like kind of different from her usual type. She was very like optimistic as to like where this could go. She was really enjoying their hangouts and their conversations. So I was like,
Yeah, because he wasn't working on getting a jack jaw like y'all.
Did she express to you that she wanted to be in a relationship with him?
at a point in time, yes.
And at some point before she found out she was pregnant, so before that, did something happen that kind of changed that positive, optimistic outlook about the possible future with Mr. Taylor?
You said before she found out she was pregnant? There were a couple of incidents at his home with a previous girl.
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach?
Okay.
Why you not smiling no more? I'll be very interested to see if you keep this bubbly situation going. On cross. The only thing that can make me feel better about this is that, what do you smile like, looking out like, look at everybody? Baby, the only way this makes any sense to me is if you on something. That's the only way this makes any sense to me, is if you on something.
Ms. Jackson, without getting into the details of the incident, did something happen where she wasn't as optimistic?
Yes.
And then can you describe that time frame when she found out she was pregnant? How did you find out about that?
She texted me and told me that she needed to talk to me, and she then FaceTimed me, and she was showing me the maybe like 4 pregnancy tests that were positive.
And are those home pregnancy tests?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that something that she had planned?
No.
Did you, I guess that day, talk to her about that positive pregnancy test a lot?
Yes, I did. I did indeed.
And what did you do to kind of assist Ms. Benning with this new news in her life?
Well, I was telling her, because these were at-home pregnancy tests, yes, they are positive, but I think that we should probably go to a clinic to verify. So I was looking at clinics in the surrounding area to see where we could get her in to get an ultrasound.
And were you able to get her an appointment that same day?
Yes.
And was it the very same day, or was it the next day?
It was the next day.
Okay. So were you trying to get her an appointment the same day?
I was trying to get her an appointment the same day, but was told we don't do same day appointments.
And did you go with her to that appointment?
I did.
And do you remember the date of it?
November the 3rd.
And what happened at that appointment?
They took her back and did vitals, and then I was telling her, don't wait on me to get there so I can be with you for the ultrasound, because I wanted to hear the heartbeat with her. And
did you make it?
Yes, I did. And I went to the back with her, and the nurse was asking her if she wanted to, well, I asked her if she wanted to hear the heartbeat, and the nurse kind of verified with her decision, and we heard the heartbeat. And they were measuring like the baby size and confirming like how many.
What? Oh, Jesus.
Ms. Jackson, were they able to tell Ms. Benning how many weeks pregnant she was?
Yes.
And was that something where you and her discussed kind of?
Y'all know it's bad when we pretty much about the same as the LNC chat.
Did you know who would have been the father of that baby?
When we are in alignment with the LNC chat, you know it's something is
Do you
really
still have
wrong.
all of your text messages with Jade?
I do.
And was that something where y'all were going through your phones, looking at dates, making sure like when she was where, all of those things in that moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Objection leave.
Okay, she's answered it, so go ahead without leaving the question.
And after that day, did you know what contact Ms. Benning had with Mr. Taylor about learning that she was pregnant and then finding out the exact timing of it?
Yes.
And can you describe, did you
read any text messages she had? Did you just talk to her about it? Or kind of how did you get information about her talking to him about it?
She sent me screenshots of his response. She called me to kind of tell me that they were going to have a conversation. So I was pretty much in the loop from day one as to what was going on in her pregnancy.
And can you describe, after she met with Mr. Taylor, what was her attitude after speaking with him?
She was very upset, very disappointed. Obviously, it wasn't planned, but I think the response that he gave her was not what she was not necessarily looking for, but hoping for, just in terms of a conversation. It seemed more so like he was just not really interested.
Objection going into a hearsay response. No way she could know that without Jade.
She was not stating his word, Your Honor, which would be hearsay. She was describing.
Ms. Benning. I mean, so go ahead.
Ms. Benning, after she talked to him, you were describing that she was disappointed with his response.
Yes.
What was her outlook and attitude even after speaking with him and getting his response?
I feel like Jade was still very hopeful. She was still like, you know what, like if this is how he's gonna act, then I'm just gonna kind of move forward with my life. Like she definitely had a positive outlook on the situation, although his response was
so
very
positive. Be trying to figure out where the daddy was. Why we not talking about that
Did you
part?
have any involvement in the last message that Ms. Benning sent Mr. Taylor
I did.
in November? And
Yes.
can you describe that?
She was pretty much like, she sent me a text that she was gonna send him, basically saying how she was feeling towards the situation, and she sent it to me, and I edited a little bit to kind of be more forward and for her to say what it was that she really wanted to say, and just kind of get her feelings out there regardless of what he was going to say or not.
And did she share with you kind of proof that she sent that message to him?
Yes.
And did he respond?
I don't remember.
Would that have been close in time to that November 3rd appointment?
Yes.
After she sent that message, are you aware if they talked afterwards in November?
Yes.
And were they talking like on a regular basis?
Oh, this was given.
What do you know about the communication that they had after?
Love for me.
The communication
Did you
between
want
the two of
Blaise?
them
Like y'all, you sent in the message,
was
doing the correspondence now.
very one-sided. Based on the responses that I read, it kind of was in terms of Blaise not really wanting Jade to do certain things, and not like saying he was trying to persuade her not to have the baby, but his response was not in a collaborative effort with wanting to raise the
I will
child.
not be ignored.
And I guess, what was Jade doing about telling other people initially? She told you.
Mm-hmm.
Did she tell anyone else kind of in the beginning, just the first week?
I believe she told her mom, her dad, and I think that's all I remember.
What was your outlook when she told you that Mr. Taylor didn't want to be involved? What was your outlook, and what were you doing kind of with your relationship with Ms. Benning?
I told her that we're sisters at the end of the day.
Oh my God.
So if I have to be the baby's dad, I was like, we will get through this together. I always reassured her that she's never alone. We were both living alone at that time, and her lease was coming to an end. And I was telling her, you know, if we need to live together, if I need to help you, then I will. I went to the appointment.
Did you guys end up getting a place together, or what ended up happening?
No, unfortunately, she ditched me on that plan, but she moved into a 2-bedroom apartment so Ivy could have her own room. And she was like, you know, you're in school, so she found an apartment that could house the both of them comfortably.
And during that time, kind of after mid-November and December and through the
All of the
holiday,
red flags.
was Benning planning things for that new apartment and moving?
Yes.
Did she
A
share a
plus
lot of that
maybe.
information with you by text message, video calls, and phone calls?
Yes.
And then can you describe, did y'all see each other over Christmas?
We did not.
And when
Best friends
the
go
kind
first.
of new year began in January, can you describe what happened?
She got word from Blaise, and he reached out to her, wanting to talk to her, and she was very optimistic about what was going to be said, and that is kind of the basis of that. Whenever the January 1st came around.
And was there a break of time where she had not communicated with him at all?
Yes.
And was that at least 5 to 6 weeks?
Yes.
And you said she was hopeful. Do you know if she met with him and saw him?
She did.
And did she see him every day, or can you kind of describe what information did you have about the contact that they had with each other?
From my understanding and from what I was told, it wasn't every single day, but they were definitely back in communication, not normal as it was before she found out she was pregnant, but it appeared to be kind of heading in a direction of which, okay, where we going with this? And she was very optimistic of the fact that maybe he might actually be coming back around.
And did you try to support her?
I did.
Did you actually want her to, I guess not want her to get back with Mr. Taylor, but were you a little apprehensive?
A little, but I feel like because it made her happy, that ultimately that made me happy for her.
And did she tell you kind of every time that she saw him after they started talking again in January?
Yes.
And did she give you specific details about that in messages and on phone calls and things like that?
Yes.
And can you describe what all was Jade planning in that January, February timeframe as it related to her baby?
We were planning baby showers. Her birthday was coming up, so we were going to have a baby shower in Nashville and one in Little Rock. So we were kind of delegating tasks on who was going to be the coordinator of the Little Rock one and who was going to be the coordinator of the Nashville baby shower.
And were there appointments related to her pregnancy that happened in February?
Yes.
Which I want to back up a little bit. You talked about going to that November 3rd, very first appointment with her. Mm-hmm. Did you go to another appointment with her kind of in the beginning, before the end of the year?
Yes.
And was that the November 16th appointment?
Yes.
So January and February, you're planning baby showers. Do you remember when she got her new apartment?
Yes.
And specifically, I guess technically it was a condo, but was it a 2-bedroom versus a 1-bedroom?
2-bedroom.
And was she planning things for the baby's room?
Yes.
Do you remember when she found out if she was
Dominique,
having a girl?
come on,
Yes,
say the
And when
thing.
did she find out?
she was having a girl.
Did you discuss with Ms. Benning names and things like that?
Yes.
Were you able to go to that appointment with her?
The February 2nd one, I was not.
And during that time when she went to the appointment, found that out, was she talking to you about kind of what was going on with her and Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And did you have any information about whether or not he went to that appointment with her?
Yes.
Objection, calls for hearsay, Your Honor.
Okay, you carry her.
I did not ask her what anyone said. I asked her if she had any information.
There would be no way she would know.
Okay, well, I mean,
I'm
she's
about
not
to think
answering yea or nay, but I'll sustain that, Jack.
During that time when Jade found out that she was having a baby girl, can you describe what Jade was doing kind of as far as social media and publicizing the fact that she was pregnant and who the father was?
She never did.
Never. And can you explain, do you know why?
Ultimately, based on the conversations with her and Blaise, I think Jade was very apprehensive to share things based on his reaction.
Objection, Your Honor, goes
You
for hearsay.
still not saying y'all had a conversation about not knowing who the daddy was.
Okay, we'll rephrase your question.
So you said she never was posting to social media.
Mm-hmm.
Was, I guess, based off of your close friendship with her, was she unhappy about the pregnancy or was she happy about it?
She was happy about it.
Did you feel like if circumstances were different, she would have posted to social media?
Yes.
I mean, was that something that she regularly did?
Yes.
Was it unusual that she was not?
Yes.
Did she continue to express kind of happiness and optimism about the baby coming?
Yes.
And can you describe, did she have additional appointments in February that you were aware of?
Yes.
Did you go to any of those?
Uh-uh.
And what was going on with you at that time? So we're kind of in February of 2023. You had moved here to go to Meharry.
Mm-hmm.
What was your schedule like and kind of what was going on with you then?
I was a full-time student, so my day consisted of studying, exams, going over test questions, and at that point in time, I was preparing for a really big exam.
And do you know Mr. Keontae Jones?
Yes,
And how do you know him?
he's my classmate.
And in February 2023, did you spend time with him in school studying?
Yes.
Kind of going to that time frame of that Saturday, February 25th, had you been at Jade's apartment earlier that week?
Yes.
And can you describe why you were there and what happened?
I went so she could straighten my hair, and she was showing me around her apartment and just kind of showing me where she was gonna put things. We went to the baby's room and she was showing me the things that she had ordered from or got from Facebook Marketplace. The ultrasound was kind of out. It was just giving all things girl mom preparing for a baby.
And you said that Ms. Benning wasn't posting to social media. Would she send messages to you and her other close friends?
Yes,
And did you receive a lot of pictures from Ms. Benning?
I did.
I guess, can you describe them? What type of pregnancy pictures did she typically send you?
She would send pictures at the gym, holding her belly. She would send pictures of her at home, videos, and she was kind of almost like documenting it. Like she would say how many weeks she was in a couple of videos, and she would like rub on her belly and was just like loving on her.
And that Monday night, or not Monday night, but it was 2 days before this, so that Thursday night, you said you went to her apartment, is that right?
Yes.
And y'all walked all around that apartment. And then on that Saturday, February 25th, can you describe what happened that day and kind of how you ended up being over there?
That day, I spent pretty much my entire day at school studying for an exam that I had on Monday. We were just there pretty much until like maybe 6:37, and Jade and I were texting, and she asked me if I had paint, and I was like, no, I don't. I was like, what are you doing with the paint? And she was telling me how she was gonna do a paint night with her and Blaise since they weren't able to hang out the weekend before. And she was saying that she was going to cook dinner, and she asked me what she should cook, and I told her she should make chicken Alfredo. And
Is there a reason you suggested that?
personally, it's my favorite. And if she's going to be cooking for somebody, I was like, you should, cook your best meal.
And
Be a chef and her best meal is Alfredo.
How did you end up going over there?
It was a very spontaneous whim for me to go there. I was just hanging out with some friends after we were studying in front of campus, and they had ordered food that I didn't want. And so I was like, oh, I'll just go eat at Jade, just get food from Jade's house. So I called her and I was like, hey, what y'all doing? I was like, I'm about to come by and get some food. And she was like, okay. And then I told her that Keontae was going to come with me. And that's how I ended up over there.
And were you planning on going over there and sitting down to eat, or what was the plan?
I just planned on picking it up and leaving, saying hi and bye. I didn't plan on dining in with them.
And on that February 25th of 2023, had you ever met Blaise Taylor?
Not in person.
And describe kind of how that happened. You were with Keontae, and y'all had been at school.
Yes.
Did you go straight to Jade's? And what did you do when you got here?
When we got there, we said hi, and Jade started packing up the food, and she put the foil on it, put it in a bag, and kind of set it off to the side. And we were just chit-chatting about what they were gonna paint, and we talked about going to a concert, and we were laughing at the fact that I didn't know how to play spades. So that was pretty much the basis of the conversation.
And can you describe Jade's kind of kitchen area when you got there? Was there food out that they were eating, or kind of what was the setup at the point you got there?
When I got there, the food was on the stove. It's kind of packaged. The canvases were kind of off to the side. The island was pretty clear. I didn't, and Jade had a glass of a pink drink, and Blaise wasn't drinking anything. There was no cup in front of Blaise.
And did you drink anything while you were there?
I didn't drill.
Was that something you brought with you?
I did not.
What was Mr. Taylor doing, and where was he at in the room?
He was sitting beside Jade at the island, and he was engaging with some of the conversations, and he was just shuffling Uno cards the whole time.
Was anybody playing Uno?
No.
But he was shuffling cards.
Mm-hmm.
And did Mr. Jones, did he interact with Mr. Taylor?
Yeah, ever so slightly. It was kind of a conversation just in the kitchen.
And do you know approximately how long y'all stayed?
Probably a little over 15 minutes, 15 to 30 minutes.
And during that time, did anything seem amiss to you?
Nothing too alarming except the comment he made about his artwork that he was going to make, because the whole basis of this project was to make something for the baby's room.
Hearsay.
It's a statement by the defendant, Your Honor.
Okay, I don't think she's gotten there yet, but you
You want to ask about what?
Yes. You said that he made a comment about the painting he was going to do. What was his comment?
I had asked like what they were gonna paint, and Jade was like, "I'm gonna make something."
Objection, hearsay.
You care to be heard on?
I think it's unnecessary, so no.
Nothing alarmed me except for he was painting the picture that he wanted to paint.
All right, I'll over the objection, and it goes into, was that comment from Mr. Taylor right after the discussion with the artwork with Ms. Benning?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
What did Ms. Benning say she was planning on painting?
She said that she was gonna paint something for the baby's room. She didn't know what yet, but she knew that's what she was gonna paint, something to hang in Ivy's room. And when I asked Blaise what he was gonna paint, he told me he was gonna paint a black hole. And I was like, a black hole? And he was like, yeah, I'm gonna call it midnight. The further you look, the deeper you'll go. And I was like, oh, okay, But I was like, well, why don't we just add like a little bit of white to the, canvas to make it look a little lively. And that was kind of that. But it was a very dark demeanor about this painting after Jade said that she was going to make something for the baby's room.
So he don't have to make nothing for the baby's
were they
room?
actually painting while you were there?
No.
So this was discussions about what we're about to do.
Yes.
And was anything else in this other than the comment that he made about the painting?
Not that I can think of or remember.
Right.
And did you get food?
I did.
And did y'all leave?
We did.
And after you left, did you communicate with Jade after you left?
Yes.
And you don't have to tell me what you said, but how did you communicate with her?
I texted her.
And did she respond?
Yes.
And did you have a couple of texts back and forth?
Yes.
And can you describe Jade's demeanor when you left?
She seemed really happy, very excited to spend the rest of the night with Blaise, and probably excited that I was leaving now.
When you left, where did you go?
To Keontae's house.
And what did you do when you got there?
I ate my chicken Alfredo.
And were you planning on hanging out with Mr. Jones all night, or what was your kind of plan for that night?
No, I just stopped by. We were just studying, got food. We were just like hanging out, and I was about to go home.
And did you actually leave?
Quick fucking question. Didn't Keontae say that she came to his house and then they rode together over to Jade's, sat over there, chilled, black hole comment. Then they got the food left, went back to his house because they had rode together. He didn't say they was coming from school.
Mr. Jones's house.
I did.
Did you stop anywhere before you got home?
Yes.
Come on, friend. Something ain't adding up.
Gas station.
Baby, she didn't miss the part of the story. Somebody ain't practiced.
I was pumping gas. And as I was walking back to my car, I get a phone call from Jade. And I answered it, and I was like, hello? Just normal. And she immediately starts saying, what did you do? What did you put in my drink? Then I heard her say, Blaise, you're scaring me. And he was like, you're scaring me. And she was like, I know you put something in my drink. She's like, I knew my drink tasted funny. And she was asking him to empty his pockets. And she was like, let me see what's in your pockets. Let me see. And he was like, I don't have anything. So this whole time I'm like, Jade, like trying to get a response from her. So because I didn't get a response from her, I texted her And I was like, are you talking to me? What's going on? And then she was like, I know you put something in my drink because I can't even walk to drink. She was saying that she couldn't feel her legs. And then she said it again. She was like, you put something in my drink. You did this so something happened to me.
Give it just a moment. You need to clean it. I want everybody to be able to hear you, number one, but then let you calm down.
I'm not phased either because I'm not convinced that she wasn't asking your ass.
Last thing that you heard Jade say.
She said that you did this so something could happen to the baby.
Did she say anything else?
She was saying I'm about to feel like I'm about to pass out. And then like towards the end of the conversation, she was like, is key. And then nothing else.
Like what?
She was like saying, it was very wavy, and she was like, I heard is, and I heard with, and I heard key. And so I then merged Keontae on the phone because I'm like, I don't know what's wrong with Jade. Like, something sounds wrong. Like, listen to her. And he's like, Jade, like, I'm here. And at that point, you just really couldn't understand what she was saying anymore.
Jade, I'm here. Somebody that he don't know?
At the beginning of the call, when you could understand Jade, can you describe, based off of your experience, how did she sound?
She sounded like very scared. She did not sound like herself. She sounded like she needed help.
But you ain't called 911, bitch. Get the fuck out of here. She sounded like she needed help, but that's the last fucking thing you never did. You still ain't called for help, ho. That ain't none of your best friends.
Saying the things that you just testified to, did she say some of those phrases more than once?
Yes.
And you said at the beginning, she said, Blaise, you're scaring me.
Yes.
And you heard him respond. Did he respond to any of the other phrases that she was saying to him?
The only thing he responded to was when she said that he was scaring her. He then said, like, you're scaring me. And then when he was asking her if she had when she was asking if he had anything in his pockets and for him to show her, he was like, I don't have anything. And that was kind of all he said.
So you could hear him on that call.
Yes.
And that's all he said during that whole time that Jade made all of those statements. So that she couldn't feel her legs, and she's asking him, what's in your hand? Show me your pockets. What did you put in my drink? I knew my drink tasted funny. He did not provide a response to any of that.
No.
And can you describe that call is a 6-minute and 9-second call? Kind of at what point, is it just at the end, those last few words that you really couldn't understand her?
Yes.
And you said you heard her say kind of 3 words. What were those again?
I heard is, I heard with, and I heard key.
And did you try to connect that to what that could possibly mean?
Yes,
Boom, caught him again. Remember, he said that initially he never heard anything that she heard on the phone. He never heard it. Never heard anything. By the time they merged him in, he could not hear anything. It was kind of mumbling. Then he fucked up on cross yesterday and said, I think she said my name and asked for help. Y'all see, trying to put y'all stories together and y'all fucking up the damn rotation.
Didn't understand what she was saying, but because she sounded so scared and Keontae was just there, we all call him Key. So I was like, okay, like she's obviously scared, like she needs him to help her because she's with another man and Keontae is a man. So when I added him on the phone, he's talking to her and
Is she responding at all?
no.
Why do you think she want Key and not 911?
Do you think that Jade Benning was saying those phrases to you?
No.
And you heard Mr. Taylor respond and you heard her say too, Blaise, you're scaring me.
Yes.
How did that call end?
The phone hung up.
Did you hang up?
No.
Yes, friend.
At any point, did Mr. Taylor say anything to you?
No.
And what did you do after that line got cut?
I called back.
Did you call back more than once?
Yes.
At some point, and you're calling back Ms. Benning's phone, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you have Blaise Taylor's phone to call him?
No.
What are you calling him for? He's killing your friend.
Yes.
And who answered it?
I'll call the law.
Blaise.
And can you just?
And Blaise better have got there before me and my sheriff showed up.
I answered the phone and he answered the phone and I was like, Blaise, like what's going on? What's going on? Like FaceTime me. Like, let me see her. And he doesn't FaceTime me. But he tells me that he's about to call 911.
Because he ain't got time to be fooling with you, fool.
Did you ask him several times to FaceTime you?
Yes.
And you said that you asked him what was going on. Did he answer you?
He just kept saying, I don't know. I don't know.
Do you remember him saying anything else on that call?
There was a point where he asked me if she had an EpiPen.
Did that make any sense to you?
Not at all.
Did Jade have any allergies?
Not to my knowledge.
And at that moment, can you describe, do you know what's actually going on with Jade?
No.
So what do you do?
After Blaise tells me that he's calling 911, he's like, I gotta go. Like, I'm calling 911. The phone disconnects again. That was not on me. And then I called Jade's mother.
And Ms. Jackson, do you remember, was Keontae Jones on that second call? Do you remember that specifically? And when I say second call, the call where you called her and Blaise Taylor answered.
Yes.
And do you remember if Keontae said anything to him or if he said anything back?
He was asking him, what do you do?
And you said that call got disconnected, but not by you.
Yes.
And then you immediately called Jade Benning's mother.
Yes.
And were you still at the gas station or what were you doing?
I was on the interstate trying to get to Jade's apartment.
And did you make it to Jade's apartment?
Yes.
And can you describe when you got there, what was going on?
When I pulled up, the ambulance was already outside. Jade was already in the truck. Her head was to the side. And they were doing CPR. So I'm still on the phone with Bridget at this point, and I'm trying to give her something, but I can't see her face.
she's just really pale. She still has on the pajamas that she was wearing when I left. And Blaise is going back and forth, and I'm just like, what happened? What happened? And then the EMT comes around and tells me that we all need to go to Vanderbilt.
Could you tell if Jade Benning was conscious?
No.
Did she look conscious?
No.
And you said that you saw Mr. Taylor going back and forth. Can you describe?
They did it in the ambulance, not in the house.
When you saw him.
They damn sure ain't do it for 30 minutes like they put on that damn paper.
It was just like very anxious, kind of panicky. But he couldn't answer. He couldn't tell me what was going on, what was said. Like, I had no idea what he even called 911 and said at this point in time. And when they tell us
this
to
is
leave,
rehearsed.
we both leave and meet them at the ER.
So he didn't tell you anything that happened?
No.
After you left?
No.
We don't owe you no explanation. Why you trust somebody that's actively killing your best friend to call 911? Why you still ain't called them?
Yes.
And can you describe that?
I see him again in the parking lot when we get to the ER. And when we walk into checking in at the hospital, again, I'm still on the phone with Jade's mom. And we go to the check-in and they're asking, who are we here to see? I say Jade Benning, and they ask what's her date of birth. But they were asking our relation to the patient. And I said, that's my best friend. And he told them that this was his girlfriend. And I had never heard that before. And so at this point, I'm very, very confused. I'm still trying to process and understand what I just heard on the phone. So then they asked for the patient's birthday. And since this is your girlfriend, tell her Jade's birthday. And he couldn't tell them her birthday. So I then provided that information for them.
Did he tell them anything about what happened?
The check-in?
Yes.
No.
Once is an anomaly, twice is a trend. If you're going to cook for anybody, make that Alfredo, and I'm going to pop the fuck up. If you're going to cook for anybody, now, girlfriend, well, since you're her girlfriend, since she's your girlfriend, you tell them the date of birth. Why is that what's on your mind?
But you said he referred to her as his girlfriend.
Yes.
Did you believe them to be in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship?
No.
Had you ever heard anything about that?
No.
What was his kind of demeanor like to you? Was he kind of leaning on you for comfort, asking you things?
For what? I don't know you. I don't know her either.
We like to re-urge our objection.
Okay, you kind of had a question there. You're asking this young lady what was Mr. Taylor's demeanor?
Yes. What was his demeanor and was he saying?
She didn't answer that.
Thank you.
What was his demeanor? It was not looking for comfort. It was almost
who was there
like
to comfort
he
him?
was just trying to figure out what was going on, but not necessarily.
Okay, by demeanor, she's
right.
Emotions or quiet, not what your interpretation of.
Okay. Was not crying. His demeanor was very calm per se, but more in terms of like trying to figure out what was going on, but not about the status of Jade's.
Objection.
There you go again, trying to add some shit in.
What's your next question?
Was he
But she's obviously dumb.
of the people at the hospital?
I don't know.
You don't remember him asking them anything?
No.
What were you doing?
Trying to get some answers as to what just happened, what was Jade's state. I had nothing.
Oh, and about Hagatha, who was up here last, talking about she didn't know nothing about that. She don't know when she found out that it might have been Blaise. Your fucking best friend knew that it might have been Blaise the second that girl never called 911, called Blaise back twice, and then called this girl's biological mother. So you knew when friend knew that same night. So you gonna sit up here and play like y'all didn't already have it on here. You go to the hospital and I'm gonna go check this shit out, friend. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. All y'all knew and already had his name in the back of y'all's mind, the front of y'all's mind, and on the tip of y'all's tongue as soon as that girl, before that girl even got to the fucking hospital. Y'all up here talking about who did it, why they did it, and who did it with what. Ain't nobody called 911, and y'all ain't even doing enough shit for her to even figure out she ain't even got a fucking chest compression yet. What is wrong with everybody?
So I was in the room. We were in a room in the hospital.
And why he looking to you for comfort? He don't know you.
What's going on?
I'm looking to you for comfort.
Did you provide the hospital staff with identifying information about Jade?
Yes.
Oh, lopsided, cocky-eyed, grandma, earring wearing asshole. I ain't looking for you for comfort. I don't know you.
Provide them with information about
And you done already tried to pull a Trump card at the goddamn desk. What's her birthday then? Yeah, I'm not talking to you no more.
You said that you were in a room with Mr. Taylor.
Not talking to you no
Was there
more.
anybody else in that room?
Not at that time.
And did you speak to him again?
Yes.
And the rest of her jack jaw ass
What were
friends.
you saying? What was his response?
I was asking him what was going on, like what happened. He kind of wasn't really giving me anything. He kind of explained a little bit like that she just didn't feel good. And at this point, Keontae then calls again and he's asking what's going on. And I'm obviously very flustered and upset. And Keontae then asks to speak to Blaise.
And did you give the phone to Keontae?
Yes.
No, you gave it to Blaise.
Can you describe, you said that Mr. Taylor said that Ms. Benning wasn't feeling well.
Mhm.
Do you remember anything specific he said about that?
He said that she felt woozy. He said that she felt woozy and needed to lie down.
And that term woozy, was that something that was familiar to you?
No.
Is that something that Jade had ever hit you?
Because that's something somebody that don't drink or smoke would say, not nobody that be popping everything known to man.
Anything else about what happened?
He said that they danced, that they ate, they played games, and then they painted, and then she felt woozy and she needed to lie down, and that she threw up.
At what point, kind of in the progression of events that night, did he say that she threw up?
When other hospital staff came in and they were basically asking both of us kind of what happened from each of our perspectives. And when he's explaining it to someone, he then adds that in there. But I had known that she had thrown up prior to that statement.
Was that the first time you ever heard him say that?
Yes.
And is it fair to say you had asked him a multitude of times what happened?
Yes.
And so you're present when he's telling the hospital staff about what happened.
Yes.
Does he ever tell them what you heard Jade say to him on that phone call?
No.
At some point, did you tell him?
I did.
And was he there when you told him?
Yes.
What, if anything, did he say when you told them what Jade said to you?
He started talking over me and then says, "You act like you care about her more than I do, and that's the mother of my child."
Can you explain what did that statement mean to you based off of what you knew?
Can you ask that one more time?
That statement, was that a normal statement or an unusual statement?
Unusual.
I'm gonna object. She's already stated she doesn't know.
You don't know him, so how's she gonna say what's a usual statement?
Do you want to rephrase your question? Because I understood that.
Had you ever heard him say that before?
You ain't been around him. That was your first time meeting him.
Did you find that to be, I guess, can you describe, what did you think when he said that?
Objection, irrelevant.
Care to be heard on the relevance.
Yes, Your Honor, I think the context of their relationship, his state of mind, I think that it's relevant.
But you're
to
asking
the
her
answer.
to interpret that. I'll sustain the objection.
What did you do at that point?
At that point, I tried to stay away from him as much as I could because that upset me.
Why did it upset you?
Because she's my best friend, and that didn't matter about the relationship. Like, we should be focusing on her health and the baby's health, not about who was closer to her in that moment.
But you pulled the shit at the desk about the birthday.
Did you tell multiple people at the hospital about what Jade said on that phone call to him?
Yes.
And at some point, did police officers arrive?
Yes.
And did you speak with them?
Yes.
And did you speak with multiple officers?
Yes.
Did you tell them about the phone call?
Yes.
And at some point, did a detective show up?
Yes.
And did you meet with him?
Yes.
And was that separate from Mr. Taylor?
Yes.
And did you give him a statement about everything that Jade said to you, to him on that call that you heard?
Yes.
And at some point that night, did you leave the hospital?
Yes.
And can you describe, when did you do that?
Maybe around like 2 a.m.
And what, if anything, did you do?
I left and went home and was trying to make sense of what I just heard.
At any point, did you see Mr. Keontae Jones again that night?
Yes.
And can you describe that?
I was about to say, did you see
I was
Keontae?
telling him that I just felt uncomfortable because at this point it was just Blaise and I and a couple of other people, and I just didn't want to be there anymore. So I asked him to come and pick me up.
And can you describe, did anyone else that knew Jade show up at the hospital before you left?
Yes.
And who showed up?
Lauren and Natalie.
And did you know them?
Yes.
How did you know them?
I met them through Jade. They were her coworkers.
At some point, did you go back to Jade's apartment?
Yes.
And when did you do that?
Maybe like a day or so after.
And did you go by yourself or did you go with other people?
Other people.
Your Honor, may I have permission to publish a portion of Exhibit 14 to this witness?
She drove herself to the hospital. So you don't tell them for Keontae to corroborate your story. You tell them for Keontae to come get you because you don't feel uncomfortable, even though he's the one that's outnumbered and you're the one accusing him of everything. He should have been the one uncomfortable. He should have been the one leaving. Friend.
Your Honor, for the record, I'm publishing video 1 from Exhibit 14. Ms. Jackson, do you recognize what's shown in this video?
Yes.
And what is
Jade's kitchen, and it's the dinner that she made that night.
Already packed up. So saying it smelled clean, she had already packed up the fucking food.
Because I was very adamant on going to her apartment because I had just seen her an hour prior to this phone call. So I wanted to see if there was something happened, if there was any sign of struggle or kind of what happened here.
And this video, is that exactly the way that it looked when you left?
No.
video
What's
number
different?
4. I'm sorry, I'm gonna go back to that.
Oh, okay.
I'm showing video number 4. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
And specifically, is there anything about this video that stood out to you?
The camera and the blinds.
And explain what you mean by that.
Every time that I've been at Jade's apartment, that white camera has been in her kitchen area. So I was very concerned as to why it was moved in her bedroom. Jade also lived on the first floor, so I was confused as to why her blinds were up and the camera was facing outward. She kept the camera in the kitchen, I'm sorry, because the front door was right there. So this was very alarming because Jade would never leave her blinds up like that, especially at night with the camera moved away from, can't see anything there.
Had you ever seen the camera in that location at this apartment or even her previous apartment?
No.
I'm gonna go back to video number 1.
So what was you doing on her phone?
Ms. Jackson, can you describe where is it that camera normally would be?
To the right of the Happiness is Homemade sign.
And if you touch that monitor in front of you, it will actually make a mark, so you can mark this
Wait.
specific spot that you're referring
Right here? Oh. Oh, my bad.
You need to redo it.
Is that where it was when you had been there earlier?
Yes.
And so when you were there earlier that night, the camera was right there.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you came back, it was in the bedroom.
Yes.
Can you describe what, if anything, did you do related to that camera and the blinds that we just saw in her bedroom?
I moved the camera back to where it was and I put the blinds back down.
So you moved the camera and put it back in
Where?
that spot, right by the stove.
Yes.
And why did you do that?
Because I was not sure if Blaise had an extra key or not. He did help her move in, and it was supposed to be in front of the door in case if something happened, you can see. And so I put it back there because I was not sure if he were to have come back or not.
Did you have any idea if that camera was connected and recording?
I was under the impression that it was.
And I want to show you now what is video 5 and exhibit 14. Can you describe what, if anything, did you notice about this area of Ms. Benning's bedroom?
I noticed the staining on her comforter and that her covers were kind of messed up from the bottom half and not the foot of the bed and not the head of the bed.
Was that generally how she would leave her bedroom?
No.
And you were referring to that stain,
Yes.
and you've already testified that at some point
Mhm.
at the hospital, Mr. Taylor said she threw up.
Yes.
When you saw that stain, does that look like throw up to you?
Not necessarily to me. I don't know what that looks
Your
like.
Honor, I'm gonna check this. She is not.
Who the fuck is you?
to determine-
Okay, she said she's not sure what that was.
Was that something that stood out to you,
Yes.
and why?
Because Jade wouldn't have her comforter dirty and Blaise had already told me that she threw up.
Did you do anything to try to locate evidence of throw up?
Yes, I looked in the trash can, I looked in the washer and dryer, any nook and cranny around her apartment to see where this throw up was.
And did you find any evidence of it?
No.
Can you describe describe, the pictures kind of that were taken of the trash can? Were you there when all of that was done?
Yes.
Your Honor, I would like to show this witness a photograph from Exhibit 14.
All right.
This is the fourth photograph, which I believe is 14. I don't know if it's labeled as a collective exhibit, but it would be 14D if we were doing it that way. Ms. Jackson, did anything stand out to you about this picture?
I did think that the pink lemonade did stand out to me because that was the color of the drink that she was drinking when I was there the first time.
And the fifth picture, can you describe what's shown here?
It looks like food that wasn't eaten, like left over on the plate or something.
Did that stand out to you as being unusual?
No.
Were you looking for, I guess, what, if anything, were you looking for?
I was looking for the color that was on the comforter, that pinkish color, and I was looking for the food to be a little bit more grounded, I guess, like she had already ate it. So I was looking for food that was not in whole pieces, like I see here.
So when you saw that, you were checking to see if that was thrown?
Yes.
And what was your determination?
It was not.
Did you find any evidence outside of what was on that comforter?
No, not that I recall.
And were you there when that comforter was bagged up?
Yes.
Did anybody touch it with anything other than gloved hands to put it in that bag?
No.
And I want to kind of go back. That was, I guess, a day after. Can you describe at the hospital? Did you go back to the hospital?
Yes.
And who, if anybody, was there in those days that followed?
All of our family and friends.
And can you describe, are you close with Miss Benning's family?
Yes.
And describe your relationship with her mother, Bridget.
She's like a second mom to me. So we kind of just leaned on each other that whole week, trying to understand something that didn't make sense.
And did Mr. Jones come back to the hospital?
Yes.
And were you there on March 6th?
Yes.
And can you describe what happened on that day?
I went to Dollar Tree. I went and got balloons and cupcakes from Kroger. Brought them to the hospital. And we all sang happy birthday because that was Jade's, would have been her 25th birthday. They told us that she was brain dead that day. There was no active brain activity. And ultimately, Jade died on her, what would have been her 25th birthday.
Ms. Jackson, I'm going to switch topics a little bit. Prior to Jade learning that she was pregnant, that November 2nd, November 3rd of 2022, prior to that, did Miss Benning, did she drink alcohol?
Yes.
Did she ever get drunk in her life?
Yes.
And was that something that happened on a daily occurrence or was it sporadic?
Sporadic.
And did she use any other substances?
She smokes marijuana.
Did you know of her using any other substance other than marijuana?
Mushrooms a time or two.
Was that something that she did on a frequent basis?
No.
And can you describe once Ms. Benning found out she was pregnant, which let me kind of go back, are those the only two substances other than
They about to
alcohol
tear your
that
ass
you heard
up.
of her using?
Yes.
Have you ever heard of her using cocaine or even talking about it?
No.
After she found out she was pregnant, can you describe what, if anything, did she have to drink that was an alcoholic beverage?
She never drank alcohol again.
And what, if anything, did she ever smoke marijuana or have used marijuana in any way?
No.
Can you describe kind of her lifestyle about health after she found out about the baby?
It drastically changed. She would let me know when she would take her prenatals. She was doing light workouts, was definitely changing her diet and eating habits and drinking a lot of water.
I can just one moment.
Because you already know.
Thank you, Ms. Jackson. I don't have any other questions.
Questions on behalf of Mr. Taylor?
Yes, Your Honor. It's going to be pretty lengthy.
Okay, I checked with the jury about staying longer tonight, and they're okay.
I could just have a minute.
Okay.
We're gonna get crossed today.
There's 2 more seconds, please. Ms. Jackson, my name is Letitia Quinones Hollins, and I'll be asking you a few questions. Well, a lot of questions. At any time you don't understand something, let me know, and I'll do my best to rephrase, okay? You said you met Jade when you were 6 years old. You guys at some point went to the same middle school and high school, right? You were very close.
Correct.
And you guys also went off to college. Was it the same college that you went to? Or different colleges, but at the same time?
We went to the same college at one point and a different college at another.
Because she left and went to culinary school.
Mm-hmm.
Is that right? And the culinary school was with
Bentonville.
Now, are you both from Little Rock, Arkansas?
We are.
Do you know an Arion Curtis, who now may be Arion Jordan?
I do.
Is she also from Little Rock, Arkansas?
I believe so.
And do you know Apple Denny?
I know of her.
Have you ever met her before?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevant.
I could just have a little leeway.
Okay, you ever met her?
Yes.
All right, what,
Now, at some point, Jade moved to Nashville, correct?
Correct.
And do you know about when she moved to Nashville?
I don't know exactly when. Probably like 2020, early 2022, maybe.
Know of her, but you met her. So you know her. But you claim to know Blaise after meeting him one time.
And when she
Oh,
moved
baby.
to Nashville
Keep
in
it the
early
same.
22, you were where?
In Little Rock.
Were you guys speaking during that time?
Yes.
How often?
Maybe like every couple days or maybe once a week.
Okay. But significant, you were talking.
Yeah.
And then at some point, you moved to Nashville.
Correct.
When did you move to Nashville?
In August of 2022.
And so, when you moved to Nashville, who did you live with when you moved here?
Myself.
And you came here to go to McHenry?
Mahara, yes.
Not Henry, I'm sorry. And you didn't move in with Miss Benning?
No.
Now, when you moved here, how often did the two of you get together?
It would just depends on when our schedules would align.
So what would that be?
Maybe once a week, twice a week.
So once or twice a week?
Maybe, yes.
And what are some of the things that the two of you would do when you got together?
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevant.
Why?
Your Honor, this would-
Why? Because you don't want him to go in today was getting high?
This is of a lot of her testimony today.
okay, what would y'all do when you hung out?
Go eat dinner, go walk, just all kinds of fun stuff that best friends would do.
Would you smoke marijuana together?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevant.
All right, it's been mentioned, so she answered, go ahead.
Thank you. Would you drink together?
Yes.
And would she opt, or at least at some point, would she suggest that you do mushrooms together?
No,
No?
she didn't suggest.
Did she ask you to do mushrooms with her?
Maybe, I don't recall.
Now, would a text message between you and Jade help refresh your memory?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
All kinds of fun things. This is walking and drinking lots of water.
So,
He's gonna get that.
okay. Let me make sure it's the right one.
Where's the bubbly smile? Where's the performance?
This is it.
Followed her.
Make sure I know it. That I can't just get things. If you could take a moment and read those first 3 texts to yourself and let me know when you're done. Or maybe go down 4 texts.
I'm ready.
Okay. Did she suggest that you guys should do it together?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, you would oftentimes, would you not, reach out to Ms. Benning and ask her to help you secure drugs, wouldn't you?
Marijuana.
Adderall as well, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So more than marijuana.
Okay, yes.
You did that more than once.
Objection, Your Honor, to the relevance may be approached.
Okay.
Why you don't know? No, she don't do no other substances. She don't do nothing. This is all they do together. You want to spend all freaking afternoon on their relationship and how great this performative relationship is that she's talking about. Let her be who she is. Let her know. Let it come out. You put Jade in this situation. Instead of you putting everything out there on the up and up like it should have been and just putting it out there in the front that them text messages wasn't just about confirming that it was about finding the baby daddy, you putting Jade in this situation. You're putting in a situation where the jury's going to be judging Jade, you idiot. And unfortunately, the only person you got to speak up to Jade is a motherfucker that wouldn't call 911. Ain't you about some shit, prosecutor? Now you didn't put it up here for Jade to be tried. Because you wanted to play on direct. Still smiling and laughing. Still smiling and laughing. And I wouldn't sit next to your crazy ass up there laughing and snickering like the damn leprechaun. I wouldn't be up there with your ass either. Talking about he didn't come for me for comfort. I bet you love that. That's exactly what you wanted him to do. Come to you for comfort. And I'm pretty sure that I wish they could make you elaborate on or find them text messages. Oh, he wasn't like anybody, like the usual person she date. And you knew it too. And you knew it too. Why wouldn't he like the usual? Why wouldn't he like the usual? Or did you think that's what your usual is supposed to be like? Because you normally get, because you the one stayed in college and you doing it a certain way. Blaise looking like, I told y'all this heifer was crazy. I think so too. I think they was goofy enough to look at who his daddy was. He don't have his daddy's money. He don't have his daddy's money. He's not retired. He's not his daddy. And then y'all saw Tennessee Titans and thought for some reason that Scout was like player. I don't know. But all of it reads goofy. All of it reads dumb, diddy. Dumb, dumber, dumberer, dumbest. Like, what was this whole, oh, he was nothing like everybody else? Because I'm sorry, if I was looking at somebody like Prince Charming, it wouldn't be the mother sucker that was just gonna have me just laying and playing, screwing and doing. Certainly would not be. Then I got to go back to my parents and tell them I'm prego by somebody that don't even want me to put a name on social media, don't want me to put a name to it. I saw somebody ask who his dad is. His dad's name is Trooper Taylor. He's known as like one of the college football coaches. He is where he at right now. I don't know where he's at right now, but I know he won the national championship with Auburn. He's been in Tennessee, Oklahoma State, Baylor, New Mexico, Tulane.
Ms. Jackson.
It's been like 30 years.
Do you remember a time when
Texas A&M is where he's at.
on October the 3rd of 2022, when Ms. Benning was traveling somewhere in California? You remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember you guys were having a text message conversation?
Yes.
And in that text message, Ms. Benning starts off the conversation saying, "Edible kicked my ass." Do you remember her saying that to you?
Can I please see it?
You may.
Okay, what's your question?
Do you see there where on October the 3rd of 2022, Ms. Benning says to you, "Edibles kicked my ass." Do you see that?
Yes.
Do you see that later, the next text message she sends says, "Smoking, edibles, and tequila. Laugh my ass off." Do you see that?
Yes.
And do you see where your next text to her is, "Weed or some other shit"?
Yes.
What is some other shit that she could be smoking, Miss Jackson?
Mushrooms.
Because you can smoke mushrooms?
I didn't say smoke. I said or some other shit.
Well, you said weed or some other shit, right?
Yes.
What's the other shit?
Mushrooms. You get.
So when you were referring to weed, because you hear above it, it says smoking, but it doesn't say what she's smoking, right?
Mm-hmm.
It says smoking, and then you respond, weed or some other shit.
Mm-hmm.
And your response is she was going to smoke mushrooms.
I didn't say smoke mushrooms, but I was asking her, was that what she's talking about?
Okay. And did Ms. Benning, in your closeness with her, ever share with you when the last time that she had her period?
I don't recall.
You know.
You can recall the hell out of this. You got to make this long.
The last time she had her period was September the 12th.
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, you're putting words into her mouth. I thought you asked, did you know? And she said no.
She said she didn't recall.
She said she didn't know.
As close as you were, did you know that she didn't have her period in October?
We don't just discuss our periods like all the time, so no.
So when you were on direct examination, Ms. Jackson, you talked about that this was your sister and you discussed everything. Isn't that what you said?
We do.
But you don't discuss your periods.
I did not.
Now, but didn't you, isn't it true that you and Ms. Benning was trying to calculate who was the father of this child?
Mm-hmm.
You wouldn't discuss the last time she had her period if you're trying to calculate when was the last time who was the father of the child?
I don't recall talking about a period.
Well, how would you figure out who was the father?
Objection, Your Honor. She's answered this question.
Right, well, she's asking another question.
Relevance
What's your next question?
How can you discuss and try to determine who's the father of the child if you don't discuss when was the last time she had her period?
Based on the, how far along she was in her pregnancy.
Well, how would you know how far along she was if she
Without the period. You are in medical school.
You were talking about that before she went to the doctor.
We were at the doctor talking about that.
So when you were talking about it, you would have to figure out the last time she had her cycle and who she was having sex with.
Okay. You can't tell her what she did or didn't know. I mean, just ask a question.
Now,
It's not helping.
was there not a time that Miss Benning would infuse the food that she cooked with marijuana?
Objection, Your Honor, to relevance.
We've already had that discussion with other witnesses. So did you know anything about that?
I did.
You said you did know?
Mm-hmm.
And she would do that, would she not?
She has before.
Thank you. Now, when you were discussing who the father was of this baby, there was another gentleman that was in the running. Was that true?
Yes.
And who was that?
His name was Des.
And at the time that you guys were making this discussion or having this discussion, this was a time that she was in fact pregnant, correct?
I'm sorry, could you repeat your question?
This was
That
a time.
was the discussion with Miss Benning about.
Come on, Judge, because he heard it.
She was pregnant.
Yes.
And in that same conversation, you were asking, and she was talking about the mushrooms, and you were asking her to ask this.
Objection, Your Honor, to the hearsay.
What is your question?
This was a discussion they were having together.
Well, it still may be hearsay, but what is your question?
You guys were discussing drugs then too, were you not?
Objection, Your Honor, to the hearsay.
Do you care?
Wow, if it's the text
It
messages.
was a conversation that she was a part of. This is what she was saying with Miss Benning. And it goes to Miss Benning's state of mind.
What hearsay exception is
It goes to Miss Benning's state of mind as it relates to drugs. This is a drug overdose. Mr. Taylor has to be able to put on a defensive theory.
Did you ever discuss with Miss Benning after she knew she was pregnant about drugs?
I'm not sure. I don't know.
Would it assist you if I was to allow you to look at text messages?
Sure.
When check, what time frame checks do you want to ask?
It is 10:29, Your Honor, and 11:02.
Sorry.
I'm sorry, I gave him the 10:29. Let me just give you.
See if there's multiple copies of that.
Judge said, listen.
I'm gonna give you a copy of all of them so you can have them ahead of time.
But nobody called the police. Please give me. Yeah, so you gotta call bullshit on some of this.
11-2 and something else.
Yeah, I'm giving her all of them. I'm just
What-
making sure that
what is
they're the
that?
same.
I object to the relevance as well as the hearsay. I do not understand what she is attempting to do.
All right, let the jury step down and follow.
Yeah, just let the jury go home today. You need to go home with the same witnesses. If you don't want the defense to be able to go home and think about this, because it's going to be 30 times worse in the morning.
Okay, we're both copies of it.
How many texts are you wanting to show this young lady?
I'm trying to get them all to her.
How many are you wanting to show?
About 8, Your Honor.
All right, let me have copies of them. Let me have copies of them.
I want to give them to you all at one time, please, so that we don't have to go and revisit. And I can tell the court exactly
Just
where.
let me have copies of them.
Once you read them, you're gonna ask me.
I don't know what I'm.
11:2, 10:29. 11:2. There's another one for 11:2. There's another one for 11:2. There's another one for 11:2.
Or you're giving me all the metadata and everything?
Yes, I am.
I don't even see the, one starts off need or.
That's the way that it
I've been
prints out.
looking at my body. Beautiful child I've ever laid eyes on. What does that say about drugs?
So I'm giving you drugs, but.
Let's just do this real easy. Tell me what that one says about drugs.
So in that text message.
You haven't looked at it.
You just told me what it said. You said it says about my body. What does it have to do with about drugs? I'm trying to answer it.
Okay.
What this says is that on 11:2, and then you go to 10:29, she talks about.
I haven't gotten to 10:29.
You're asking me about this one or 10:29?
That one.
This one says, me either, and then she goes on to say to both. Then she says, like, I've been looking at my body and shit too. And so what it says here is that she knew that when I started questioning if I could be pregnant. So on this date, she says that she had been looking at her body and could tell that she had been pregnant. She didn't.
She says that?
Yes, she did.
Okay, let me see that. But that has nothing to do with drugs.
It does, because what it
No, I'm saying,
suggests.
is there any reference in this text to drugs?
No, but it
Okay,
orients the
thank you.
state of mind of Miss Benning.
State of mind.
Yes, as it goes to our defensive theory.
Does the state have decent copies of what the messages are back and forth?
I can.
This is like reading a dictionary.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm not sure what everything in that format.
It's the way that we did it. I can only print out the way the metadata is given to me.
Like I've been looking at my body, okay? So that's what you say on that. Next one I'm looking at is 11/2 at 1:50 p.m. You need to find out ASAP. Indiana is the closest place to go if I made that decision. What does that have to do with drugs?
Because that one is dealing with abortion, because she was.
How do we know that?
Because that's what they're talking about in regards to Indiana being the closest place.
How do I know that?
Because in text messages before that, she
I don't have
says,
the-
you do.
What does this have to do with drugs?
I just said, I'm giving you all the text
Does
messages.
this have anything to do with drugs?
No, but it has to do with abortion that I'm going to go into, and I don't want to have to stop and do this again.
I'm just dealing with the state's objection about you're wanting to grill this young lady about drugs. That has something about abortion. Weird, didn't like you've been drinking. What does this have to do with drugs?
It has to do with alcohol. She was found to have cocaethylene in her system.
But that is something from where's the answer to from Miss Jackson, but like you've been drinking?
Ms. Jackson just testified that she is
Where's
very,
the answer of this from the text?
it doesn't have to be an answer. That's her statement to Ms. Benning.
Objection to the hearsay.
It's not hearsay. She's right here. I can ask her if
Talking
she
about Miss
said.
Benning's statements are hearsay.
That's not Ms. Benning's statement. If I can at least allow me to explain to the court what it is that I'm trying to do, why I provided you with all the text messages that you asked for.
Well, some of them I didn't ask for. Finished up cleaning, wanna come smoke and have a bottle of wine when I get off. That's from Miss Jackson. That's
Y'all was still
10:29. So
partake?
you wanna ask Miss Jackson if Miss Benning came over and had a bottle of wine?
I do, and smoked.
Where does it say smoke?
You want to smoke and have a bottle of wine.
Wanna come, SPOKE. You think that's a misspelling?
Can I see it?
And while she's looking at that, one says, I'll be done in like an hour. You're not going to the party. I was going to, but my body is just really exhausted. I think I'd rather chill tonight. What is that? What's the relevancy of that?
That one has to do with, as I stated before, that she was already telling by her body that she was pregnant. But yet she was doing drugs around this time. If you orient it with the other text message of 1029 that I gave you.
All right, maybe I hadn't gotten to that. This is 11:2.
Baby, please be right. I'm praying you right with all these text messages. You don't have enough stuff with the truth.
Can I have a copy of these
No,
texts?
hang on just a minute.
You shut your ass up.
Do you have the 1029 one?
You can't have nothing to tell us why you ain't called 911.
Said,
You sit over there and think about this shit. You don't want to hear a damn thing from you. You need help. You in medical school and you call Keontae. He's studying for dental surgery. Did she say she had a fucking toothache, fool? I think fucking not.
okay, and after you looked at this, is that a typo on your part?
You stay the hell over there and make it
So
reflect.
you would say you're
So somebody needs some oral gel. Help.
complaining about wanting to smoke and have a bottle of wine? Did she come over and do that?
I don't remember.
All right, we can do that. That. You've already asked about that. So, this one where you say, but like you've been drinking, do you know if she answered that?
If I may, Your Honor, that's Ms. Jackson's observation of Ms. Benning.
In a text?
Yes, in the
How's
text.
she observing her in a text?
She is finding out that she was pregnant. Ms. Jackson's response is like, you've been drinking.
I don't see that. I don't see that.
Yeah, it's hard to.
And if she feels like that's not what it means, that's what she could tell the jury.
Have to put up that with the brackets there. You know what that's about?
The conversation is incomplete. Like I can't really make a. I don't know.
And then this is, I mean, excited in a way. I'll be more okay when I know for sure it's his. It's his, it has to be, and what does that have to do with the drug?
That's in regards to Mr. Taylor. Like I said, I was giving you everything so that we didn't have to go through this again.
Okay, so this is relevant in terms of going back, finding out who the father is.
Correct.
And this shows that they're just discussing it.
They're discussing it, but it's relevant because it goes to Mr. Taylor's state of mind that he would try to harm a child that could possibly not even be his. My client, Mr. Taylor, the one who's on the murder.
How do these texts have anything to do with him?
Because he's asked for a paternity test.
My question is, you've asked about discussions with who's the father and things like that. So you're wanting this text to add to that how?
Because it says she will be more excited once she determines it's his. So that means she didn't even know if it was his at the time.
Right. And then, does the state care to be heard about do you, Miss Jackson, know what you're referencing? Indiana is the closest place to go if I made that decision?
The conversation, I don't remember the whole conversation. It is in part, so I can't give you an answer.
You don't know what Indiana may have been.
We were talking about her being pregnant.
Were there any discussions between you and Miss Benning about her getting an abortion?
Not necessarily that being her decision, no.
What is that?
But y'all talked about it.
She never said she wanted an abortion. I just
Do you
told her
know if Indiana has anything to do with that?
if she were to have made that decision, but that decision was not what she made.
And this one says because you could be 8 and 2 weeks would be 10 and then too late. Do you know what that was about?
If she were to have an abortion.
And the state, these are 11-2, 11-2. And the state's objection about these is what?
But I just want to be clear, we're talking about those specific texts that you just asked
Yes.
Ms. Jackson about. So my objection is that, number one, they're incomplete to the conversation. But
Do
they're
you have the complete download?
You can give it.
I didn't ask you.
Right.
Yes, I mean, I have access
I
to
mean,
it.
you would agree with me, I'm just trying to be fair, you would agree with me that you asked a lot of questions of various witnesses about Miss Benning wanting to have her baby.
Yes.
And these would indicate that there were discussions about not doing that.
And
But
Your Honor,
yes, no,
my objection.
yes, no.
Yes, no.
I would like to ask the witness the question, but I understand that the
Ms. Jackson, a
conversation.
question?
Yes,
Go ahead.
Ms. Jackson, those conversations that you have snippets of, did those all occur before Ms. Benning confirmed that she was pregnant?
No,
Are they all from November 2nd?
yes,
And you went to the appointment to confirm it on November 3rd?
correct.
So they're all before she confirmed it?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Once she confirmed that she was pregnant, was there any discussion that she was suggesting that she might have an abortion?
Okay.
If I may be heard, Your Honor.
You don't need to be heard. I'll allow to ask that. I'll allow you to ask about these two text messages.
Thank you.
Trying to bite my tongue about like that. And,
Your Honor, may I be heard about the drug text messages?
sure,
The state's objection is that this witness has already testified that there was drug and alcohol use, marijuana and alcohol, prior to her finding out she was pregnant. She found out she might be pregnant on November 2nd. She confirmed it on November 3rd. Any questions about drinking or drug use prior to that are completely irrelevant.
He just tried to keep this moving. He rude as shit. Remember this talking diaper. He is rude.
they're wanting to argue the jury that
He wants them to just
continued
keep
to be
moving.
a drug dealer and may have overdosed on her own unintentionally.
Your Honor, those messages are before she knew she was pregnant.
Correct. And you can point that out. They want to argue, good thing, bad thing, I'm not going to say, but they want to argue that Ms. Benning may have unintentionally overdosed on cocaine.
Now, it is important to note while we're speaking about it, that she also had fentanyl in her system.
This lady doesn't.
I'm not speaking about that, but it goes to the relevance.
I don't need to hear all of your argument at this point. I'm just saying why you think it's relevant. So I'm allowing you to ask those questions. So bring the jury back down.
I know that jury regretting saying they was gonna stay late for this shit.
All right, go ahead.
So, Ms. Jackson, during the month of October, it is in fact true that Ms. Benning was in fact doing drugs, was it not?
She smoked marijuana.
And some other shit, right?
Not sure.
And once you guys found out that she was pregnant, you then sent her a text message and said, like, you've been drinking, didn't you?
I sent that?
Yes.
Yes.
And what you were doing was calling her out that, oh my God, you're pregnant and you've been drinking. Isn't that correct?
No.
That's not what you meant by that?
No.
And it was after that that she no longer spoke with you about she herself doing any drugs. Is that right?
Could you ask that again, please?
Yes. After that text message that you sent her saying, like, you've been drinking, after that text message, she no longer sent you a text message about drinking or doing any drugs. Is that correct?
So you don't know what she was doing. Y'all didn't let y'all
So
didn't
she
let
could have sent
on
some
trial.
after that?
You're a terrible friend. You're a terrible friend.
And also, we discussed the fact that you guys had to determine who the father was, and you determined that it was Blaise, is correct?
Yes.
But there was a time when she took those home pregnancy tests that you talked about. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And she sent you a picture of those home pregnancy tests that you testified to.
Mm-hmm.
During that time, she herself was considering an abortion, wasn't she?
She was not.
Well, didn't you guys discuss possibly going to Indiana?
In terms of, she wasn't sure what she wanted to do, but abortion was not the answer. We were just discussing as friends, what did the future look like?
Well, you were going to go to Indiana to possibly have an abortion. She was going to go to possibly have an abortion.
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is mischaracterizing.
Okay. You know what that discussion was about?
I asked her about Indiana one time. We never went and we never talked about it again.
Well, why would you talk about it if it wasn't an option for her?
We were just discussing as girls, as friends, like what.
Didn't you also say on one occasion, well, 2 weeks, you need to decide because it'll be too late? Didn't you say that to her?
I didn't see that. Could I please see that?
You may.
Get that.
Okay, I see where I said that.
Okay, so you were discussing it because she was considering an abortion, correct?
We were just discussing. She didn't say she was getting an abortion.
I understand, but she was considering it, wasn't she?
Objection, Your Honor. She was mischaracterizing the witness's testimony.
She said she checks that. She doesn't know what Ms. Benning was considering. Go ahead.
So when Ms. Benning then texts you, well, you text Ms. Benning, you need to find out ASAP. This is on November the 2nd. She responds, Indiana is the closest place to go if I made that decision. She was speaking about an abortion, was she not?
I already said that we discussed multiple options. It wasn't like a definitive answer.
Okay.
We were just talking.
So when
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
When Mr. Taylor reached back out to Ms. Benning on December 31st, after he no longer considered an abortion, it's no different. It was just different times. Isn't that correct?
I'm sorry?
What is your question? That's a statement.
No, I said, isn't that correct? That's a question.
When Mr. Taylor. What Mr. Taylor thought.
When Mr. Taylor reached back out to Ms. Benning on December 31st, do you remember that?
I don't remember the day when he reached back out. It was, I don't know.
You remember when she told you she went to the park with Mr. Taylor?
I do.
On January the 1st?
Yes.
And they sat there for 4 to 5 hours and talked?
Yes.
And after that date, did she ever tell you that Mr. Taylor talked to her about having an abortion after that?
I don't recall.
So is it your statement that he could have, or you don't recall him ever saying that?
Is there messages that I could potentially read about it?
I can give you the messages between you and Ms. Benning from January 1st all the way up to February 25th if you would like me to.
I'm speaking about this question that you're asking me now.
My question is from January 1st of 2023 until February 25th of 2023. Did Ms. Benning ever come to you about Mr. Taylor trying to pressure her or ask her to get an abortion? Yes or no, ma'am?
No.
Thank you. Now, during this time that from the January 1st until the February 25th, isn't it true that you believed that Mr. Taylor was trying to work on the relationship?
I can't necessarily speak for what he was doing.
Okay, well, did you remember talking to one of the detectives?
Saying what again? I'm sorry.
That Mr. Taylor was trying to work on the relationship.
Okay, yeah.
Okay. And that's what you shared with the detective, right?
Okay, yeah.
I would have to pull it out. I can't. This witness is not, I'm not.
Go ahead, what's your
Thank
question?
you. I'd like to move on.
All right, go ahead.
Now, when it talking about Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning from February 1st until February 25th, Miss Benning never complained to you in any form or fashion about Mr. Taylor being abusive to her, pressuring her in any kind of way. Isn't that true?
Correct.
Now, when Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning parted ways on November the 6th of 2022, it was Miss Benning who sent the text message to Mr. Taylor that they should go their separate ways. Wouldn't you agree?
Not initially.
You just said you helped with the message.
So are you saying that Mr. Taylor wanted to part ways first?
He made mention of it.
Okay, and when did he make mention of that?
When she found out she was pregnant.
And where did you see that? Did she tell you that in person or via text, or how did she tell you
It
that?
might be in the text messages, or she might have told, or she probably told me on the phone.
Right, because I've looked through the text messages, that's not there.
On the phone.
Okay, do you want to ask questions or testify?
So, when Miss Benning sent the text on November the 6th, in fact, she said, we're at an impasse. Isn't that what she said? Because she sent the text.
Oh, that's what you said.
You testified to it, remember?
Yes, can I see this text message, please?
Yeah.
You want to see your work? The message you crafted, put together, made it a little bit more direct, more forward. You know, all the things you said in your testimony.
Do you need a copy of that November 6th text?
Okay.
That's the text that you testified to on direct examination that you edited, correct?
Mhm.
And that's the one where it was Miss Benning who sent the text message to Mr. Taylor, isn't that right?
Mhm.
And what she says is, we need to go our separate ways. Isn't that what she said?
Or you said.
Do you want me to, am I supposed to read it, or?
No, I just
said
asked you
it's
whether or
not
not
in
she
there.
said.
Yes.
Okay. And she never shared with you that after that, Mr. Taylor tried to continue to call her, continue to try to force her to have an abortion or anything of the sort, did she?
Could you repeat that? I'm sorry.
After that text message, Ms. Benning never shared with you that Mr. Taylor tried to force her, coerce her, or do anything to force her to have an abortion, did she?
No.
Okay. Now, let's move on to February 25th. But before we do that, you did state on direct examination that you were willing to be this child's father, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And you were gonna move in with her to help raise the baby, correct?
If need be.
And I think, did you refer to them as your babies, her and the baby, Jade and the baby were your babies?
When did I say that?
I'm asking if you ever referred to them as that.
I don't remember.
On February the 25th of 2023, you knew that Ms. Benning was the one who planned this date night, isn't that right?
Correct.
And she reached out to you about what she should cook.
Mm-hmm.
And you stated she should cook the chicken Alfredo, right? Because you wanted some, that's your favorite food, right, from her?
It is.
Okay. And so she and Blaise were going to do painting with a twist, and she had created this special night for them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And even though she had planned this special night for her and Blaise, you decided that you were going to stop by with Keontae to get a plate. And she wasn't necessarily super excited about that initially, right?
I can't say if she was or not.
Well, didn't you at one point represent that? Well, I bet that girl was saying this bitch. Do you remember saying that?
Not in that way, no.
What way was it?
Because I said that about Blaise, was probably thinking that about me because I came by.
But didn't she suggest that she would pack the food up for you to get the next day?
She didn't say the next day.
Okay, when did you think she meant?
That night.
Okay. And so then you and Keontae then came by, correct?
Correct.
And when you went there, you talked about that y'all had a group conversation, talked about future plans, correct?
Activities, yeah.
Future plans of doing things together.
Mm-hmm.
And Mr. Taylor was involved in those future plans, right? Mm-hmm. And that he actually invited you guys to stay that night, didn't he?
After we left.
Well, he didn't invite you to stay and play cards, and you said, no, I don't want to intrude?
Not when I was there.
Oh, this was after you left?
This was when I left.
And who told you that?
Jade.
Okay. And so you stated that he then, when all of that was going on, you called it a cute interaction. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
But you testified on direct that it was somewhat obvious with the black hole thing, right?
When discussing the painting.
Okay. So just the painting and not Mr. Taylor and his view of it.
I'm sorry?
So when you were discussing that it was dark, you were only talking about the painting and not Mr. Taylor?
I was talking about the painting.
Because you actually characterized it as a cute interaction, didn't you?
Because we were all talking and we just met him for the first time.
And there was nothing about that evening that made you feel any way about the way Mr. Taylor was acting, were you?
Beyond what I said about the painting.
But yet you still called it a cute interaction.
For her, yes.
And the painting, if I could have State's Exhibit 1A and B, please.
Little Rock. They're from Little Rock, Arkansas. It was cute for her.
Red Velvet along with the transfer. I want to show you the Red Velvet chair. I want to show you State's Exhibit 1A. Do you see that?
I do.
And this is the painting that you're referring to of Mr. Taylor's, is it not?
Correct.
And you believe that that's dark?
What
That's
he
your
did-
characterization of it?
What he described to me was dark.
Okay. And he described a dark hole?
Yes.
And where's the dark hole?
I don't know. I don't know what I'm looking at.
Now, as it relates to when you left, you remember leaving? You and Keontae?
Yes.
And when you left with Keontae, you guys took your plates and went over to Keontae's house.
Correct.
And then Keontae was going out to hang out with his friends. Is that right?
Correct.
And where was he going? Do you know?
I don't know.
Okay. But he was going to hang out with some ladies. But about 9:29, you get a phone call from Miss Benning. And I think you said that when she called, if I remember correctly, you said that when you picked up the phone, what you heard was, "What did you do? What did you put in my drink?" Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
And then let me see what's in your pockets. She said that after she said those two things. Is that right?
She said those things, correct?
But at 9:30, you sent her a text saying, "Are you talking to me?"
Mm-hmm.
Why would you think she's talking to you if she's saying, "What did you do? What did you put in my drink?"
I didn't think she was talking to me about those things. I was wondering what was going on because she never acknowledged me on the phone.
Well, wasn't there a time when you were talking to one of the detectives that you said that she was trying to say your name, not Nigella? Didn't you say that?
I don't remember that.
Okay. We'll put a pin in that, and after, I believe you said that after that interchange in regards to that, you say that it was something like you've never heard before. Isn't that what you said?
Correct.
And that it appeared like she was in danger.
Mm-hmm.
And that you had never heard your best friend in that way.
Correct.
And that basically she was accusing the man that she was alone in an apartment with for trying to kill her.
Correct.
You didn't think it would have been important to call 911?
It was important to call 911.
So why didn't you?
I was not there.
You didn't have to be there to call 911.
To call 911?
No, but I didn't have anything. What was I going to report?
What you just said, everything that you reported to those police officers at the hospital, you could have reported to 911, correct?
And if they would have asked me questions about her physical state, I would have not been able to provide those answers.
Well, didn't you say to those officers, she sounded sluggish?
Mm-hmm.
She said that I can't feel my legs?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't you say that she said, I feel like I'm about to pass out?
Mm-hmm.
Isn't that directly related to her physical condition?
I was not there to answer any questions that they would have asked me, additionally beyond what I provided for them, if I would have called.
But you were so concerned that you stopped what you were doing and you drove over there.
Yes.
What were you going to do?
What was I going to do when?
When you got there?
If 911 wasn't called, I would have called 911. I would have rendered aid.
You had that opportunity 29 minutes before you got there.
There you go.
Is that a question?
Yes, why didn't you do that?
You've asked her that.
Then you stated that at some point that she asked you to call Keontae. Isn't that true?
I didn't say she asked me to call Keontae. I mentioned the words that I heard of his name.
Okay, and so she never then, are you stating that she never told you to call Keontae on the three-way?
No.
May I have a moment, Your Honor? Did you ever tell Detective Smith that?
I don't recall.
Would it refresh your memory if you were to take a look at Detective Smith transcript talking to you?
Sure.
May I have a moment? We have a recording,
You said you wanted to show her a transcript. Where is that?
right here.
Okay.
Let me make sure it's the right, there are 4 different transcripts for her.
She's crazy. She's crazy. With friends like these, who needs enemies? Why on God's green earth would you not call 911 and somebody trying to kill her?
So after that, you go on to say, now with Keontae, she really didn't know him, did she?
She knew who he was.
Well, Mr. Jones testified she had only met him twice.
I said she knew who he was.
Okay, but she didn't know him very well, did she?
You know.
Did her father live here?
Whose father?
Miss Benning's.
No.
Did her stepmother live here?
Yes.
Okay. And so instead of calling or her suggesting to call someone that she actually knows a little better, she would ask you to call someone that she's only met twice?
Objection, Your Honor, the witness has already said.
Yeah, she didn't say that. She did that.
Well, you interpret it that way because you called Keontae, correct?
Objection, Your Honor, the witness is testifying in a question. The attorney this witness has not said any of that.
Do you want to clarify whether this young lady witness was told by Ms. Benning to call Keontae?
What made you call Keontae?
I heard the word key.
Okay, and so you thought that to mean what?
She was asking for him.
Why do you feel like she would be asking for him?
Because she was scared. That's how she sounded to me.
So again, I'll ask you, why would you think, with her being scared, that she would want to call someone she's only known or only met twice?
I have no idea.
But that's what you did, correct?
Not
So
911.
when
Scared after the stranger.
Keontae gets on the phone, you then state that he asked Blaise, man, did you do this? Right?
I said he asked, what did you do or what happened?
Okay.
I don't remember that exact verbiage.
And so you don't remember the exact verbiage now?
I just said what I said. He said, what did you do or what happened or something along those lines, yes.
And how did Mr. Taylor respond?
He said he didn't know.
Okay. He didn't know what happened.
Mm-hmm.
And so when you finally hear what's going on, you drive over there, correct?
I was already on the way over there when she called me.
And you were over there because you were on your way over there because you felt like she was in dire straits.
And what?
Dire straits, meaning she was in trouble.
Jesus.
She was, yes.
Okay. And so you get over there. Do you call her mother before you get there, given the fact that she was in so much trouble?
I called her mother, yes.
Before you got there, did you call her mother?
Yes.
I thought you didn't call her mother until you got there. Is that not right?
I never said that.
Okay, so when exactly did you call her mother?
After Blaise told me he was calling 911.
Okay. And so when you got there, you actually, well, before you got there, you talked about at 9:47, you made the second call.
I don't remember what time.
You don't remember what time you said that you called the second time?
I don't remember exactly what time, no.
Okay, and then when you get there, in fact, 911 is there, is it not?
Correct.
The EMS was there just like he said they were.
Mm-hmm.
And you stated that when you arrived, that he was frantic. Isn't that what you said?
I said he was pacing back and forth, like anxiously panicking, yes, that's what I said.
And you were panicking too, weren't you?
I was.
And you were jumping on the back of the ambulance? Were the paramedics and EMT allowing you to do that?
They told me that I needed to go to meet them at Vanderbilt.
Did they try to stop you from jumping on the back of the ambulance?
I didn't jump on the back of the ambulance. I was trying to see through the window what was going on with Jade.
And were you getting in the way of the paramedics?
No.
Not at all?
No.
And you feel like jumping on the back and trying to look inside?
She said she didn't do that.
Would you be surprised to know that someone testified that you did?
Objection, Your Honor. Counsel is mischaracterizing the witness.
You'll just ask questions instead of testifying, please.
Now, when you got to the hospital, you had to check into the hospital, didn't you?
I did.
And when you checked into the hospital, you had to go through a metal detector?
I did.
And they gave you a visitor's pass?
I don't remember.
But you did have to go through a metal detector?
I did.
Now, when you guys left Miss Benning's home, Mr. Taylor didn't go back upstairs, did he?
No.
He went straight to the hospital just like you did.
Correct.
So he never had an opportunity to go back upstairs, did he?
Objection, Your Honor, calls for speculation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Did you see Mr. Taylor get in his vehicle?
You see him get in his vehicle?
Yes.
And did you see him drive off?
Yes.
So he didn't have an opportunity to go back upstairs, did he?
Not at that point in time, no.
You talked about that when he got there, that he referred to Ms. Benning as his girlfriend. Is that right?
Correct.
And you told officers that you didn't believe that they were in fact dating.
I said they were not dating.
They were not dating. But isn't it true that they planned to date night?
Exclusively. Boyfriend and girlfriend.
But I thought you just said they weren't dating. Because you didn't qualify it with exclusively, did you?
No.
You said dating, didn't you?
Yes.
But they were on a date night, isn't that true?
Correct.
And then you testified on direct that she wanted more, correct?
I said that?
Yes, you did.
You did.
Okay. And that they saw each other 2 to 3 times a week, didn't you say that?
I said sometimes.
And in fact, they had seen each other 3 days in a row that week.
I don't remember.
I'm going to object to Ms. Hollins asking her questions, insinuating that she made those statements. Ms. Jackson did not make those statements.
Yeah, she just testified to it.
I was about to say, she just fucking said it.
That they saw each other the last 3 days. That is not.
No, I didn't say that. I asked her that. I should be able to answer the witness questions.
What? Yeah, go ahead.
Now, when you first got to the hospital, it was you who accused Mr. Taylor of doing anything wrong, isn't that true?
You said what?
It was you who accused Mr. Taylor of doing anything wrong.
Of doing anything, I don't understand what you're saying.
With Ms. Benning, doing something to her.
I simply told everyone that I spoke with what I heard on the phone.
Okay. And do you remember if she said anything like that when Mr. Jones was on the phone?
No, she did not.
So he never heard what you heard?
No, not the beginning of the phone call.
And in fact, when Mr. Jones was on the phone, there were no accusations made by Ms. Benning. Isn't that true?
She wasn't really able to say anything at that point.
Well, did you testify that she was able to say some words?
Yes, prior to me calling Keontae.
So after calling Keontae, you're saying she never said any more words at all,
We could hear her, but nothing made sense at that point.
but she was saying something.
Nothing substantial of anything that we could understand, no.
And it's your testimony that you do not remember exactly what time that second phone call was?
I don't remember what time that second phone call was.
What time was the first call?
9:29,
And how long did it last?
6 minutes.
And so that would take us to 9:35?
Sure.
Okay. And so, can I have State's Exhibit, the NFD?
What do you need?
The NFD records. That's been.
Your Honor, the state will agree that the time of, it's
Okay,
not.
let's just see what are you wanting to ask?
Well, I have to get, isn't it true, well, you would know, would you be surprised to know that Mr. Taylor called 911 at 9:38?
I don't know what time he called 911.
That's why I was going to get the record, Your Honor. If he called 911 at 9:38, you called back a second time, correct?
I did.
And when you called back the second time, how long did that conversation last?
I don't remember.
And when you got to his house, you will agree with me that EMS was already there.
I did not go to his house.
I'm sorry, to Ms. Benning's house.
EMS was already there, yes.
And didn't he, when you talked with him, didn't he tell you that, I think I hear them outside?
He said I hear sirens or something. Yeah, he made mention that he heard something.
So you was on the
That
phone,
would have been on
on the
second
phone
call,
with
correct?
911. So he wasn't asking you about the EpiPen. He was asking her. Okay, wait a minute.
When you left the Ms. Benning's home and got to the hospital, did you gain access to Ms. Benning's phone?
No.
You didn't have Ms. Benning's phone?
Oh, I'm sorry. I had her phone, yes.
Okay. And who gave you that phone?
I got it from Blaise.
Okay. And where did you get it from?
I don't remember.
Do you know when he gave it to you?
No.
But you had it at the hospital?
I got it from him at the hospital, yes.
Can you tell the jury about how long it was before you got the phone? Was it an hour, 2 hours? Do you even know?
Her phone? No, I don't know.
What did you do with the phone when you had it?
I had it in my hand or my purse. I don't remember.
And what, if anything, did you do with the phone?
I didn't do anything with the phone.
You testified that Keontae showed up, is that right, at the hospital?
Yes.
Did any of the police officers tell you that they wanted to speak to Keontae?
No. I mean, yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Okay, so when Keontae showed up at the hospital, did you tell him, hey, the police want to talk to you and get your side of the story?
They didn't specify when.
Well, they talked to you that night, right?
And they asked to talk to me.
My question is, they talked to you that night, didn't they?
Yes.
How many police officers did you speak with?
Shut up.
Argumentative.
How many police officers? Is that
That's
your argument?
It's argumentative what she's saying to her about asking about police officers wanting to talk to Keontae. She's answered the question.
Okay.
These questions
The
are.
question was, do you recall how many police officers you spoke with that night?
Maybe 2 or 3. I don't remember exact number now.
And you were certainly concerned for your friend, weren't you?
Yes.
And you wanted to make sure that the police officers got as much information as possible, right? Now, Keontae is the one other witness to how Jade was sounding and feeling. Would that be right?
Correct.
There's nobody else with that information but him.
Okay.
You didn't tell him, hey, go inside. Tell these police officers what happened. You didn't do that?
No,
Why not?
I don't know.
The same reason why you didn't call 911.
Don't you think that would have been important?
They would have said something to him.
I'm sorry?
I said if they wanted to speak with Keontae, I feel like they would have spoken with him.
He didn't come in.
You didn't feel it was important enough to tell Keontae that night, but you did feel it was important enough to accompany Miss Franklin to Miss Benning's home and to remove evidence out of the apartment. Is that right?
What's the question?
You didn't feel that it was important enough for the only other witness to Miss Benning's situation, medical emergency, to go talk to the police, but yet you felt it was
Your Honor,
important.
she has answered that question.
She asked me to repeat the question.
You asked the question
No, I have
after
not.
that, and you went back to the one before.
Did
Now,
you tell Mr. Jones to stay and talk to the police?
I did not tell him to
That's-
stay.
But
That
you
was-
did go to the apartment?
Yes.
Okay.
And when you went to the apartment, you had spoken to 3 officers, 2 to 3, is that right?
I don't remember how many I spoke with, but I spoke with officers.
And
Girl.
surely you knew, because you told them everything that was going on, that they were going to investigate, correct?
Correct.
But yet you felt that it was on you to do the investigation. Is that right?
No.
But you went there before the police went there.
Objection, Your Honor, she answered the question.
Okay, she went there before the police went.
Why did you remove evidence? Because according to you, that's a crime scene. Why would you remove evidence from a crime scene?
It was not a crime scene when I went there. There was no one that told me I could not go, so I went.
Didn't you accuse Blaise of a crime?
I told them what I heard on the phone.
Well, let me ask you this. If you believe that Mr. Taylor put something in Miss Benning's drink to cause harm to the unborn child, would that be a crime?
Yes.
And you didn't believe that was a crime?
I did believe it was a crime.
And so you're gonna do the investigations for the police instead of allowing them to do it?
Sure.
And remove vital evidence from the scene? What did you do with it?
I didn't have anything.
Or
Who had it?
I moved the camera.
Okay, so let's talk about that. You moved the camera.
I did.
The camera had the potential to video or record Mr. Taylor doing anything that Ms. Benning was accusing him of. Isn't that true?
Yeah, yes.
So why would you move the very thing that could have recorded him?
Because it was not in the location where she had it at.
And
how you know she didn't move
isn't
while
that
they was
all the
dancing and
reason
doing what they
more
was
to
doing?
leave it there so the police can see that it was in a location different than what it was?
Sure, yeah.
So why'd you move it?
Because it was not where it was supposed to be. And if he did come back to her place, we would have seen that.
How would you
also
see it?
would have seen if he did what you said that Ms. Benning was saying. They would have seen that. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Which one would you think would be more important to preserve? What he did according to what you said Ms. Benning said he was doing, or him coming back into the apartment? Which one do you think is more important?
I'm not sure.
And so you then moved that camera into the kitchen area. Did you look at it?
No.
Why didn't you take the camera and give it to the police?
I didn't take anything out.
You were there when Ms. Franklin took it out, right?
Correct.
Did you assist Ms. Franklin in taking it out?
Objection, Your Honor, she has asked and answered that question.
I've never asked that question.
Assist her in what?
Did she assist Ms. Franklin in removing evidence from the scene?
I walked out with her.
But you didn't have the comforter?
No.
Did you see a washcloth there?
No.
Did you see a glass on the counter?
Yes.
And isn't it true that you stated that Ms. Benning was drinking out of a glass?
Mm-hmm.
And that same glass was on the counter, was it not?
Yes.
Why didn't you take that?
I didn't take anything.
Well, you moved the camera.
I did not take anything.
Well, why didn't you move the glass?
It didn't have the same drink in it that she had earlier.
It didn't have the same drink in it. I hope you don't think you've done anything to help your friend. You are a trash ass friend for this
When
shit.
you went back into
You are
Ms.
literally
house,
blocking
did you
her
see
just
a
to
gun
try
there?
to save yourself.
No,
Do you know whether or not Ms. Benning had a gun there?
I'm not sure.
It's your friend, but you don't know
draw
if
your
it's there.
attention back to State's Exhibit 1B, which is the comforter. Is this the comforter that you removed? That Ms. Franklin, you watched her remove?
Especially not a camera in the wrong spot.
Did Ms. Franklin video you guys packing up that comforter?
I'm not sure who videoed.
Was someone videoing?
Yes.
Who?
Literal reasonable doubt on the stand for no reason.
I know someone was recording, but I don't remember.
I don't care if I would have had to say the worst things about myself.
So
I had to
what made
my
you
best
put
friend
gloves
give her the right justice. Oh well, I'm gonna say it. Let it be said. This ain't about you, honey. Go back to that bubbly shit you was doing earlier, because now you just like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde. And none of this is for the benefit of your friend, your best friend.
What was the difference?
I'm not sure.
When you went to the hospital and you started talking to
Them saxophones.
police officers, did you talk to them about Lauren Weber, who had gone to the apartment earlier that day?
I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Did you ever share with anyone that you didn't believe that Mr. Taylor stating that she actually vomited was true? Did you ever make that statement?
I said he never told me that prior to.
And so, were you stating, because this is what I'm asking, when you told the officers he never told me that, were you insinuating that it was not true?
I was insinuating when I was asking him on the phone and prior to me getting there, what happened, what was going on. He did not inform me that she vomited until after we both disclosed our perspective, or not even perspective, what we both experienced that night.
And didn't you tell the police officers that Lauren Weber or anyone else had not seen any vomit anywhere in the place?
I don't remember.
Could you have said that?
I'm not sure.
How did Miss Weber, when did you talk to Miss Weber that night?
When she got to the hospital.
What time was that?
I don't remember.
Was it before or after she went to Miss Benning's home?
I really don't remember.
You remember talking to her about what she saw when she went into Miss Benning's house?
I don't remember. us talking about.
You don't remember you guys talking about it?
Objection, Your Honor, this has been asked and answered.
Okay, she's answered.
Let's talk a little bit about the allegations that you made or talked to the police officer about as it relates to Mr. Taylor, okay? You remember talking to them about a cup that was missing.
I don't remember.
You don't remember that either?
I don't remember talking about that, like, no.
Do you remember talking about whether or not he wiped her face or any of those types of things?
You said, did I?
Mm-hmm.
I don't remember talking about any of that.
And do you remember whether or not the allegations you made in regards to what he was saying in response to what you were saying? Remember you said he didn't say anything?
Objection, Your Honor, she's mischaracterized the witness's testimony.
Your Honor, may I respond?
When are you talking about?
Do you remember that when you were talking to the police, and in fact, you just said it on direct examination, you said that when the accusations were made, Blaise didn't say anything to you. Do you remember that?
To me on the phone?
Just here today, ma'am.
No, I'm saying, are the accusations that he did not respond to, are you responding, saying that in regards to the phone call?
Yes.
No, yes, no, he did not.
He did not say anything.
He said he didn't know, he didn't do anything.
Right. He said, I didn't do anything. I don't know what's going on, right?
Correct.
He asked you if she had an EpiPen. He said, I don't have anything in response. According to you, he says, I don't have anything. And it's your testimony that in response to questions being posed to him, he said nothing.
I mentioned that.
So why would you characterize it as he didn't respond?
I said he did not, I already said what he responded to. When Jade said that he was scaring her, he responded that she was scaring him. When she asked to empty her pockets, let me see her hands, he said he didn't have anything. I already mentioned that.
And then you said, you also said that he would never FaceTime me, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, if he was busy tending to Miss Benning and or trying to get to 911, the emergency people, would you be more concerned with him caring for her or FaceTiming you?
I asked for him to FaceTime me before he told me he was calling 911.
But you also said that he told you he could hear the sirens, right?
Correct.
So how could he get ready to call 911 if the sirens are already there?
I don't know.
But that's your testimony.
What's my testimony?
That he said, I'm about to call 911.
Yes.
And that was on the second call.
Yes.
Dummy.
You said the last few words that he made is key with you.
That's what I heard, yes.
But she made, I'm sorry. And if that was the last few words that she made, how did you know to call Key?
I decided to call Key.
So now you're saying she never told you to call Key?
I said she never told me to call Key.
Did you ever tell anyone that she did tell you to call Keontae?
I don't recall saying that.
Okay. You stated on direct examination, he wasn't giving me anything, right?
Mm-hmm.
What did you mean by that?
As I was asking him what was going on, what happened, he never had anything to tell me.
Now, didn't you say that he told you that they danced?
That was at the hospital. what he told me.
So then he did tell you something.
When I made that statement, I was saying in terms of when I was asking him what was going on, he didn't give me anything.
Wasn't he in the middle of a medical emergency?
Yes.
When you left the apartment with Ms. Franklin and the two other girls, with the evidence that you removed and relocated in the scene, did you immediately then go to the police officers that you met with and inform them of what you guys had done?
I don't remember.
You don't remember if you went to the police after
I don't
that?
remember if I went to the police when I don't remember like when I spoke with them.
And who told you, or how did you come to the decision that you were going to participate in going back to the scene?
I did.
And why was that?
Because nothing was being done about what was going on.
So even though you talked to those three officers as they were getting your statement, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't talk to one officer. You didn't talk to two officers. You talked to three, right?
Correct.
But to you, nothing was being done.
After I talked to them, no.
And so you were going to take it upon yourself to play
Objection, Your
police.
Honor, this has been asked.
Okay, I'll sustain the objection.
Is there any other person, Ms. Jackson, besides you, who heard any of these alleged allegations?
No.
That Ms. Benning made?
No.
Is there any other person besides you and the other three women that went into that house that manipulated evidence from the scene?
Can you say that question again? I'm sorry.
Does she know of anyone else that went into the apartment?
Yes.
Do you know of anybody else that went in?
No.
Well, I thought you knew Ms. Weber went into the scene.
Oh, yes, she did. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
What did she remove out of the scene?
Objection, Your Honor, she has a lack of personal knowledge.
Sorry, I'll
Can
sustain.
she respond to that instead of the prosecutor?
I
Did Ms.
object to
Weber
the
say
question.
anything about what she did?
Okay, she doesn't know.
If I could just have a minute.
Who are you talking to?
Now,
Sorry,
you talked about that Ms. Benning did not post about her pregnancy on direct examination. Do you remember that?
Correct.
And you stated that that was something that she wanted to do, right?
I'm sure she would have liked to.
Okay. But she did, right?
She did not.
What are you insinuating when you say that she did not post?
I'm sorry, what did you say?
What are you
Why is
insinuating?
somebody saying anybody about insinuating?
Because the question was asked on direct examination that Ms. Benning was, although she was very happy about her pregnancy, she would never post on the internet. And the insinuation was made that it was a.
Nobody's insinuating, she's just answering the questions that she's asked. So
If it's-
rephrase your question about insinuating anything.
Why do you feel that Ms. Jackson did not post about her pregnancy? I'm sorry, why Ms. Benning didn't post about her pregnancy?
I just feel like she was trying to deal with whatever was going on between her and Blaise, and he made it very clear that he didn't want anyone to know about him being the father.
Now, wasn't
He
Ms.
was the
Benning
father.
dating other men?
She was talking to other people
Okay. Isn't Jarius Porter one of those men?
at a point in time.
And wasn't it a time where she did not want him to know that she was pregnant until she was ready to tell him?
Whoa.
I'm sorry?
Wasn't there a time where she did not want Mr. Porter to know that she was pregnant until she was ready to tell him?
I just think she wasn't ready to tell him.
If she would have posted she was pregnant, he would have known, wouldn't he?
She might have wanted to tell him on her own.
Correct. So it wasn't that Mr. Taylor didn't want her to post. She had her own reasons. Isn't that right?
No.
I want to bring your attention to a text that you wrote to Ms. Benning on February 5th of 2023.
Objection, Your Honor, to hearsay. It is an out-of-court statement.
Well, I'll ask you this. Did you ever ask Ms. Benning, when are you going to post?
I did ask her.
Okay. And isn't it true that in her response, it said nothing about Mr. Taylor?
I'm not sure. Can I see that?
Yes, you may.
Baby, first of all, when your best friend passed away, you were supposed to eat that phone. Especially if this is how you was gonna stand behind the text messages. You were supposed to eat that phone. I don't know what kind of friend group y'all are.
Okay.
So I'll ask you again. When you asked her, when is she going to post? Her response had nothing to do with Mr. Taylor, did it?
Not this one.
Well, I'm talking about this one.
No.
Okay, are you saying there's another one where she does say that?
We've had conversations.
Was that in person?
Person on the phone, we definitely talked about it.
Okay, but in this text message, when you directly ask her the question, she never talks about Mr. Taylor, does she?
Not in this text message.
Do you remember a time on November the 9th, after Ms. Taylor found out that she was pregnant, that she talked about eating gummies with her aunt? Do you remember that?
I remember the conversation.
And isn't it true that her aunt offered her some gummies after that day?
Her aunt did not know she was pregnant.
And Ms. Benning's response was, I told her I needed to eat first. Do you remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Not, no, I'm not taking them. That was not her response, was it?
She wasn't, no, it was not her response.
So your statement then that she did not do anything after that wouldn't necessarily be true.
How does she know whether she did that or not?
In this text message, did she ever say to her aunt, I'm not taking those?
Not in that text message, she did not say that.
speaking directly about Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning, did she ever tell you that in any way that he was violent towards her?
No.
Did she ever tell you in any way that he threatened her? So outside of this incident, in regards to what you heard but no one else heard, there is no other situation throughout the course of Mr. Taylor and Miss Benning's relationship that there has ever been any form of violence or threat against her. Isn't that true?
Yeah.
I pass the witness.
Or does the state have a redirect?
I do.
How long do you think that would be?
You already know.
It could be at least 30 minutes. It could be.
Or do you need to take a short break?
Yeah, I just want to go to the restroom.
Well, it-
Go with that gentleman right there.
This is crazy. It's got to be 7:00 there. He gonna have them coming back in the morning. Do they have court alternatives there? I mean, I don't know. You're crazy. Let me go get me some juice. Jesus Christ. I might have to grab me some chips too. My God, I can't believe they still going. All right, y'all, grab a snack.
I am going to ask that the witness be handed a copy of her transcript interview with Detective Smith on that night. Ms. Jackson, if you could please turn to page 2 of the transcript, if you could go to line 27 through 30. And can you read out what you said about Chianti and anything
Chianti.
that Ms. Jade Benning said about Chianti to Detective Smith?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to her reading for something that has not been offered into evidence. The prosecutor can pose the question, but to read from something
I'm happy to ask it in question format, Your Honor. Ms. Jackson, is it true that you said, it sounded like that, it sounded like, I can't even like explain it. Like it was like, get here ASAP. And she was trying to say the guy's name is Chianti. And she was like, is Chianti, but she was trying to say his name, but she couldn't. But I could tell that's what she was trying to say.
I'm gonna object to counsel testifying and leave the witness.
Okay, I'll overrule the objection.
Is that what you said to Detective Smith about what Miss Benning said about Chianti?
Yes.
And you never told Detective Smith that Miss Benning asked you to call Chianti, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And you called Chianti on your own, and why did you do that?
Like I said, like I feel like she was scared. I heard Key, and I was just with her, and I wanted him to hear the way that she sounds. So that's why I made the decision to call Chianti.
And if you could turn to page 4 of that same transcript.
Now you wanted to be here. Now you just said, there you go. She implied it.
Through 47. When you were asked about Miss Benning and Mr. Taylor's relationship
Somebody
after
interview going on.
January of 2023, you responded to Mr. Smith. She doesn't send him any pictures, ultrasounds. Like I just went to her house 2 days ago and the ultrasounds were on the countertop. I get there today and they're gone. So she tried. It's not like she tried to hide it from him, but
Hang on a second. What is your question?
I'm asking her if this is what she said in response to what their relationship was like. Ms. Collins,
Ask her.
what did you say in response to Detective Smith when he was asking you about their current relationship after January 2023 in that February timeframe?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to.
I'll overrule the objection. Have a seat. She has a right to bring up consistent information that you for 2 hours asked her about.
But she's not allowed to read from something that's not in evidence. She is on
She's
direct
asking this,
examination.
have a seat.
May I have a ruling, Your Honor?
The ruling is have a seat.
Thank you.
Now, what is your question?
My question is, can you please answer what you told
He is
the
a mess.
detective about their current relationship?
I told them that I would ask her if she would send Blaise pictures of like her ultrasounds and things like that, and she said no, ultimately because she doesn't want to get him all riled up, and she knows that she's not going to get the reaction that she wants from him, like acknowledging that, you know, that if they were beautiful or any way that would give compliments to her or her pregnancy.
So she described to you that if she talked to him about her pregnancy, he had negative feedback.
Yes.
And were you aware, did he go to any pregnancy appointment with her?
No.
Were you aware of whether or not Miss Benning asked him to go to the appointments with her?
Yes.
And did she send you his responses?
Yes.
And what were his responses?
Pretty much like he was too busy.
Did you have any indication that Mr. Taylor was interested in actively being involved in Miss Benning's pregnancy in February of 2023?
I'm sorry, one more time.
Did you have any information that Mr. Taylor did anything to be actively involved in her pregnancy?
No.
Yet he was the
And
one that got
you
out
were
for
asked
the
questions about if there were
because
any
you wanted to be
discussions
there.
about abortion. Could you please describe what your discussions were with Miss Benning about abortion?
We briefly talked about it in terms of like, just like I said, girl talk, having conversation, but she never like actually said that she wanted to have an abortion.
Did she ever say that she wanted to have an abortion?
No.
Did she actually say the opposite of that?
Yes.
And when abortion came up, what was the context of that conversation?
She was saying she was not having an abortion.
Was there anyone that was party to that pregnancy that wanted her to?
Yes.
And who was that?
Blaise.
And did she express that to you?
Yes.
And what was Miss Benning's response to him wanting her to have an abortion?
She was basically saying, I've made my decision of keeping my baby, and there's really nothing you can do to change my mind about it.
And is that what ended their communication in November of 2023?
Yes.
That text message that you assisted her with drafting, was that in response to him wanting her to get an abortion?
Yes.
And then he completely stopped talking to her.
Correct.
And that November 16th contact, are you aware that he asked her to unfollow him?
Yes.
And do you know why Miss Benning was asked to unfollow Mr. Taylor on social media?
He said he did not want to see anything about the baby. He wanted no parts. He didn't want to see anything that she posted or any mention of Jade being pregnant on social media.
And you were asked about.
So he would just unfollow her.
And not posting.
That's
Did you know
backwards.
why she was not posting to social media?
About the pregnancy?
Yes.
Yes.
And why was that?
I think that she did not want to upset Blaise, I guess. I'm not really sure. Like, she just didn't want to cross that bridge with him simply because he made it very clear that he did not want that.
Did he in any way claim to be the father of that child prior to that statement he made in the hospital that you testified to?
No.
And you were asked a lot of questions about drug use and specifically some random text message about edibles. Are you certain of whether or not Miss Benning did any marijuana or alcohol after she found out she was pregnant?
Yes.
And what is it that you absolutely know about that?
She was not.
I can have just one moment. Ms. Jackson, at the beginning of questioning, you were asked about Ms. Denny, and you said you knew of her, and then you said you met her before.
Mm-hmm.
Had you met her before any of this happened?
No.
Ooh, excuse me.
Any recross?
Yes.
Because again, that was not the only reason why she didn't post him or didn't post her pregnancy. She was hiding from her other two things too.
I asked you earlier.
What's your question?
My question is, you stated before that there was no call, like you didn't know what time your call was, the second call. You remember that?
Mm-hmm.
And in fact, that call was at 9:47.
That wasn't asked on redirect, so where are we going on that?
Well, when you talked about the drugs on redirect, do you remember that?
Yes.
And do you remember stating at the bond source hearing, you testified under oath that the only drug that you and Ms. Benning did was marijuana. Do you remember that?
Correct.
But that wasn't the truth, was it?
Yes. You said me and Miss Benning.
Well, didn't we talk about the fact that y'all were going to do mushrooms together?
I never did.
Okay. You talked about on redirect in regards to Mr. Taylor's involvement with the baby. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Didn't you ever state at an occasion that you knew that he and Ms. Benning talked about naming the baby Jim?
Yes.
Well, that would be involved with the baby, wouldn't it?
I mean, yeah.
If he and Miss Benning together had came up with a name, that would be in direct contrast to him not wanting to have anything to do with the baby, isn't it?
No, not necessarily, no.
And in fact, that baby's name that they came up with was Jim, wasn't it? G-E-M.
She came up with that.
And he agreed to it. Because
Okay.
his name was Blaise and hers was Jade. Isn't that true?
I'm not sure about that.
So your best friend didn't tell you that?
I knew about the name Jim,
That they agreed to come up with together?
that she liked it and he agreed on it.
Thank you.
Anything else?
One question. Ms. Jackson, do you know what Jade Benning intended to name her baby girl?
Ivy?
I didn't hear, I didn't understand.
Ivy Blair.
Ivy?
Yes, me, sir.
That's one question. If she intended to name the baby Ivy Blair, then what were you just talking about when you said that he agreed to Jim? You just said she came up with the name of Jim, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's different than Ivy Blair, isn't it?
Yes, there was consideration after they agreed on that name. That wasn't like final. That's just something that they discussed.
I just wanted to make sure that what you were saying is that Mr. Taylor was involved in the name of G-E-M, right?
He agreed on the name.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Okay, you can leave that there.
Girl, you're a terrible friend. Terrible.
Yeah, you have it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the jury, thank you very much for your patience and work here today. We're going to recess for the day. Tomorrow.
Terrible. If you got to give me justice, give me justice. Don't be trying to protect yourself.
Assembly room at 9:30. We'll let the traffic die down. You've been up here later tonight, so give you that extra period of time. Leave your notes up here. Remember about not discussing the case, looking anything up, or any of the other admonitions that I've given. You can step down the hallway with
30 minutes. He made them stay for an extra 2 hours and gave them 30 minutes. I know it is late. We have had our time today. I cannot say for sure because I am still doing some stuff, but it will be recapped before court tomorrow. That's what I got. It's going to be a lot. It's going to be recapped before court tomorrow. I might go ahead and start it today though because the boys are gone for a little bit.
all right, give the jury a few moments to get off the floor. We'll be in recess till 9:30.
9:30 tomorrow. All right, guys. Have a good one.